How's everybody doing tonight? Fun fact, Hanukkah's a made-up holiday. Just gonna throw that one out there. It has no actual religious precedent whatsoever. At all.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
See, Oski Woski with the 20. Really appreciate it, man. It's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. It's not Christmas. 'Tis the season, though. It's the week of, so close enough. Let's see, Trent with the 40 months. Views are down for Nintendo bad YouTubers. Brutal. It's unfortunate. Who wins the midterms? It really just depends on the whole redistricting thing, but if all things are as they are right now, the Democrats probably. The Republican Party's not popular. Trump is popular, not them. So. It's a hard sell to get people to actually vote for the Democrats nowadays. Getting sick and tired of seeing the Void. Erica Kirk, she has evil aura. Yeah, honestly, I'm not really in the business of taking political opinions seriously from Void commentators, so yeah. Turn off this well, if I can find something that doesn't get me copyright claimed. I've tried this in previous years, and most Christmas music is heavily copyrighted because it's big business. Oy vey.
7 inches? That's pretty big.
Did you guys know that the majority of Christmas songs that do not mention Jesus are written by non-Christians? It's hard to believe, right? That there was a concerted effort by a certain, group of people to subvert the true meaning of Christmas by making a bunch of songs about Santa Claus and, winter and snow and shit. Or sleigh bells. So. Well, Mariah Carey lives in Israel, so take that as you will. Let's see. So EB7 with the 10. Appreciate it, man. Got the Platinum Trophy in Final Fantasy VII Remake. Damn, bro. Jeez. That's tough. Yeah, those games on hard, I've heard, are quite a bitch. So, congrats. Let's see. 290 hours, level 50. Spectacular game in every way. From the combat, story, characters, open world. OST, there's an intriguing mystery to Cloud, Sephiroth, 10 out of 10 on to Crisis Core. Nice, dude. Yeah, Crisis Core is really good. That's another tough one to platinum as well, because you have to do everything in a single playthrough, which there's a lot of missable shit. So you have to use a guide. And it also requires multiple playthroughs in order to be powerful enough in order to actually finish the majority of the missions. Hey, I got him. Yeah, Candace Owens is getting a bunch of shit now. Because apparently she walked back a whole bunch of shit. I mean, I already knew she's batshit crazy, but, you know, the foids that listen to her, and the groids as well, you know, not the smartest.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I wish Griffin would stop being a know-it-all about what the true meaning of Christmas music. Just be a jolly soul, not a stinking
All right,
Grinch.
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Fun fact, the Grinch is also Jewish. Just throw that one out there, too. The song and movie created by Jews. Dr. Seuss was known as an honorary Israeli and was banned from the United States for promoting communism, so...
Gaming.
So, yeah. Yeah, exactly, bro. Even Alex is talking shit about her now. I just don't understand, you know, again, how conservacucks have fallen for, you know, someone as retarded as Candace Owens. Like, she's literally just the DEI Daily Wire host who, you know, anyone with a brain never actually took seriously.
can't afford this shit!
Anabolic plays with the 2. The boys ice skating scene. 3 juicy writers made it. Well, dude, The Boys is like the ultimate Zog slop show. So, yeah, I never really liked it. The first season was okay, but after that, it just got progressively worse and worse. I don't like superhero slop anyway, so it didn't really appeal to me, but it got more and more unbearable to watch. Like season 2, season 3, and then I stopped after that. True degenerate slop. And Cosmic Reflection with the 5, play the Blue Stinger Christmas theme. Okay. Osky Wasky with the 5, as a wise dog once told me, play the game once for fun, and then start hunting in your second playthrough. Yeah. Nah, that's definitely the way to do it. Especially if it's one of those games that you're worried about getting spoiled on. I don't know, I feel like hunting for trophies does kind of take away some of the enjoyment from games, at least for me. Dude, Candace Owens married a guy who's worth $250 million. She doesn't need a fucking dime from social media. It doesn't matter if she gets deplatformed. She's already, like, absurdly wealthy. She married a guy she met after 17 days of knowing him, who was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, so... yeah, she's obviously a fucking plant. My thought on Candace has always been is she was basically an Israeli asset that's propped up to hurt the anti-Israel sentiment in the United States. Because the thing is like, you prop up this dumb fucking woman who is literally fucking retarded, and she becomes the face of, you know, the anti-Israel right, because they promote her on social media and prop her up and put her in the position, and eventually she just spews some truly fucking retarded shit. And then what that does is it basically creates an opportunity for the pro-Israel crowd to say, well, look how fucking stupid the anti-Israel people are. Yeah, it's like an old thing on the internet where it's like, low IQ anti-Semites will turn you into a pro-Zionist overnight, and it's very true. So I really do think that she has been propped up because of how fucking stupid she is, and it does long-term harm to the actual credibility of people who are anti-Israel. Because she's like the perfect beacon of retardation for people to point to. So I truly believe she has been allowed to become as popular as she has, and has been artificially propped up by the very people she speaks out against in order to discredit any real, natural, you know, anti-Israel sentiment. Am I anti... I wouldn't even say I'm anti-Israel. I just don't fucking care about them. Like, dude, if they got nuked tomorrow, I don't give a shit. If they, you know, glass Palestine tomorrow and kill every Palestinian, I don't care. Like, I don't have fucking skin in the game when it comes to Israel. Like, let them do whatever the fuck they want within their own country, but we shouldn't be paying for any country. Period. Unless they want to become a province of the United States and pay a 20% tithe for the protection that we give them from their GDP, then personally, I don't frankly give a singular fuck what happens to them.
All right, awesome.
If Iran
Thanks, nigga.
blows them off the map tomorrow, I'm not going to lose sleep. But we shouldn't be paying for it, unless they want to become subjects of the United States and become tax slaves. Dude, Israel doesn't control U.S. politics. This is the thing, bro. The people we need to worry about are not Israelis. They're Americans. Like, there's 50... Like, this is the thing, is what? Israel's population is 13 million? Well, there's 7 million Jews who live in the United States. So even if Israel disappeared tomorrow, you know, like, if your problem is like, you know, high-ranking Jews in, like, society, it's like, that doesn't disappear if Israel does. They're already here. So, the foreign country's not the problem, it's the people inside of ours. Israel is basically just an escape pod that when they break the law or something they can flee to and there's no extradition. So, the only country that controls the United States is the United States because we have bad people who are controlling our country from within. The problem's not external, it's internal. Because realistically, Israel poses zero actual credible threat to the United States. There's no way that they could actually, you know, force us to do anything. The problem is the people inside of our country are getting our country to act in their interest. So, the problem is actual Americans, air quotes. Most of them are traitors, but, you know, the type of people who, you know, deliberately sabotage the United States. Yeah, I don't think anyone with dual citizenship should be allowed to serve in the United States government in any capacity. From low-ranking bureaucrat to the military all the way up to the presidency. If you're a dual citizen, you have to relinquish that. Yeah, I agree too. You should have to have 3 generations of heritage in the US in order to be a politician of any sort. If your great-grandparents weren't born in the US, then too bad, so sad. You cannot run for political office. What if you're in the military? Nope. Doesn't matter. Most people in the military don't actually do anything, which is, you know, a reality most people don't want to accept. Like, most people picture in their head, like, the, you know, guy in uniform out in the fucking desert loaded with combat gear. Well, 80% of the military is administrative. They don't actually fucking ever see combat. They sit in a fucking chair in an office building doing fuck all. So most military service members are not actually, like, fighting on the front lines. Like, the majority of them are just basically working in glorified office buildings. So, the majority of your foreigners are most likely doing that type of shit because they're not trusted to be put into active combat situations. Same thing with women. Most women in the military never actually see combat, and most of them just, you know, ride a desk. So, that's the thing. Most people join the military for the benefits and the free college. That is the, you know, I guess, inconvenient truth. The military does not immediately breed, you know, a strict sense of patriotism in its current form. So it could be corrected if we wanted to, but yeah, just joining the military is not a qualifier for anything. Führer Griffin? Sure, why not? I would never want to run for elected office, but if I got to be dictator, then I wouldn't say no. I have zero interest in dealing with elections. Got him. I already have the rarest Aerith card, so I no need to step down. I already have the 1 out of 500 gold Aerith card, so it's already in my possession. Everyone invest the national budget into Square Enix. Yeah, I would use government funds to purchase it and then run it. Dude, I'm fine. I'm happy. My Christmas shopping is officially done. My credit card can breathe, unlike Fentanyl Floyd. But yeah, it's looking pretty rough, man. I have to pay taxes too, so the state of my finances in one word is brutal. What did I buy for people? Well, the main stuff I spent money on was for my dad. You know, he's a hockey fan, so I bought him a bunch of like Ovechkin cards. Specifically ones that celebrated him breaking the scoring record. So I bought like these cards that were like numbered out of 100, out of 10, out of 25. And well, when all is said and done, I ended up spending, I think, close to like 2,500 bucks. So that was a big blow. On top of that, you know, I bought myself a card that, you know, I'd been eyeing for a while that I got a good deal on. But yeah, and then, you know, I bought also I'm trying to think, what else did I buy? I can't ever remember, dude. It's bad. Oh, I bought my parents also each a pair of AirPods. Then I got my mom like a bunch of like electronic stuff, and then also like this little I don't know, what would you, it's like this pottery thing or something. I don't like it's called a Herond item or something. It's like a little kind of like, I guess, porcelain or something, knick-knack type thing, but I don't know. My mom likes them, so I got her one of those, which was like 600 bucks. And then, I'm trying to think what else.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Oh, then I bought them a $100 bottle of Whistle Pig. I got that too. Trying to think. There's other stuff. Oh, I bought them like some teas. Dude, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff. I can't think of it right now, but the main expense was, oh, and then like 10 pounds of like this expensive coffee or whatever, like this import Italian espresso bean or whatever the fuck, I don't know, that they liked, that I bought when I bought them the espresso machine a few years back. So every year I just give them like a bag of, you know, nicer coffee. So, no, I don't collect sports ball cards. My dad is just a hockey fan, so I think, you know, the Ovechkin guy he likes on the Capitals, I think he's like considered to be now like the best player or some shit, because he broke like the scoring record from like the 80s or something. I don't know. But yeah, basically there was a bunch of cards commemorating that. So they were super, super limited numbers. And, you know, all that stuff is going to get really expensive. So. Because I think it's his last season, too. Before he retires, supposedly. So, most likely they're not going to make a bunch more cards of him. Because he won't be an active player anymore. I don't even watch hockey, and I know that Gretzky is pretty much untouchable. Well, Ovechkin just beat his record, so. I think by like 30 goals or something now. He has a higher scoring record, and I think Gretzky's even been on record saying that if he had to play in today's league, he could have never scored as much as he did, so. I think even he acknowledges the Ovechkin's the better player overall. Because you got to remember, like, you know, back then, hockey was a lot less competitive. Just like Babe Ruth. You know, look at Babe Ruth, bro. Do you really think Babe Ruth would be fucking competing against, you know, the gene splicing, genetic lottery fucking baseball teams of today? Like, Babe Ruth played against a bunch of overweight plumbers. Like, so that's the thing, man. It's like, back then, and you know, up until like I would say the early 2000s, a lot of people who were in sports were not like these fucking literal god tier athletes. So I don't know, man. Nowadays, it's like you literally scour the globe in order to find like the #1 person who does every specific thing. So it used to be like actual local teams and things like that of people from that particular town. Now it's just, you know, insert third worlder who literally did nothing in his childhood except learn how to kick a fucking ball in a specific way. But yeah, I've bought a bunch of that stuff. So, Blue Stinger, Merry Christmas. Alright. I think I found it. I think I've heard this before. I don't know what game this is, but
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All
it
right.
sounds familiar. Wing kick with the 2. Okay.
You're broke! You're fucking
I highly
poor!
doubt Pokimaine ended her career, but Omega Lord J with the 5. If you were to choose one platform with your own library that has all led up until this point right now, Steam or Nintendo Switch 1 and 2, and why? Thanks. I would say Steam most likely because it's the most versatile. Nintendo, you're kind of limited on the hardware capability, so I think Steam would be the better choice because you could put it on basically whatever the fuck you wanted. You know, it could be a laptop, a ROG Ally, your actual desktop, the soon-to-be Steam machine, so I feel like Steam would be the better choice because then all your games would also have scalable, you know, graphical settings and stuff. They wouldn't just be restricted to the hardware that's, like, basically stagnant. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Only present I'm buying is a bottle of Jim. It's over? Damn, man. Brutal. Oh, wait. Yeah, Jim Beam's not the Irish whiskey, right? Shit, I don't know. Or is that Jameson? I don't know. I don't think I've ever had Jim Beam. I think I've had Jameson, though. I don't really like whiskey that much. The only whiskey I like is Scotch or rye, generally speaking. Nah, it's Okay, so yeah, I've definitely never had it. Jameson is Irish? Okay. Yeah, I don't really buy whiskeys that much, so I'm not really too familiar with them. I do like Scotch, though.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Any alcohol that has, like, kind of a sweet taste to it, I'm not the biggest fan of. Oh, I just hit play on the wrong video. I just realized that shit. The better commercial whiskey I've had is Crown Royal. I haven't tried that. I have a bottle of Crown Royal, but I've never actually opened it. God, using the Halo 3 shotgun makes me long for the Halo 2 one. Will there be Raymond hours tonight? I don't know. We can see if he's uploaded anything interesting. And Trials of the 5. I know you don't like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, but it should have won RPG of the Year, not Expedition 33 slop. Why is everyone acting like it's an indie title? I'm sick of the Final Fantasy comparisons. I agree. Final Fantasy is far superior, but yeah, You know, I'll be honest, I agree. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a better... It's a better RPG, 100%. Like, the depth of choices and consequences and stuff, yeah, it's definitely better. 100%. Yeah, it's because Western journalists hate JRPGs. Because they don't have all the Zog slop in them for the most part. Raymond was playing Half-Life 2, doing horribly, and he said you were going to make fun of his gameplay. Uh-oh. Nah, I won't make fun of anybody's gameplay in Half-Life 2, because I don't even want to play Half-Life 2. I won't blame anyone for that. Order has been updated. Oh. Another card shipped. Shit. And Skidso Garcia with the 2, insert Dagestan Mongo. Yeah, 2-3 years Dagestan. That's actually a pretty good meme. I do like that one. Skidso Garcia with the 2. I prefer rum, to be honest. Bundaberg and Morgan. Yeah, I'm not really a huge rum guy myself. I've had a few decent ones, but it's not really a go-to one for me. Anything generally sweet, I'm not the biggest fan of. It's the reason I don't like, whatever it's called, bourbon. Which is like the U.S. alcohol of choice, but I'm not a fan. I guess I'm not American. Shit. Yeah, bourbon for cooking is good because, you know, it adds like a sweeter flavoring to the food, but for drinking, I don't know, man. There's just something about sweet alcohol I don't like. I don't like mixed drinks either. So, as far as my drink mixing goes, is like maybe putting like a little squirt of lime juice in a drink, like tequila or something. But that's about it. Aside from that, you know.
I can't afford this shit!
You know, it's like, I want my drinks how I want my future children. Pure, not mixed. Trials of the 2, DSP hour tonight. Give me monies. I don't know.
Give me monies!
We can take a look at DSP. Well, that's what a good margarita is. A lot of margaritas have that shitty bottled mix in it. I've had, when I went to the Dominican Republic, actually, they made fresh, like, margaritas, like, on the actual beach. Like, they had basically this little beach club you could go to for the cruise ship traffic. And it was like a beach, and they had tables, like, right up against the water line. And you could sit there and get food, you could go swimming, order drinks, and you would like rent the table by the hour. And then everything was like a small add-on. But they had a cart that would come out and they would like freshly squeeze the limes and like make your margarita on the spot. It was actually pretty good. But yeah, it was just lime juice. Not the bottled shit. Griffin, if you like to drink, why don't... I don't really drink, though. That's the thing. I don't drink very often. If really at all. Why did I go to a brown country? Because I was on a cruise. So, I used to go on cruises with my parents when I was still in college. And we went on like a 14-day cruise, and it was like 9 different islands we stopped at. So that was one of them. But yeah, the cruises are pretty nice. Like, you know, as long as you're not on like a Carnival cruise and on one of the higher end ones, it's actually a pretty nice experience. Like, usually they're pretty luxurious, and you just spend the day on different islands. And then
All right,
get
awesome.
back on the
Thanks,
ship and
nigga. All
leave.
right.
Nah, I won't be streaming on Christmas. Christmas Eve and Christmas I will not be streaming. So the 23rd I will stream into the morning of Christmas Eve, but that night and then Christmas Day I won't probably stream.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
At least DSP and RTU will stream on Christmas. Yeah, I know. Well, Review Tech USA is a godless heretic, so... Raymond's probably streaming on Christmas for the donos. Business-wise, it's a bad decision to not stream on Christmas, but, you know.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
It's the reason why YouTubers do the fucking, like, oh, it's my birthday stream, because they want to milk, like, the, oh, happy birthday, here's $30 type shit, you know? In lieu of a gift.
Give me monies!
That's all that type of shit is. I don't know, I just kind of find it tacky, especially the birthday thing, like, I don't know. It's very parasocial. Not really my taste. And let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Vodka is shit. Teenager drink. Vodka is only drank to get drunk. That's it. Like, vodka is cheap but shitty. I don't know. I don't like vodka at all. I mean, I guess if you want to get drunk, then it's fine, but I would never choose to drink vodka on its own. I don't mind, like, you know, if you mix vodka with other alcohols or whatever, I don't know. Vodka's okay, but you just drink vodka to get drunk. It doesn't taste good. And Shaka Shaka Gaming with the 8. Appreciate it, man. Do you think Richard wants to have a diabetes-infected woman to touch him? Well, that's why he chose his baby mama, right? So. Shamu got with Free Willy. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Griff drinks more than me and Ricardo combined. That's right. And even then, Ricardo drinks enough to drown a fish. So, yeah. My liver's gonna, you know, give out at any moment. Brutal. New generation with the 5. Enjoy. I have a feeling I won't, but we'll take a look. Raymond said he has no one on Christmas, so he's going to share his dinner. I thought he lived near his parents. Why not just go hang out with them? Britt said you'd love the video. Oh, great. The Darkness 1 and 2? The Darkness 1 and 2 are very underrated. They're great games.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
In Tim Marco the 7, I once saw a clip of some guy that chugged a whole bottle of vodka at once. He went to the hospital with alcohol poisoning and died. R.I.P. Brutal, man. That's terrible. Yeah, I don't get the whole fucking, you know, mass consumption alcohol like content creators. That shit's crazy. But, you know, I guess there's a market for it. Not worth it in the long run, though. A real Russian would have had another bottle. Well, I guess it depends on the size of the bottle. Because I have one of those, like, 1.75 liter, you know, Grey Goose bottles. So if it's one of those, then yeah, chugging that would probably put you in the fucking hospital. Yes, Grey Gooch, Griffin's favorite. The only reason I have it... the only reason I have it is because I used to buy, like, the holiday gift boxes. So I used to go with my dad to the military base. And they have, like, an alcohol, you know, store inside of the bases where you can get, you know, alcohol for really cheap. And every year at Christmas time, they have, like, these gift
awesome.
boxes.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Where you can buy, like, you know, a bottle, and it comes with, like, glasses or, like, some sort of, like, little fucking gimmicky accessory. And I used to just, like, buy all the gift boxes. Because, you know, I didn't have any, like, you know, drinking glasses and shit like that. So I would buy the bottle, and then you would get, you know, the little, I guess, set of 2 or 4 glasses as well with the bottle. So I bought the Grey Goose one. Just because I didn't have any vodka. So I figured, no, I'll buy a bottle to have on hand. And plus I like the little glasses that came with it. So, yep.
I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but like if you're a broke boy, just say so.
What is this? Brittany D. Period with the 50. Griffin Gaming. Can you please play Battlefield 2040? I don't think anyone plays that, or Halo Infinite. Alright, I'll play Halo Infinite. Oh boy. Wowie zowie. I don't actually... Which one has more players? Battlefield 2042 or Halo Infinite? That's actually a good question. I don't actually know. I would imagine Battlefield 2042 probably has less because Battlefield 6 is actually good. But Halo is pretty much dead nowadays. Halo Infinite does have more. Yeah, that's what I would figure, because Battlefield 6 is actually good. I don't think anybody actually plays Battlefield 2042 anymore, because there's no reason to. But yeah, I'll download it after this match. I don't think it should take long because it's on PC, so it should be pretty quick. But appreciate it, Brittany D. Period. Thanks for the money, dummy. And Shaka Shaka Gaming with the 8. Are you going to be the weird single uncle at your Christmas, Griff? No. I don't have any nieces or nephews in order to fit that role. Sorry to disappoint. I may have unk status, but I'm not a literal uncle. So sad, forever alone. I know.
I can't afford this shit!
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Dude, doesn't this song sound like the Tifa theme from Final Fantasy? Listen to the piano. Hold on. It just stopped doing it. Damn it. It's almost the exact same. I don't think I can rewind it. Hold on. Can I? No. Can't. That do-do-do-do.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Is Tim Marco with the 279? Brit is like Pippin and Lord of the Rings. There's many ways you can interpret that, but I'm assuming you mean a little bit special. And Brittany D, period, with the 2. So, have you missed playing Infinite or 2042? Lol. Yeah, like I miss a broken arm, an empty bank account. Truly, just... I'm going through withdrawals, what can I say? I miss it like I miss the sun at nighttime. I long to play both of them like I long to relive the years of my youth. Truly, 2 of the greatest gaming masterpieces ever put together. Ah. Oops. And Chaga Shaka Gaming with the 3 is Becky Boop, a walking diabetes. That's probably putting it lightly. No pun intended, because she's definitely not light. Yeah, Rich definitely has a type, man. He definitely wants to feel that shit. Alright, Halo info. Oh boy, that's kind of crazy. I have 163 hours in Halo Infinite. That's actually kind of surprising. I didn't think I played it that much, but I guess that shows that I actually gave it a, you know, good old honest college try back in the day. I mean, I tried to like it, so I guess, yeah, I gave it a shot. And Zongzino with the 5, being against AI is like being against the use of guns in 1580. It's stupid. And the Expedition 33 thing is stupid. Nuh-uh, dude. It's taking away the real hard work that real human hands put into their video games. You may not think it's a big deal, but for me, it's everything. AI is inevitable. People need to accept. Yeah, it's just another tool. It's just another fucking tool. So, yeah. All it does is just, you know, automate just very, repetitive and meticulous tasks that really don't involve any skill at all. It's just time-consuming shit that no longer takes a lot of time. I would say it's more of an egregious sin that they just used a bunch of UE5 assets. That, to me, is worse than AI. Personally. But hey, what do I know? Yeah, I just, like, Expedition 33's art direction, I feel like is very soulless. Griff, you sound and have the mannerisms of a woman. Well, you are what you eat. Ha 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 ha. Just kidding, I've never touched a woman. They don't let me. Let's see, Juan with the 2. Let me check what U-Generation's video is as well. Go ahead and get a
Hello,
tag.
guys and gals.
Oh, God. MutaShaart. Oh, boy. They're already deleting the Epstein files. Like MutaShaart deleting his references of calling himself an engineer. Oy vey. Alright, let's see what this is. Why the Crusades were awesome, actually. Well, that's kind of self-evident. And Spooky Cerberus with the 2. It's creamy, it's tangy, it's garlicky, it's over, indeed. Tangy. Mmm. You can really taste the salt. Griff, Steen, files, when? I'm already in them, bro. You just gotta look for them. Send Marco the 279. Sir, I am a respectable engineer. My parents are very, very proud. Indeed. Griffin is in the hot tub next to Bill Clinton. No, actually, I'm under the water giving him a mermaid's kiss. Ah, shit, then. Sound like you have energy tonight? Nope. I found a bottle of my caffeine pills that I had left over. And honestly, they seem to be working pretty well. So I think I'll just buy them again. They're kind of pricey, but they seem to work. Yeah, caffeine pills exist. Brutal? Not really. Nah, I prefer protein facial scrubs, but I haven't gotten one in a while. I don't like coffee, so I don't drink it. I drink G Fuel and stuff, which has caffeine, but it doesn't really do anything. It doesn't wake me up. Because I drink it over like such a long period of time, it's not like a big like burst of caffeine, I guess. Bath salts are nice. Hell yeah, dude. I'll go eat somebody's face. Yeah, isn't it bath salts that make you go like fucking ape shit and like literally like cannibalize? I'm pretty sure it's bath salts that made like people eat each other, right? Or was that something else? I think it was bath salts. The bath salts.
All right,
cannibal.
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I can't afford this shit!
Shaka Gaming with the A. Do you remember when Muta made our guy with a... Wait. Made out with a guy in front of his girlfriend at a wedding? Wait, what? Claims it was a joke. Typically closeted gay millennial. No, I did not. Oh, wait, yeah, I remember that. Never mind. Yeah, I remember that. He mentioned it in, like, a clip. But, yeah. The straightest SAR. I mean, the thing is, bro, is white guys have less facial hair than Indian women, so I guess to them there's not much difference. Especially when it comes to a kiss. Shit. I have never seen a white or black woman personally date an Indian. It's very, very, very rare. Yeah, Indian men are usually considered to be the least attractive amongst males. So, yeah. Also, Indians are highly discouraged from race mixing, so there's also that aspect too. Same with Arabs. Eastern Asian women race mix the most, followed by Hispanics. I thought Greek women were the ones that have the most hair on their body. No. No. The brown girls have the most. Greek women are hairy, but not as bad as like Indian or Arab women. They have a lot of body hair. Greek women aren't hairy. I have first-hand knowledge that that's not true, dude. At my middle school, there were several Greek girls in my class who were like part of like this Greek Orthodox church and everything that, you know, was hyper obsessed with their Greek identity. And they had more arm hair and more facial hair at times than the guys in my class. So, yeah, no. Even in middle school, they had body hair. Can you imagine growing hair on your back? That's brutal. I don't have to imagine it because I definitely have back hair. I've got body hair everywhere. So, I'm not one of these, you know, effeminate, bald twinks that have such low testosterone that they have no body hair. White guys are supposed to have body hair. It's normal. Yeah, I'm definitely not on Yong Yeah status with the 3 chest hairs that I have to wear a fucking V-neck that goes down to my belly button to show off. Yep, I got hair on my back, chest, stomach. The only place I don't have a lot of hair, oddly enough, is my ass cheeks. I don't have a hairy ass, but yeah, everywhere else, like, you know, I got plenty.
I can't afford this shit!
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Hands? I don't have like super thick hair on my hands, but yeah, I have some. Like a gorilla? Exactly like a gorilla. Yeah, if I ever need an impromptu Halloween costume, all I have to do is take off my shirt. Could I rock a unibrow? I don't think anyone can rock a unibrow. I don't think a unibrow is a positive physical characteristic. Oh my god. Let's see. Let me back out. Pretty sure the notification popped earlier. It should be done by now. It was only like 80 gigs. Yeah, it's done. Okay. It's probably going to make me sign in, so I'm just going to leave the screen blacked out. Because Microsoft games typically make you sign in to a Xbox when you boot them. This game does have a nice intro, I will say. They spent more time on the intro than the actual multiplayer content. Oh, we have to do shaders. Unibrow on women is the most brutal shit. Yeah, it never looks good. That's definitely an Indian trait. There was a funny thing that happened to a VA for Star Rail. He didn't sign a contract, so he was crashing out on X. Turns out he has 25 years of experience, but it's in bad films. Brutal, man. So he got fired? Men in Iran find the unibrow hot. Those women probably don't shave at all. Yeah, bro, Arab women definitely keep that shit hairy. Contract probably had AI use in it. VAs are all getting fucked by. Ooh, brutal. I mean, the thing is, man, is like they way overstate how important they are. To be completely honest, like the voice of a character is not a big deal, personally. Iran aren't Arabs? There's a lot of Arabs in Iran. You gotta remember the Ottomans invaded Iran and turned it Islamic, so... No, technically, native Iranians are Persian, which are more Mediterranean and closer to Greeks than Arabs. But, yeah. That's the reason why most Middle Eastern countries hate Iran, is because of the Persian Empire. And also because they're not ethnically Arab, they're Persians. And then there's also the whole Sunni and Shiite Muslim dispute and all sorts of shit, man. But yeah. It really is important if you're annoyed by how... Well, that's different. I'm talking about, like... Alright, what's, like, an iconic video game character? Like, there's very few that you could actually make the case that, like, that person who voice acted it literally made the character. That's what I'm talking about. It's like you could basically get anyone who does a halfway decent job to voice a character, and the character really doesn't change that much. There's very few characters that are, like, iconic because of their voice in gaming. Yep, I gotta sign in. Why is this not just linked with my Steam account? Let's see. Approve, sign in. Let's go, dude. Alright, I think I'm signed in now. Alrighty. Let's just see. Quality preset low. Isn't that nice? Alright, so melee. Okay, it's good. Sweet. Alrighty. Wait, are you shitting me? What the fuck? Why did it just... Oh, there we go. Dude, they don't have regular Slayer anymore? Really? You're fucking kidding me, bro. They got rid of Social Slayer, dude. Isn't that nice? You have to play ranked now. Holy shit. Budget cuts? Dude, it's insane. Yeah, multiplayer. Yup, they got rid of casual Slayer. You can only play ranked. Jesus. Estimated wait time, 1 minute.
Bruh.
Hit game list? Yeah, I'm just on Slayer, so.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Team Slayers in the quick game? Okay. Yeah, I'll see. Just let it match make. Let's see. Daryl's in with the 2. Should I get a MacBook? Yes, if you need a laptop, I would get a MacBook. That's what I would get. And Daryl's on also with the 2. I'm black and have an Indian GF. Should I be worried? Yeah, most likely, man. Most, you know, brown women only marry within their race, so they will eventually leave you for the most part, unless you're a white guy for, you know, someone of their own kind. Due to familial pressure, primarily. Alright, why did the audio just get so fucking loud? Dude, I hate that it's the fucking DMR. It's gross.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
I haven't played on any of these new maps, so this should be interesting. An assist? Fuck that, man. When am I going to mass? If I convert to Catholicism, I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Yeah, I really wish Halo would add assist counts as kill. Because it's like, bro, you do like 90% of the damage and some fucker just comes in with like a random assault rifle shot and snatches the kill from you. It's one of the more brutal instances in multiplayer gaming. Because it takes so damn long to kill someone in Halo. I'm actually doing pretty decent. Even with the DMR, which I'm not usually good with. Oh, I can't snipe worth shit. Shit. Well, let's see. Chaga Gaming with the 8. Does MutaShaart being a bundle of sticks surprise you? Not really. Definitely looks like he takes it backdoor engineering. Oh, yeah. Possibly, man. Maybe that's how he got his honorary degree. His, you know, backdoor activities. Yeah, but the problem is with the Protestants being more religious is the fact that most Protestants' religion is false. So, yeah, they may be, like, more strong in their beliefs, but their beliefs are misguided, is the issue. So, yeah, yes and no. Just because you're more devout in your particular belief doesn't mean that your belief is correct. That's the issue. You know, you could make the same case for leftists as well. You know, they're much more politically, I guess, what's the word? Devout, I guess. So, yeah. I don't know. I gotta pick between either Catholic or Orthodox. I feel like those are really the only two choices left. Most Protestant faiths, especially, you know, the ones in the US, are just completely fucking cooked. Yeah, evangelicals, bro, I could never, bro. The mega church shit is just crazy to me. Well, the thing is if, you know, the Lutheran Church was actually Martin Luther's Lutheran Church, you can make a case for it being good.
You're fucking poor!
Because, you know, Lutheranism, for the most part, or Lutheranism, I don't know how you fucking, doesn't matter. But anyway, yeah, I mean, Martin Luther was literally a fucking Catholic priest, so the early age of, like, you know, Lutheranism was pretty much on point. It's gotten corrupted over the years. And let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 2. 8 kangaroo meat for the first time today. Yeah, I've heard kangaroo's good, actually. I have heard that before. I would try it. And also with the 2, nobody in chat has a girlfriend. Let's stop the LARP. Nuh-uh, dude. I literally just got done pounding that pussy all day. Literally, bro. Not a moment goes by where I'm not getting laid. And let's see, Schizo Garcia with the 2. PK is that guy that married Hatsune Miku. Good for him. Yeah, exactly. He can turn her off whenever he gets sick of her. That's the ideal situation, am I right? Hahaha. And Schizo Garcia with the 2. Catholics deny the Trinity and praise Mary. They definitely do not deny the Trinity. The Trinity is literally a Catholic, you know, institution into Christianity. Like, literally, you know the thing that they do where they touch the top of their head, middle of the chest, then left and right? That's literally them forming the Trinity, you know, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Or Holy Ghost, take your pick, same thing. But yeah, they literally, you know, name out the Trinity as they do, like, the sign of the cross on their body. So no, they definitely believe in the Trinity. That's what the entire Council of Nicaea was primarily about, was the, basically, officiation of the Holy Trinity. So the Holy Trinity was the main topic of the Council of Nicaea when the Bible was formalized. Oh wait, dude, they don't have the auto matchmaking still. I forgot about that. Jesus, bro.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 299. Do you think Senna is hot? No. I do not. Some Twitch void. That's who it is. I've been asked this question before, so I remember. But no. It's just another female Twitch streamer that people simp over because she's so heckin' cool, dude, and plays video games from time to time. You literally froth over Pokimaine, mate? Well, that's because Pokimaine is much more attractive, if we're being honest. So... brunette Sabrina Carpenter? Ew. Dude, she's gross. There is, like, nothing attractive about Sabrina Carpenter at all. Sabrina is juice? Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Pokimaine has got 6 months till she's expired goods. I only need 6 minutes. She's like 30? Well, I am too, pretty much. Close enough. I would date a chick who's 2 to 3 years older than me. That's within my range, so... Dude, this map is fucking huge. Damn. Yeah, people think I'm a lot younger than I am, too. Like, for example, whenever I go get my hair cut, like, the women who work there always ask me if I'm, like, home for fucking college or some shit. It's like, bro, what the fuck? It's like, no. I'm a grown-ass man. So, yeah. I mean, I guess it's a good thing as I get older, but... I don't know. I guess it's better to look younger than you actually are as you enter your elder years of life. No, I've never stepped foot in a barber shop, nor would I. I'm not paying 80 bucks for a fucking haircut. Where you cut your hair, like at Great Clips and shit like that. I think it's Great Clips that I go to. I'm not sure what it's called. But yeah, I don't pay for barbershops and all that crap. I hate getting my hair cut, personally. I don't like the feeling of people, like, touching my head. So, I just like to get it over with as quickly as possible. And I only get my hair cut, like, once every, like, several months. So, I get it whacked off, basically. So, I'll get like a 2 or a 3 on the backs and the sides, and then I'll get like a scissor cut up top. And it's super short when I get it cut, and then I let it just grow out for like 4 to 5 months, and then I'll go back and get it again. But yeah, I don't know. I hate getting my hair cut. It's one of those things that I really don't enjoy. Holy shit. Dude was lagging like crazy. Am I jealous of Raymond? Nah, I actually like my hair. That's the other thing too, is everybody always talks about how nice my hair is whenever I get it cut. It's like, okay, less talking, more cutting. Get the Raymond cut and go bald? Hell yeah, dude. Grow the beard? I don't want facial hair. I do not want facial hair. I'm of the Roman belief where facial hair makes you look like a savage. Dude, I whiffed that so fucking hard. got him. Ironic considering the Romans were savages? Bro, the Romans figured out how to transport fresh water for hundreds of miles with literal fucking architectural perfection that's still in use today. Like, their roads, bridges, sewer systems, architecture all stood the test of time. Come on, bro. The entire modern society is based on Roman civilization, but great bait, mate. My face would look fat to me if I didn't have facial hair? Well, that just means either you're retaining too much water or you're retaining too much body fat, so you need to drop some weight. Nah, dude, the Africans was the Romans. What are you talking about? There's a reason why that Roman dude was named Scipio Africanus. Because we was the one who beat Hannibal on the Alps and shit. Oh, nice. I will say, the one thing Halo Infinite definitely did get right is making the rockets super satisfying. Like, that explosion animation's really nice. Shit. Oh, come on, really? Damn. Well, dude, the only relationship people used to have with their slaves was, you know, basically getting the 2-for-1 special, if you know what I'm saying, is they would, you know, bang their slaves in order to get another slave for free in 9 months. And the idea was that if it's basically like the same mentality why the conquistadors, you know, created Hispanics, was to basically tame the non-white genes. Yeah, it's very unlikely that it was actually Jefferson himself who did it. Wowie zowie, man. I did pretty good that game. Damn, 27 kills. I've still got it, dude. You have to buy a PS5 Pro to get the animated background. This map again. Shit. Melanie was with the quartering and Hannah physically, I saw. Yeah. They were at whatever the Turning Point event, Amfest. So that's what quartering was e-begging for a while. Dude, I'm sure quartering made the attempt. Now, you'd have to look at her body language if he was sitting next to her or not to see if they actually did or not. Because, like, if she was super touchy or anything like that, then they definitely banged. So, I don't know. I haven't watched any quartering, you know, content myself. Yeah, I think that last map I played on was a Halo 4 map. Hannah Claire's decent. Yeah, she's not bad. Look at how Melanie Mac reacted to Jer when he said they're gonna watch football. Okay, we'll see. Melanie looks chopped. Dude, that's because when she's sitting at her house, she has filters on her webcam, perfect lighting and makeup and everything. So she makes sure to work the angles, too, to make herself look as young as possible. In real life, if you actually interacted with her, she would definitely look her age. So... Dude, she's 40, so... Yeah. Am I having fun?
But gosh dang it, I've had so much fun playing it.
So much better than MCC, that's for sure. So much better. I really love these massive maps. It's probably the best part. It's just how huge these Halo maps are. Ah, shit. Would I rather play KOTR? I'd probably rather die. If I'm being honest. Gonna have Grok make a deep fake of you and Melanie Mac making out for an entire hour, then I'm gonna goon to it. I need... No, PK. You need a woman in your life. Don't worry, dude. There's somebody out there for you. Don't give up hope yet. Well, speaking of 5090s, if you're anybody's thinking about buying a GPU this year, you might want to do it since Nvidia's cutting the production. So, there's probably going to be another GPU shortage, especially on GPU models that have a high amount of VRAM because of the massive, you know, spike in price. So if you're looking to upgrade, now's the time. It's probably not going to be a very good chance in the future. Damn, we're doing terrible. It is a 3v4, but still not great. Yep, I already got my 5090 as well, so I got my 64 gigs of RAM, my 5090 and 9800 X3D, so should be good. Dude, that guy's... Okay, I was about to say, bro, you couldn't fucking kill that dude? Really? As a man, you need a woman.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
If you have a 5090, no. I agree, man. Who needs women when you have video games? Am I right? Let's see. Prime for real. With the 10. Or I guess just, I don't know. Is that Prime? See, with the new ads, it's kind of hard to know what people actually mean with their, you know, usernames. But we'll just go with that. Prime with 10. I finished building my new PC right before everything started going to shit. My RAM went from 200 to 700. Yeah, I don't even know what mine would be at. I mean, let's just like generic DDR5 64 32 X2 RAM. Let's see. Like $900. Brutal. That's what it is at Best Buy. Damn. Uh-oh, guys. I hate to do this, but I think nature's calling. Nature might be calling, and I'm gonna have to answer that call. I'll be back in a few minutes. Yeah, Merry Shitsmas.
I can't afford this shit!
I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but like if you're a broke boy, just say so.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Alright, I'm back. Jeez, man. I had some split pea soup today, and ever since, it has split my guts open.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Man. So let's see, Brittany D, period, with the 2. So they really were samurai and emperors. Lol, they was everything. Even the stars in the sky. Let's see, you generation with the 75. Play some KOTR.
But gosh dang it, I've had so much fun playing
That's
it.
a real certified hood classic. I love the MMO style gameplay that is purposely dog shit. Wowie zowie. Can't wait. Truly one of the games of all time. And Alex versus Evil with 19 months. Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah. Not a real holiday, by the way. Hanukkah was literally invented in order to subvert from Christianity and Christmas time. Just like Kwanzaa. It was an excuse to make people say Happy Holidays instead of Merry Christmas. In the 1920s, Hanukkah became more established as a domestic occasion with gift giving driven by merchants advertising Hanukkah presents for families. Post-World War II, the holiday's popularity surged as child-centered culture grew, with increased commercialization mirroring Christmas, making it a central way for Jewish families to celebrate their identity alongside their Christian neighbors. There you go. It was literally just promoted to take away from Christmas. It has no actual, like, biblical background either. It's not even mentioned anywhere in the Old Testament. It's a make-believe Jewish holiday to subvert Christianity. Same with Kwanzaa. And it's not a coincidence either that when all the Christmas songs that remove Jesus from the, you know, subject matter released around the same time that Hanukkah was being promoted. Do I believe in a monarchy? I think Europe was in a better place when they had monarchies. So under the right circumstances, yeah. I definitely think so. The monarchs of Europe never enabled their own people to be raped and pillaged by foreign invaders, and then used their tax revenue to spend money to house, clothe, and feed the very people raping and pillaging. Outplayed. Truly and utterly outplayed. Yeah, dude, Hanukkah has no actual religious, like, significance at all. Like, basically, it's just, you know, they got 8 days of oil for the price of one, essentially. So, yeah, I mean, the jokes write themselves. But, yeah, basically, it was some minor Jewish, like, folk tale from back in the day where they miraculously got 8 days worth of use out of 1 day's worth of oil. So yeah, they celebrated getting a bargain basically, but it was like some minor holiday. It wasn't like a huge deal or anything in Judaism at all. It would be like the equivalent of like St. Patrick's Day or something like that. Like, it's not like an actual religious holiday in a sense that it's like directly mentioned in the Bible, but it's like kind of, you know, tangentially related to religion. So it's like that. It was never held in any like high esteem from a religious perspective among Jews until Christianity started, you know, really blossoming. So it's basically the equivalent of a holiday like surrounding a Catholic saint is the best way I can put it. To compare it directly to the same scope or, you know, importance as something as Christmas is insane. Like, it's not even remotely close. So, it's just yet another attempt to subvert Christianity and force people to say Happy Holidays instead of, you know, Merry Christmas. So there's no direct mention of Hanukkah in the actual Torah. It's literally just some, like, basically folk tale type holiday, kind of like a Saint's Day in Catholicism. So it's not, like, directly related to the actual religious text of Judaism at all. Damn. Britannia and Germany was Rome's Vietnam? No. Germany is more like Rome's southern border in the United States, where they just constantly had people pouring in from, you know, the Germanic tribes, raiding and pillaging Roman provinces from across the border. So they were in a constant state of conflict with the Germanic tribes to keep them from encroaching on Roman territory. Hanukkah wasn't celebrated until the 1800s by American Jews. It was just so they'd have something to celebrate during Christmas time. Exactly. Yup, it was a minor holiday until they started pushing it hardcore to subvert Christianity. It's around the exact same time that they started writing all the Christmas songs that had nothing to do with Christ. Or, you know, when Kwanzaa started popping. Like, all this shit is orchestrated, so... It's literally in the articles of the Elders of Zion, or whatever the fuck it's called, where they literally describe how, you know, they're trying to subvert white Christian identity by introducing this multicultural hell in which we live in now. So it's all documented. You can literally read exactly what the game plan was. It's all been, you know, in plain view for over a century. They're proud of it. Like, there's a reason why, you know, Santa Claus has become the de facto icon of Christmas, when it's literally Christ's birthday. Like, Jesus should be the fucking, you know, person you envision for Christmas. But the media has done a great job of replacing it with Santa Claus, which is not even, you know, the actual name of the person that Santa Claus is based off of. So, yeah, it's all subversion, man. It's all fucking subversion. Period. It's secular Zog slop. Yeah, there's a reason why they stopped using... So, I mean, there's a lot we can get into with that. But yeah, it's Saint Nicholas is the guy that Santa Claus is based off of. And, you know, the alternative name was Kris Kringle, which literally meant Christ-like. So, there's a reason why they use Santa Claus, because it's completely secular. Even though the person that it's based off of literally was a Catholic saint. So, all of this shit is done deliberately. Yep, the Easter Bunny is another version of it, too. Yup. Remove the meaning of Easter and replace it with the secular, you know, icon that, you know, is associated with getting shit. More consumerism. Gotta spend more money. That's all it's about. Is the tooth fairy in the clear? Yeah, that's fine. Whoa, it's so pretty. Oh shit, who killed me? I feel like that was my teammate that just killed me. Thought you loved capitalism? Yeah, there's a time and a place. You know, erasing religious holidays so that you can sell more shit is not a good use of capitalism. So, yeah, no. Mindless consumerism is never a good thing. I really think instead of backsmack, they should have used chiropractor. It'd be a much better name. Griffin just wants Pokemon cards for Christmas. I don't really get anything for Christmas as an adult, so it's whatever. I don't really care. I don't need more stuff. Gold? Ooh. Wow, I'm so good, man. Not even socks and underwear? Who the fuck gives socks and underwear for Christmas? The fuck? What type of ghetto shit is that? Shit, I got them new Fruit of the Loom. If I need socks and underwear, I'll just buy, I'll just order some off fucking Amazon. The hell? Who the fuck waits until Christmas to buy underwear? Like, Jesus, man. That's like saying I don't go grocery shopping
All
until
right,
it's
awesome.
fucking
Thanks, nigga.
Thanksgiving.
All right.
Let's see. So, Daikaiju Pictures, The Monster Man with the 10. Just curious, do you think AI will last longer than crypto? Yes. Like, AI actually has a real use case. Crypto really doesn't. Or just about the same time as crypto, besides RAM, GPUs will drop in price eventually, won't it? Possibly. It just really depends on how long they keep building these data centers for. So as long as they're building these massive data centers, GPUs and RAM are going to be scarce, unless there's a massive increase in production capacity, which doesn't really seem to be the case anytime soon. It's taking a lot longer than people thought to, you know, actually create more of these silicone producing factories, but yeah, I don't know, man. I think AI is here to stay. It actually has real use cases, unlike crypto. Crypto is just like, you know, basically a more complicated way to spend your money. AI actually does stuff. Mr. Fett with the 40 months video, the future of gaming is bright. Oh my god. What idiot thinks that?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Okay, it's a satirical video. Captain Hook Games with the 5. Appreciate it, man. The client I protect gave me a fat bonus, so here's some shekels. I appreciate it, dude. It's very kind of you, and congratulations on the bonus. That's definitely some good news to wrap up the year with. And Tony Esquire with the 5. Expedition 33 is trash, even more overrated than Hideo Kojima games. Fuck the Game Awards and Jeff Keighley. I agree, man. I really... Maybe it's because I've actually played Japanese games for the past 2 decades, unlike the people who played Expedition 33 and thought that it invented the turn-based gameplay genre. But yeah, I really just didn't think it was that special. The story did nothing for me. Which, in that type of game, the story is the most important thing. So if the story's not storying, then not worth it. I don't know. The glazing surrounding that game is wild to me. I really do not get it at all. Yeah, the whole plot twist of it was all a painting, dude. Like, okay, so you just basically admitted that everything I just did in this game is completely pointless, and I should literally not even care about it because none of it's real. I hate that type of storytelling, man. Like, oh, it was all a dream, dude, or oh, it was a, you know, an allegory for what he's going through emotionally. Like, fuck that dog shit, bro. Fuck that dog shit. Such a gay storytelling technique. I don't fucking like that shit. It makes the stakes feel completely fake. Like, the story does not have the same impact when you realize it never fucking existed in the first place. You're like, okay, well, why do I care now? All these characters that I actually gave a shit about, you know, they literally just don't even fucking matter because they don't actually exist. Wowie zowie. It's just such a cheap trick. Like, I don't know. I don't like that. That's how I felt after Act 2. Yeah, after Act 2 is when I dropped the game, so... I was just so bored with it, man. Like, there was nothing even that interesting happening. I was getting further and further more irritated by the parry slop combat. I don't know. It's just, that game was not clicking for me. Didn't care about the characters, didn't care about the story, didn't like the combat, didn't like the world design, didn't like the blurry-ass visuals, didn't really like the soundtrack that much. Like, just, nah. Not for me. Genuinely unimpressed. Always bet on nothing. That's basically the summation of Expedition 33. Always bet on nothing. Yeah, I really didn't like any of the character designs. I didn't like the mob designs either. I thought all the enemies in the game kind of just looked... I don't know. The game looks cheap to me. The animations look cheap. The character designs are very bland. The world design looks like copy-paste generic assets. The fucking fog and blur on everything look terrible. I just... very unimpressed with that game. I hate that you have to manually activate overshield. So retarded. Just give it to me when I grab it. An assist? Gay?
afford this shit!
Brittany D, period, with the 2. I'm not enjoying watching Halo Infinite. Why is that, Britt? Doesn't it just inspire you to want to boot the game up and play it for yourself? These amazing, massive maps that are empty, that you walk around for more than you actually engage in combat, making the matches take way longer than they should. It's just peak Halo right here. I'm actually doing a lot better than I thought I would be. I mean, I'm not doing great, obviously, but it's better than I thought. This is also ranked, so it's not really, you know, the pub stomping game mode. Shit. Oh, well, I still went positive. If Halo 5 was ported to PC, PS5, and Switch 2, how often would you play it? I'd play it at least for a while if it did come out. I really like Halo 5's multiplayer. Alright, we'll do one more match, I guess, then we'll swap over since, which I'm not really looking forward to switching over. I think that game's still installed, which it's old as shit, so it shouldn't take long to download anyway. I'm gonna need to pop another caffeine pill. Because that shit's gonna put me to sleep. Get those addies on deck. I don't have any, bro. I'm all out. No, I've never had any, but I probably could use some. Yeah, KOTR is like literally a sleeping pill to me. That shit knocks me out. Cold. Maybe I'll go make a double strength black tea. That would probably work. Put 2 tea bags in 1 mug. With crumpets? Maybe. if I have any left. I'm all out of Pepsis right now, so unfortunately I can't even drink that. Oh, I think the hammer's down here, isn't it? Nope, somebody already grabbed it. Shit. I think I have like 165 hours probably now. I think it was 164 before I started playing. So, I have a pretty significant chunk of time. I really gave this game a shot when it came out, because I do like Halo. But the launch state of this game was just absolutely abysmal. So even with trying to like it, I was pretty limited on how much time I could actually put in. You want a chicken cheeseburger right now? What, so they put like a chicken patty on a normal cheeseburger or something? There we go. Cracked him. I think grapple hook should have been something that was just included as a generic, you know, ability that everybody has from the start of the match to the end. I never understood why grappling hook wasn't like just a standard issue kind of, you know, movement ability. Would have made the multiplayer a lot better. Oh shit, I couldn't even fucking see that guy. Ranked players would cry.
God!
Honestly, if the competitive community hates it, then it means it's good for the game. Yeah, meleeing is like the primary means of killing people in Halo, unironically. Like, you just pepper people to bust their shield, then you go in for the melee. That's like the oldest strat in all of Halo multiplayer. Pop the shield with your gun, get close enough for a melee is like kind of the go-to strat. Oh my god, potato aim. Dude, when they started, like, developing games for the fucking competitive communities, that's when multiplayer games really fell off, in my opinion. Dude, what the fuck did they do to this thing between now and Halo 3? What the fuck is this shit? Looks terrible. Is that supposed to be the Covenant Carbine? What did they do to it? It looks completely different. So it's the Vestige Carbine. Ah, shit. Yeah, it's good, but it just looks retarded now. Nice.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I'm doing pretty decent, I guess. I mean, not going negative in Halo is pretty much as good as you can hope for. In most cases. My team is sucking cock, so... Alright, let me see. I played 11 minutes of Killing Floor 2. Alright, it is not downloaded, so let's see. I'll just download it real quick and then we'll play one more match while it goes. It's only 4 gigs, so it shouldn't take long.
can't afford this shit!
Let's see. See here with the 10. What's up, Griffin? Hope you're having a great Christmas week. Appreciate it, man. Rich is live. What's a troll I can send him without making him realize he's being trolled? Anywho, do you think 2026 will be peak gaming? No. So, as far as a peak troll goes, I would say you could send something along the lines of, like, I really wish Biden would have released the Epstein files in the last 5 years, so that way Trump couldn't get away with covering up, you know, all of his, you know, evil deeds. You know, something like that would probably bait him pretty hard. I don't know. There's probably a better way to word it, but something along those lines. Because then he'll get into his whole, you know, shit-eating centrist grift of like, that's why I can't stand the Democrat Party too, dude. You know, both sides, blah, 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 blah. You know, that type of... See her with the 5, the fact we are about to get a new Halo. With no multiplayer soon is criminal. I'm a bigger fan of Halo campaigns, and even I think that's dumb. Yeah, it kills any and all longevity for the game. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, say, do you think... That's good. Do you think Biden not releasing the files was a mistake? Maybe Trump could have been stopped earlier? Yeah, that's a good one. That's good. COD is on life support right now, which is the funny part. Like, the fact that Black Ops 7 is already 50% off at retailers is pretty insane. Like, that's pretty fucking insane, honestly. Already $45 on Steam. Yup, that's brutal, man. Yeah, I've never liked Treyarch CODs that much. Black Ops 1 is really the only, like, Treyarch Call of Duty I think is actually better than the previous Infinity Ward title. So I did like Black Ops 1 better than the original Modern Warfare 2 as far as multiplayer, well, and campaign. I like the campaign better in Black Ops 1. You sent it? Hell yeah. Oh, this is a Halo 2 map. Nice. Bud is watching Turkish Alex Jones. Yeah, what you should say is, I think Democrat or left-wing pundits dropped the ball not mentioning the Epstein files for 4 years when they had the opportunity to release them. It's too late now. Trump is already back in office. You know, something along those lines. Like, you have to find a way to blame the left. Because he'll never, like, actually fully agree on that. Say it's a shame that left-wing pundits dropped the ball as hard as they did, not mentioning or caring about the files for the 4 years Biden was in office. They enabled Trump. Or something like that. And are just as guilty by extension. There you go. That's what you should say. I think left-wing pundits are just as guilty as Trump by extension. For 4 years, they didn't even mention it or demand the files be released until Trump was already back in power. They deadass only got pics of Trump with older or adult women in this photo. I know, dude. Who the fuck cares that Trump was out there slamming, like, 19-year-old pussy? Like, if anything, that's badass. Like, oh my god, dude, Trump was banging models. Oh my god, no. It should have been me. Actman is such a Redditor. He's always like, they should have Chris Hansen investigate the White House. Oh my god, bro. Yeah, dude, the only people that, like, actually get on guys for banging, like, hot chicks are just literal fucking losers who have a hog wife. They almost always have a fat, ugly wife. So they're mad at dudes who are out there slamming, you know, 20-year-old, fresh out of college pussy. The prime cut shit. Cream pieing Slovakian supermodels is loser shit? I know, man. I'd much rather plap the shit out of my 300-pound hog wife that doesn't even fucking love me anymore. That's why she blew up like a fucking blimp. Dude, the thing is no one will ever be satisfied with the Epstein files until they literally release child porn. That's the crazy part. Is like these fucking people literally want, like, I guess the government to release child porn so that they can, you know, identify the It's like crazy, dude. Like, that's really the only way that they would ever be satisfied, is if, like, the US government decides to just drop a fucking pedo bite of child porn. And yes, I chose pedo bite for a reason, but yeah, you get the point. It's like crazy, dude. It's like they're not going to be satisfied until they legitimately see some child porn. Shit. Yeah, the thing is with the Epstein thing, it's kind of just, you know, a whatever at this point, because, you know, the operation's already been moved to somebody else at this point. Somebody else has taken over. Shit. Yeah, I think mass deportations are much more important, personally. Mass deportations and overthrowing the judicial state is far more important. Griffin lurks around colleges? No. Dude, even if I, like, you know, I'm like a dog chasing a car. Even if I caught one, I wouldn't know what to do with it. So even if I found the perfect peach ass, like, it's not like I'd go talk to the chick, dude. Come on now. Women are too intimidating.
I can't afford this shit! I can't afford this shit!
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Z-Herb with the 5 here to refresh my soul after saying a couple libtard things to Rich, bro. Honestly, answered 2. I want to say something to get banned now. Say something like, Christmas is about the season, or is the season of giving and miracles. Maybe if you weren't so selfish and bought your son a PS5 membership, your daughter's sight might get restored by the grace of God. Something like that would really piss him off. That would really piss him off, because that's a 2-for-1 right there. If you really want to get banned, I think that would probably do it. What was my game of the year? Probably Donkey Kong, if I'm being honest. I like Donkey Kong a lot. I just had pure fun playing Donkey Kong. I really like that game. You know, smashing shit in video games is one of the most underrated activities. Z-Herb with the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it, man. Thanks so much. Thanks for spreading the positivity, dude. But yeah, appreciate it. And Rat Kicker Real with the 2. Stopping the insider threats is also important. I agree too, yeah. I mean, unfortunately, we need someone to go full Roman dictator, so... You know, Trump needs to awaken to that reality. That's the only way we're getting shit done. They really just recycled a bunch of Halo MCC maps for the multiplayer, huh? Like, yeah, we can't really make new maps anymore, so here's just a bunch of Halo 2 and 3 maps. That's nice. Yep, I like Mario Kart World as well. I have like 130 hours in it or something, so. I really love the Knockout Tour mode. I think that is like the most fun way to play Mario Kart. Dude, unfortunately, when it comes to, like, the whole Israel shit, Trump is a product of his time, bro. Like, from the very moment he was born, he was basically spoon-fed pro-Israel propaganda. You know, from basically the day he entered this earth. And on top of that, he's surrounded by a bunch of evangelical fucking Zionist boomer slop, you know, pastors that have sold him this fucking bill of goods that in order to get into heaven, which he always talks about being concerned about, you know, he basically has to protect Israel. So, unfortunately, I think he has the wrong people telling him what is considered the Christian thing to do. And on top of that, he's a product of his time. The boomers are the most propagandized generation of all time. So, unfortunately, I think it's just the fact that, you know, he is who he is, just at, you know, the age that he is. So, it's like, if you look at the actual support for Israel, it's like 80% with boomers, and then after that, it drops off to like 30% for Gen X, and then it goes all the way down to like 4% for Gen Z. So, the support for Israel doesn't fucking exist once the boomers are gone. So, it's just a product of their time. Unfortunately. I mean, the good thing is Trump has basically put a hardline stance in place that he is not going to deploy troops for the sake of Israel. So, that's the good thing. Because if we had Camel Toe or Biden in office, we probably would have sent in troops to the Middle East by now. Forget you can sprint. The thing is, I think you can honestly say, and this is why I like Trump, is like, regardless of whether you agree on everything he does or not, I think it's hard to dispute the fact that he genuinely does actually give a fuck and is, you know, trying the best he knows how to make the country actually better. So, that's the one thing I will say is, like, despite his flaws, he has a genuine good intention at heart. And that is not the case for 99% of the wonderful leadership we've had in our country, period. So, that's why he was so, you know, just insanely opposed by the Republicans at first, so. That's what I'll say, like, it's just, you know, at least he has good intentions. Whereas, you know, like, people like Obama and Biden were essentially hell-bent on destroying the U.S. Same with Reagan and Bush. And Bill Clinton, not as much. He did with NAFTA, but not as severely as others. So, I think he's doing what he thinks is right, and his intentions are good. So, obviously you're not going to agree on 100% of something, you know, somebody does, but I think it's been a very long time that we had a president who actually gave a shit about the actual country itself. Oh boy, here we go, guys. Get excited. Ronald Reagan ended the Cold War, absolute legend, and he demographically destroyed the United States for all future generations, so yeah. Who the fuck cares about the Cold War? Griffin is so excited. Oh yeah, man. Very excited. The Cold War was nothing more than an attempt to slowly integrate communism into the West. You know, focus over here so you don't notice what's happening at home. It's like the war on terror, you know? Ooh, look, focus on the Middle East so you don't notice how we're fucking you over back at home. So. Reagan was a Bohemian Grove member. That should tell you everything you need to know right there.
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, Nixon was as well. But the problem is Nixon identified the true enemy within and, you know, couldn't be allowed to stay.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Z-Herb with the 3. Appreciate it, man. Bye-bye. You heading off? Have a good one, man. Nah, I was trimming my nails real quick. Spooky Cerberus with the 2. Like, need another president like JFK. JFK had his faults, but again, you know, probably more of a net positive than negative. But he was assassinated because, you know, he wasn't a fan of backing our greatest ally in their pursuit of obtaining nuclear weapons, and on top of that wanted to take us off of the fractional reserve, money for nothing, you know, Federal Reserve system and put us on the silver standard so that we could actually control our own currency. Let's see. The Darkest Nile with the 5. Yo, synthetic. I think you're typing in the wrong chat, bro. I think you're typing in the wrong chat. I am not the synthetic man. Alright, let's, I guess, start, whatever. Ugh, gross. See, you could have played something based, like The Darkness, or literally anything else, but nah. Fucking sleepy time. Why is this one up here? And this one's down here. Huh, that's odd. Snore, indeed, man. Snore. I don't even remember what part I was at. You are the rider. At the cantina. Oh boy, man. Zher with the 5, I said it, he went looking into my profile. He didn't rage out, but he just said I wouldn't say that to his face. Yeah, he wouldn't say that shit on Cherry Street. You wouldn't say that shit on Cherry Street. She. Wowie zowie, man. I don't even know where the fucking cantina is. Oh shit. The fuck is this Bethesda slot mixed with Star Wars? It's like an MMO that's single player. Griffin would rather play Outlaws? Probably, yeah. Because at least it has actual gameplay. Like this shit, you just stand there and let it auto-attack. You literally just stand there and auto-attack. I thought you just, that's why U-Generation donated for me to keep playing it, so trust me. This is not of my own volition. I don't want to play this game. It's like basically an MMO, but single player is the best way I can describe it. Alright, well I guess that's where I was supposed to go. It's actually a goated game, but if you don't like this type of game, then no. Yeah. Not really a fan.
I saw you in the swoop race.
If the gameplay was better, I would probably like it.
That's just the kind of person I'm looking for.
This is one of those games where if the combat was removed, it would be better.
My name's Canderous Ordo. I work for Davik Kang in the exchange. The hours aren't great, but they promised me a fortune to work for them, and I have nothing better to do. Mandalorian mercs like me are in high demand. But lately, Davik hasn't been paying me what he promised. I don't like getting cheated. So I figure it's time for me to break the Sith quarantine and get off this backwater planet. I've got a plan to escape Taris, but I can't do it alone. I need someone I know can get the job done to help me. That's where you come in.
You don't need to ally yourself with this person. We should move on while we can.
I ain't talking to you. I'm talking to your friend, aren't I? I saw you win that swoop race and started thinking. Anyone crazy enough to race like that is probably crazy enough to break into the Sith military base. I need someone to steal the Sith launch codes from the base. Without those codes, any ship leaving the atmosphere will be disintegrated by the Sith fleet's automated defense guns.
Well, dude, whatever it's called, Force Unleashed is pretty much a God of War style Star Wars game, so... The Force Unleashed was pretty much that. And it was great.
Here's the deal. You bring me those launch codes, and I can provide the vehicle to get us off the planet. Davik's flagship, the Ebon Hawk. Getting in won't be easy. The Sith base is protected by an encrypted security system. It would take a top-of-the-line astromech droid to slice through it. Lucky for you, I know just the place to get a droid like that. Davik was having one custom built by Janice Nall. Just tell her Canderous sent you, and she'll sell you the droid. Then you can use it to get the launch codes from the Sith base.
I did not like Jedi Survivor, because I didn't play it, but whatever the first Jedi game was called, I didn't like, because your lightsaber was basically like a fucking wet pool noodle. You didn't feel powerful at all, like it's a soul slop Star Wars game.
In charge of the mission. He won't care how I come up with those codes. Normally I do this myself, but everyone knows who I work for. If I broke into the Sith base, they'd send an army down on Davik's estate to get those codes back. That's why I need you.
Deborah Wilson equals will not buy. That's a good rule.
I don't sense any deception from him, which is surprising. This may be exactly what we need.
I'm going to wait in Javier's cantina. You come and find me when you've got those launch codes, and I'll make sure we both get off this rock.
I can't afford this shit!
Alright, so I don't even know where I'm supposed to go. I didn't really pay attention to that shit at all. City shop. I could get, okay. Kill Jabba the Gut. Talk to the lady first? Where? This woman?
Don't you just love watching the Kazakh players? All that strategy.
Nope. I'm stuck on.
I don't know what the guys in here find so
Nice outfit. I've seen outcasts, and it's a good thing a few of this.
I'm surprised the Sith haven't done anything to try to bring in debt.
Nice outfit. I've seen outcasts in the undercity who dress better.
What? Why are you speaking to me? Get away from me.
You know, it's bad enough the Sith conquered this planet. But do they have to come in here?
Isn't this band great? They can't leave Terrace because of the Sith.
Where did you get those clothes? A trash compactor in the lower city? And where are those drinks we ordered? Why is the help here so incompetent? One word from Daddy and I could get you fired.
Daddy?
It's too late for apologies. Daddy's going to...
Oh, no.
need a lesson on how to treat your social betters, maybe you'll think twice before.
Daddy!
How can I help? I would like to know what happened after you crashed on Taurus. I'm curious as to what you and Karth were doing before we all joined forces. Yes, I realize that, of course. But surely there was more to it than a simple search. I doubt there were flashing signs pointing you in my direction. Yet somehow you found me. You also avoided detection by the Sith, discovered I was a Vulca prisoner, gained sponsorship for the race, and became the Taurus Swoop champion. That's quite a resume. Your modesty is admirable. But though others helped, you were the catalyst for these events. When you were chosen to join this mission, I doubt any of us expected this much from you. A Jedi could have done such things, of course, but only by drawing heavily upon the Force. The Force is in all of us, though for most people it's barely a measurable whisper. But there are some individuals outside the Jedi Order that we consider Force-sensitive. It's obvious to me that the Force has been working through you.
I just wish it had like actual real-time combat where you control the character instead of just menu selecting.
I might take you for training, but as it is. I'm sorry, I've overstepped my authority. I'm speaking of things that are best left to the Jedi Council. Hopefully, between your ability.
Wowie zowie, I got the Force. Now we gotta find where Daddy went. Oh no, this wasn't the shops. Am I going to be a Sith or Jedi by the end of this game? I have no idea. If I even make it to the end of the game, which is unlikely. Which, that's a big if. Alright, there was like a shop or some dog shit I saw earlier. I don't know where the fuck it was. Yeah, exactly. This would be a better game if you didn't have to play it. Which is not good. But there's a lot of games that fall into that category, unfortunately. There's a lot of games that fall into the category of they'd be better if you didn't have to play them. Especially nowadays.
I can't afford this shit!
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Upper City Shop. Okay. Well, that doesn't really narrow it down. Is this it? This has got to be it.
Kipuna, Bonana Kichu, Kin Ba Mulera Dwana, Don Kin Bano Kudnok Nek, Kavanumpa Kumpialia Monokata, Rangakun Bis Kin Nomoruat, Kakin Chana Guana Brakon.
Please find a lightsaber. Well, this game doesn't give you the items that people drop, so there's been multiple lightsabers that have dropped that I haven't been able to pick up.
Kenchopa chawi tichok twis yun kun. Watawama muliri.
Wow, dude. So now what? Guessing I go back? I don't fucking know, man.
Yes, what's on your mind? I guess I did say you could ask me questions later, didn't I? Is this really necessary? No, I don't have a problem with it, really. Go ahead and interrogate me. No, I was just joking. Though, let me ask you something first, though. Some things just don't add up for... True. Bastila is as powerful as I say. She's the one who defeated Darth Revan, after all. I guess that no Jedi ability, no matter how powerful, makes up for being completely surprised and outmatched. We didn't choose that battle anyway. It got forced on us. Hell, I'm just as surprised that any of us are alive to talk about it. Come to think of it, it's more than a little surprising that you happen to be here, isn't it? I mean, just what is your position with the Republic fleet anyway? I don't know. Unless you consider that you were a last-minute addition to the crew roster and you just...
Wowza.
Don't be ridiculous. You've more than proved yourself since the crash. We wouldn't have made it this far without you, but still.
Are you not entertained? I'm...
No. Well, maybe. Don't get me wrong.
That's one way to put it.
Someone Bastila's party specifically requested to transfer aboard.
This is not a good streaming game because it's just dialogue and dialogue and dialogue and dialogue.
The Jedi requested numerous things when they came on board, but now they practically took over the ship as far as I can tell. Considering your connection to Bastila and the Jedi, whether you know it or not, your presence here seems a little convenient. I'm probably wrong, and this is probably nothing, I know. I learned a long time ago not to take things at face value ever, and I hate surprises. I mean, I have to expect the unexpected, just to be safe.
You're having fun? I'm so glad.
But gosh dang it, I've had so much fun playing it.
Look, it has nothing to do with you personally. I don't trust anyone, and I have my reasons. And no, I'm not going to discuss them, so can we just keep our mind on more important things?
Oh boy. He ate all of his food.
Like I said before, I prefer action.
Let's see. So Elijah Petty with the 2 just joined. So what's the Expedition 33 controversy? Basically that they used AI in the development process of the game, and now all the Redditors are, you know, losing their shit for the game they formerly soyed the fuck out over. You know, the devs betrayed them. So it's very incredible. 1 minute you're the Reddit darling, and then the next you're not because you used a technology tool that the rest of the industry is using as well. It's just retarded. And Z-Herb with the 2, I'm starting to think the remake isn't Yeah, most likely I don't think it will. I don't think it ever will at this rate. Dude, Twitch, I love that website.
What? Why are you speaking to me? Get away from me.
You know, it's bad enough to sit conquered.
No hard feelings, my good man. But I can't really talk with you right now. It's difficult to... Surely you understand.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Zero with the 5, Gondor should let the orcs in. They could be doctors, scientists, or engineers. Exactly. We can't be orc-phobic just because a lot are Sauron extremists. Yeah. Or, you know, enjoy eating human meat. You know, I heard the orcs know how to make curry, so obviously they're more important than the actual native people of whatever country they're trying to enter. And Oski Woski with the 5. Find the shop that has the droids and buy a unit called T3M4. Oh, okay. I thought I got it for free with that dialogue option, but I guess not. You will eat bugs and you will love it. I already do, man. It's my favorite activity.
Hachu apanki. Tanga book. Hachu apanki. Tanga book shot.
Oski Woski with the 5. He should be in your party. If you already got them for free, just add them in and go to the base. Alright, yeah. I don't know how you swap your party, but I'm assuming you have to go to the whatever apartment.
Get out of here, you goggle-eyed freak!
Yeah, go back to where you came from.
Based.
You don't want your kind up here.
Yeah, why would a human want to help?
Hey, aren't you? Hey, stop that!
Why do you care what?
Yeah, he isn't even supposed to.
Well, I will. You kids, get lost before I kick your sorry butts.
Oh, run for it!
Well, I guess I got some XP. Whatever. The Witcher 1 might be better than this. The gameplay is definitely better in The Witcher 1, which... yeah. And there was already titties. So to the military base. Shit. Guessing it's that way. Get a save file? Can you just okay. I'm on easy, so hopefully that alleviates some of the combat. I'm guessing lower city. Yeah, this game is a product of its time, which even by 2003 standards, the gameplay is kind of lacking, but you know, it is what it is. So save. All right.
What can I do?
Yes?
Kavadumpa kapalia monapata? Kin kunshi kakachin au bonana kachu.
There, take that.
Holy shit, man. This combat.
The force fights with me. You.
What in the fuck, man?
There, take that.
I don't have enough spikes. Oh well.
Tiscado sukigumba na bona na gachu ab doing kotu. La boda ni winkis matoma. Wana kun best jingpa marulira. Tok jingbang non kek. Tiscado sukigumba na jawana bota ayu at tahonga chakanki dora. Kachi kuita hodonga. Topa da bungwaliaga.
I'm here.
Yes?
Yes?
Oh, man. This shit sucks.
Here.
Sure.
The fuck?
What can I do?
Sure.
Unplug my controller because apparently that's making it fucking disconnect.
Yes?
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 Sure.
It's just so bad, man. This gameplay is just fucking dog shit. You just miss 90% of the fucking time.
What?
Who dares to break my medit? Who would have thought of... You are a fool. This meeting...
Gonna run out of fucking med packs before anything else.
Sure.
Was that it? You've recovered the codes. Now you need to escape terrorists. Now you have to bring back to... Okay. So just back to the cantina. Alright, well, I got lucky and found the right way through here. Just save real quick. I don't think I need to heal.
How can I help? Then I suggest we move on.
Why don't you get the fuck out of the way, bitch? Oops. All right. Hooray, man.
Yes, what's on your mind?
Why do I have to talk to this fucking freak again?
You do? Well, fair enough. What do you want to discuss? I knew you wouldn't understand where I was coming from. Let me try and explain. You got the skills of an elite commando, and you saved my butt more than once. Between that and your facility with languages, I'm lucky you're here. But that doesn't mean that I'm gonna stop watching you being wary. I'm just not built that way. Period. Maybe so, but I've been betrayed before by people that, well, it just won't happen again, that's all.
I don't know what this dude wants from me.
I don't know that you'll betray me, but there are no guarantees. Not for you, not for me. You don't have to take it personally. Me? You shouldn't. If you're smart, you won't trust anyone. Not me, not Bastila, and especially not yourself. I don't need to be analyzed, thanks. Can we just get back to business? Why is whether or not I trust you or anyone so we don't have time for this? So
Jeez, bro, what a fucking freak. I don't like that guy.
The enemy is here. We must act now before we are overrun with the vermin invaders.
Bastila, I was wondering something.
Oh my god, bro.
No, I was conscious. But my force powers.
Nobody cares. Holy shit, man.
Fair enough, but
my lightsaber.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight.
This is no laughing matter. During the crash, my lightsaber must have fallen from my belt and rolled under my seat. The Vulcans probably found it there when they searched the wreckage.
Hey!
I hardly consider myself.
Let's see.
Hey, look at this. If times... Because of this...
See, how many did I have now? 17. Alright, that should be fun. So who do I need to talk to? Candor, am I in the right place though? I'm in the upper city cantina. Shit. Fuck. Really? There's two? Ugh, bro, so irritating. It's like the Mass Effect 1 Citadel, but so much worse. Feel nothing is yeah, it's pretty slow. There's not much happening at all in the story. It's just you're a lay heckin', you know, What? I must gather my party? The fuck does that even mean?
What can I do?
What? Yes?
A plague spreads through our streets. We cannot sit idly by while this pox infects our society.
There we go.
Yes?
Yes?
So that's where I need to go. Said lower level cantina, so I'm guessing this is it.
I figured you'd be back. Neither of us is getting off this planet unless we work together. Now, I know the Sith military base had a break-in, and I know it was you. I know, so what do you say? We join forces, and I can get you inside. Davik's always looking to recruit new talent. I'll tell him how you won that swoop race and mention that you're interested in working for the exchange. I'll say I brought you in so he could check you out. He'll have you stay at his estate for a couple of days while he runs some background checks on you. That's standard procedure.
This is too risky. We should find another way.
You got another plan, sister? Or are you just objecting because you didn't think of it?
No, I don't have another plan. I would rather not place my life in your hands, however.
I can say the same about you. That makes us even. Fortunately, we both want to get off this rock, right? While Davik's checking you out, we steal the Ebon Hawk and escape Taris. Come on. I've got an airspeeder nearby to take us to Davik's estate. The sooner we're off Taris, the better.
Alright, wowie zowie, dude. A cutscene that takes up like 1/4 of my screen. Definitely Halo Infinite's better. The gameplay is the worst part of this game. Like, honestly, if you just had a god mode in this game where you could one-hit everything, it would be a lot better. Because then you could just play it for the story, which is all anyone actually cares about anyway. The combat, unironically, is pretty bad.
You summoned me, Lord Malik.
The search for Bastila is taking too long. We cannot risk her escaping Taris. Destroy the entire planet.
The entire planet, Lord Malik. But there are billions of people on Taris. We'd be slaughtering countless innocent civilians, not to mention our own men still on the surface.
Your predecessor once made the mistake of questioning my orders, Admiral. Surely you are not so
Oh my god, they pulled a Darth Vader.
Of course not, my Lord Malik. I will do as you command, but it will take several hours to position our fleet.
Then I suggest you begin immediately. You are dismissed, Admiral.
The Emperor is not as forgiving as I am. Shouldn't the cheat codes exist? Are there cheats?
Canderous, I see you've brought someone with you. Most intriguing, if I do say so myself. You usually travel alone.
It's not like you to take on partners, Canderous. You're getting soft.
Watch yourself, Callow. You may be the newest Cath Hound in the pack, but you aren't top dog yet.
Enough. I won't have my top 2 men killing each other. That's not good business. I'm sure Canderous has an explanation.
Nah, apparently you have to,
This is a special case, Davik. I ran into someone
you
the
can only do
Exchange
it on
might want to
PC.
recruit. You may have heard something of their exploits already.
Ah, yes. Now I recognize your companion. The rider who won the big swoop race. Very impressive, as was your display in the rather...
Dude, only the Switch version for console has the cheats. Really? Come on, bruh. The Switch version has the cheats? Yeah, so the Switch is definitely the definitive way to play this shit. Wow.
You know, Canderous was right. The Exchange is always looking for new talent. You could have a bright future with our organization. With the recommendation from Canderous and a thorough background check, you could become part of the Exchange. Many would kill to prove themselves worthy of this honor. Come with me. I will give you a tour of my operations. I'm certain... Ah, there she is. The Ebonhawk, my pride.
No, this is just the version I had. So, or it was on sale or something, I don't remember.
The shields are completely impregnable. Nobody can get past them without the codes to try and steal my baby. Unfortunately, the Sith military blockade has grounded my vessel. The Ebonhawk can outrun any vessel in the galaxy. But even she isn't fast enough to avoid the auto-targeting laser cannons of the orbiting Sith fleet. I am, of course, working on acquiring the Sith departure codes so that I may come and go as I please. However, progress has been slow. But we should continue our tour. These will be your accommodations. The slave quarters are just down the hall. If you need anything during your stay, food, a massage, feel free to call upon their services. If all goes well with your background check, you will be invited to join the Exchange. I'd advise you to accept the offer when it comes, or suffer the dire consequences of refusal.
Yeah, that's gay as fuck, man.
You will stay in these rooms as my... I must warn you, I will return after...
Okay, we're inside. Now all we have to do is figure out a way to get past the Ebonhawk security system, and we can get the rest of your group off this planet. No sense waiting around here, though. The sooner we get off Taurus, the better.
Okay, so now what?
Welcome to the slave quarters, Master. Here we have succulent fruits and berries to tempt your palate. As would you like a relaxing massage? As you wish, Master.
Ooh.
How typically male. Is it possible for you to keep in mind that we have...
I trust you are satisfied.
Oh, what a
with the
man.
service. I have received many Thank you, kind sir. I hope you will express... As you wish, Master.
Do you not get to see it?
How typically male. Is it...
I trust... Please, I beg you. I have no wish to be beaten. Davik rarely lets us leave the slave court. He was caught, but since the Sith have ground... I think you can get there through the hall behind the west door of Davik's throne room. Just keep going, but Davik's certain to have guards patrolling the area. If you leave the guest wing, they'll... Of course.
Eh. That was it? That was uneventful. I have no idea what I'm even supposed to be doing, but you know, we out here. Oh shit. All right.
Damn those Sith, they're bombing the whole planet. I knew they'd turn on us sooner or... Oh, look what we got here. Thieves in a hangar. So, you figured you'd just steal my ship for your getaway and leave me high and dry while the Sith turn the planet into dust? Sorry, but that ain't gonna happen.
I'll take care of them, Davik. I've been looking forward to this for a long time.
Make it quick, Carlo. The Sith mean business. If we don't get to our ships and find somewhere safe, the bombs they're dropping will kill us all.
Well, that didn't do anything. I don't know when that save was. We'll see. About to die anyway. Tactical, yeah. I don't think that gameplay allows you to be tactical. It's literally just fucking random sloppa. Alright, what the fuck is taking so long? Jesus, man.
So, Canderous, I see you've brought some...
It's not like you to take...
Watch yourself.
Enough.
This is a
Ah, yes. You know, Canderous, with the recommendation... Right. Come with me. There's the shields, the Ebon Hawk. I am, of course.
Well, whatever. I know what to do.
These will be your accommodation. If all goes well, you will stay in these rooms. I must warn you, I will return after.
Okay, we're in. No sense waiting around.
Oh no, it was this way. And then this door.
Let's make this quick.
Let's go ahead and save just in case. Why don't I have enough computer spikes now? Really? Maybe they were in here. Really, dude?
Welcome to the slave. Would you like a relax? Of course. Alright, yeah, so I had to come in here and get those. Alright, now I should have enough.
What can I do?
Yes?
All right. There we go. Let me see if I can swap any of my... Hell yeah, dude. I got my Splinter Cell goggles.
Damn those Sith. They're bombing the whole planet. I knew they'd turn on us sooner or... Wow. Look what we got here. Thieves in a hangar. So, you figured you'd just steal my ship for your getaway and leave me high and dry while the Sith turn the planet into dust? Sorry, but that ain't gonna happen.
I'll take care of them, Davik. I've been looking forward to this for a long time.
Make it quick, Carlo. The Sith mean business. If we don't get to our ships and find somewhere safe, the bombs they're dropping will kill us all.
How do you swap, like, targets? Okay, there we go.
I'm here.
You may have me outnumbered and outgunned, but if I'm going down, I'm taking all of you with me. This thermal detonator will blow us all to bits. Damn those Sith! They'll bring this whole hangar down around our ears.
Let's get this ship fired up.
Hooray! Wowie zowie, man.
Taris is defenseless against our assault, Lord Malik. They are offering no resistance.
Yeah,
The
but now I'm
city
out
is
of
in
computer spikes, so I'll have to buy a bunch of those.
Wipe this pathetic planet from the face of the galaxy.
Looks like a proto-Millennium Falcon, dude.
Plot a course for Dantooine. There's a Jedi enclave there where we can find refuge.
Incoming fighters!
Quickly, to the gun turrets. You have to hold the Sith fighters off until we get those hyperspace coordinates punched in.
Pew, pew, pew. Here's your first real yeah, exactly.
Dantooine. Seems like a lifetime since I last set foot on her surface. Though in truth, it's only been a few months. We should be safe from Malak here. For now, at least.
Safe? You saw what his fleet did to Terrace. There wasn't a building over 2 stories high left standing. They turned the planet into one big pile of rubble.
Even the Sith would think twice before attacking Dantooine. There are many Jedi here, including several of the most powerful Masters of the Order. There is great strength within this place. We can get supplies here and recuperate. The Academy is a place of mental and spiritual healing. Something we could all use after what we've been through.
Maybe you're right. It isn't easy to witness.
Expedition only sold 5 million. Fake viral. Yeah.
She will find
it's
a way
niche
to
at best.
grief. She's stronger than she appears. We just need to give her time. Now I must go speak with the Council. I need their advice on recent developments. After I've met with them, I will meet you outside the ship.
Wowie zowie.
I've spoken briefly with the Council. They request an audience with you. We should go at once.
An audience with the Jedi Council? It's pretty unusual for someone who isn't even a Jedi. What's this about, Bastila?
I'm sorry, Carth, but I cannot tell you. All I ask is that you trust in the Force and the wisdom of the Council.
Well, I don't like being left out of the loop, but I'm not looking
I'm
to
gonna
get you in any
kill
trouble
the
with
entire
Masters.
Jedi Council.
We'll do things your way for a while.
Come, they're expecting us. I will lead you to the Council chambers.
Insert Palpatine. Spinning screech.
You there, Padawan. Why are you not wearing the customary robes of the Jedi? Do you... Bastila, but as for you, if this is some type of... Please forgive the abruptness with which I first greeted you. It was harsh and perhaps unfair. I wish you a pleasant stay.
Stupid bitch.
Ah, so you are the one who rescued Bastila.
Bruh, Yoda's in this game too?
We have been discussing your
Come on,
rather
bruh.
special case. I am Jar, a member of the Jedi Council. With me are Master Vrook, Master Vandar, and of course the chronicler of our academy, Master Dorak. Padawan Bastila, I am sure you are already familiar with.
If 5 million is niche, that means God of War 1 selling 4.6 million copies is niche too? There's only one problem with that logic. In 2003, the gaming industry was way fucking smaller than it is now. Also, God of War 1 sold 4.6 million copies on one platform, whereas Expedition 33 was on PS5, Xbox, and PC. So, the PC gaming market in 2000 whatever, when God of War 1 came out, you know, non-existent pretty much. Yeah, PS2 sold a lot of consoles, but most people bought them as DVD players, not actual, like, gaming platforms. And 3, you know, multi-platform title. So, gaming is exponentially larger today than it was in the early 2000s. No, God of War 2018 sold like 20-something million. Like, that game sold incredibly fucking well.
Bastila tells us you are strong in the Force. We are considering you for Jedi training.
Master Jar speaks out of turn, perhaps. We need indisputable proof of your strong affinity to the Force before we would even consider accepting you for training.
Proof? Surely the entire council can feel the strength of the Force within this man. And I've already related to you the events that took place on Terrace.
Perhaps it was simple.
Dude, my grandma had 2 PS2s in her house. Never played a video game in her life, but she loved watching movies. So, yeah, she had a PS2 in her living room and a PS2 in her bedroom, both of which were DVD players.
The Jedi training is long and difficult.
So,
even when working with a young
when I say that people bought them just to play movies, like, that is a large portion of people who bought a PS2. Like, my grandma never played a video game in her life, but she did watch DVDs on her PS2s. It was nice, because that meant when I went to go visit, all I had to do was bring my, like, little DVD folio of games and a memory card. So, yeah. No, actually it was my other cousin that got her the PS2. Or got her to buy the PS2. Because she wanted to watch DVDs and, you know, they were like, oh yeah, it's the cheapest DVD player. And it plays video games. Well, dude, think about it this way. When a game is on, what, a 100 million player install base platform, a 20 million install base platform, and a 200 million install base platform, like, you know, Expedition 33, and is already a $50 game, and is being glazed as one of the greatest video games of all fucking time by every single large content creator, 5 million is really not that fucking high. Like, dude, I'm pretty sure Silk Song sold more than that on PC alone. You know, it's really not that crazy. Like, until it does, like, some crazy, like, you know. I mean, look at Baldur's Gate 3, for example. Like, the amount of glazing that Expedition 33 is getting is higher than Baldur's Gate 3. Like, even the fucking cringe glazing of Baldur's Gate wasn't this fucking bad. And, you know, Baldur's Gate 3 sold well over 5 million copies. And I would argue that Baldur's Gate 3 is a much more niche genre than, you know, an RPG. Like Expedition 33, like the fucking isometric, you know, whatever, Dungeons and Dragons simulator formula is probably a lot more niche than a turn-based RPG. Oh my god, dude, but Expedition 33 is the best game ever. I love Mael so much. I know, bring that underage pussy over here, dude. Oh wait, it's in France, so never mind. All's fair. That's wild, bro. In France, I think it's illegal to have a non-court-ordered paternity test because the French government has just accepted that the women are such fucking whores that nobody would actually have a child with their husband. So it's illegal to have a paternity test because it would break up too many families because the women are just such hoes. So you have to have a court order in order to get a paternity test. And it's a crime to conduct one without the consent of both parties. Crazy.
Traditionally, the Jedi do not accept adults for training, though there are rare exceptions in the history of our order. But you are a special case.
I agree with Master Dorak. Many of our own pupils are leaving the Jedi Order to follow the Sith teachings. We need recruits to stand against Malak. With Revan dead...
Are you certain Revan is truly dead? What if we undertake to train this one and the Dark Lord should return?
We should discuss this.
There's a reason why the term a French whore is so common for a promiscuous woman.
As you wish, Master Vandar. We shall return to the Ebon Hawk and leave you to your deliberations.
The dark side
Stop
is
sipping
strong
so
in this
loudly.
place. I can feel its power. Is this wise? The ancient Jedi sealed this archway. If we pass beyond this door, we can never go back. The Order will surely banish us. Are the secrets of the Starforge so valuable? Can its power truly be worth the risk?
Is that Aang? Yeah, dude. He's gonna use some water bending
First Bastila comes out looking like she
and
saw
make
a
that
ghost.
shit wet
Not you.
AF.
Well, Bastila did mention that you should go to the council chambers before she left. It's no doubt urgent, so you shouldn't keep them waiting. No, she didn't. She didn't seem well, as I recall, and for that matter, neither do you. Are you all right?
Nah, he's the Avatar, so he's got water, fire, and earth.
You got it.
Damn, I can't pick my hoe? Shit. Damn. Nah, we'll use the Wookiee. Oh my fucking god. I don't know. I'm not talking to this fucking freak. Holy shit. I'm not talking to that fucking freak. I'm done with you.
Kukuno. Chigra. Takom juice. Takom juice.
Jeremy Hambley? What about... Oh, that guy? I don't know about that. Alright, so what the fuck am I supposed to do? Maybe this way.
I wish you a pleasant stay.
Should know by now that I'm an equal opportunity hater, bro. I hate most people.
Bastila has told us of a most unusual development. She claims you and she have shared a dream. A vision of Malak and Revan in the ancient ruins here on Dantooine.
These ruins have long been known to us, but we believe them to be merely burial
Cock,
grounds.
must you suck.
Perhaps they're more than we first suspected, if Revan and Malak found something there.
Ugh, man. Why are you hating the other white man in a galaxy full of colorful aliens? Because he's a sympathizer for the colorful aliens.
Bastila has described this shared dream to the Council in great detail. We feel it is more than a dream. It is a vision. The Force is acting through you, as it acts through Bastila.
Dude, it looks like Yoda, but he's like tripping on fucking LSD or some shit.
You and Bastila share a powerful connection to the Force, and each other. This is not unheard of. Connections often form between master and student, but rarely does a bond develop so quickly.
Whatever dangers may lie ahead, we cannot ignore the destiny that has brought you and Bastila here to us, together. You and she are linked.
Yeah, we're about to be even closer.
Together, you two may be able to stop Darth Malak.
She's the sheath for
But
my
do not let your head be filled with
lightsaber.
visions of glory and power. Such thoughts are the path to the dark side. The way of the light is long and difficult, as you must learn. Are you ready for such hardship?
Good. It is well that you see how important this is, and have the devotion to
Lie.
understand that there is little choice in this matter, for you or us. Across the galaxy, the numbers of our order dwindle. We have sent many Jedi in quest of a way to thwart Malak's advance. The Sith hunt the Jedi down like animals, ambushing and assassinating our brothers wherever they are found.
I hate
It is
them.
only a matter of time until they discover even this hidden refuge.
Other Jedi have fallen from the light and embraced the dark side, giving their
They're like
allegiance to the
animals,
Sith
and I
now
slaughtered them
the
like
Dark Lord.
animals.
If Malak is not stopped, the Republic will fall, and the Jedi will be hunted to extinction. The galaxy will enter a time of darkness and tyranny, not seen for 1,000 generations.
The Council has decreed that you and Bastila must investigate the ancient ruins you dreamed of, once the Council deems you ready.
Perhaps there you will find some clue, some explanation of how Revan and Malak were corrupted. And perhaps there you shall find a way to stop them.
Yes. Before we send you to investigate the ruin, we must begin your training at once. You have a...
I can only hope.
The path you have chosen to walk is difficult. Intensive training will prepare you physically for the demands of the Order. Meditation will teach you to channel the power of the Force. To truly understand the way of the Jedi, you must open your mind to knowledge. Seek wisdom in the teachings of the great masters of our Order. A Jedi is never alone. Others in the Order will always stand by you. You and Bastila
When do I get
share a
unlimited
special
power?
bond. Do not be afraid to turn to her when you need help in your training. The way of the Jedi is difficult. It requires great discipline. Yet even though you are a mere apprentice, your potential is unlimited, and your progress amazing. In all my years, I have never seen one who has mastered the initial training so quickly. You have done in weeks what many cannot do in years. I am honored.
Dude, if Raymond took LSD, that shit would be mad fucking corny. He already tries to act like super fucking philosophical all the time.
The lowest rank of those.
Like, I could only imagine if he experienced ego death or some dog shit like that, or, you know, he all of a sudden he thinks he's discovered the secrets of the world.
In the traditions and...
My controller is literally just fucking sitting here. It's on my fucking desk. I'm not even holding it. It's disconnecting.
Generations. You must successfully complete 3 tests before you earn your place among the Jedi. These tests will see if you have truly mastered the training you have been given, both mental and physical. Upon completing these tests, you will pass from apprentice to Padawan, and join in the ranks of the Jedi. First, I will test your knowledge of the Jedi Code. These tenets must always guide your actions. In everything you do, you must always be conscious of their wisdom. You must prove you have a Jedi's understanding of the Code. Return when you feel you are ready for this challenge.
Alright, I'm ready.
Greetings, my young pupil. Soon your apprenticeship will end. In the traditions and... These tests will see if first, you must now prove you have a Jedi. There is no emotion.
KOTR Jedi answers. There is peace.
There is no ignorance.
There is knowledge. Knowledge.
There is no passion.
Serenity.
There is no chaos.
Harmony.
There is no death.
There is the Force.
You have learned your studies well, apprentice. It will not be long before you are a full member of our order. But first, you must pass
here
the
in my
second
garage.
test and learn about the
Knowledge.
most prized possession of a Jedi. The very symbol of our order, the lightsaber. The lightsaber is the traditional weapon of our order. It is a symbol of a Jedi's skill.
Dude, I would
dedication,
definitely be a
and
Sith if I was in the Star Wars
and each
universe. Are you
lightsaber
kidding
is
me?
as individual as the Jedi who wields it. The blade is made of pure energy, focused
The
by
Empire
polished
is
crystals in
pure
the hilt.
fucking aura,
As the
bro. They're
second
based
test,
on the
each
Nazis.
Jedi must construct his lightsaber with his own hands. And now it is your time. Speak
That's
with
why they
Master
wear the
Dora,
gray
and he will guide you
uniforms.
through the choosing of a crystal.
Alright, so now what? Speak to Master Dorak. Is that Master Dorak? No. Lamar, we gotta kill him. Alright, wow, we gotta get rid of him too.
You have come, young apprentice, at Master Czar's bidding. He sees great promise in you, as do I. The time has come for you to choose the color of your lightsaber. This color also reflects your demeanor and position within the Order. Blue is the color of the Jedi Guardian. This Jedi battles against the forces of evil and the dark side. They focus more on combat training and use of the lightsaber. Yellow is the color of the Jedi Sentinel. This Jedi ferrets out deceit and injustice, bringing it to light. They focus less on combat and more on other skills and abilities. Green is the color of the Jedi Consular. This Jedi seeks to bring balance to the universe. They mediate between other groups, using their powers to end conflict and preserve peace.
Well, fuck, dude. Which one do I want to be? They all sound gay. I'm guessing the blue just means you have more, like, attack power. But I don't know. Let's see. I don't think it matters which one you pick. Let's go with blue. Why not?
Indeed. We shall see. I will now ask you questions, and your responses will indicate which class you lean most towards. A woman and her small child are beset by a desperate-looking group of thugs. They're menacing her with weapons, and she screams to you for help. What do you do?
Attack the thugs. She.
Indeed. Very well. On to the next question. You are in combat with a dark Jedi allied with the Sith. There is a pause in the combat. What do you do? Yes, I suspected as much. Now for the next question. There is a locked door, and your goal lies on the other side. What do you do? I am beginning to see a pattern here, apprentice. I have a feeling about what you would be best at. But first, the final question. You are the head of an enclave on a contested world. The Dark Jedi have infiltrated and are causing unrest across the planet. What do you do? Yes, I thought as much. As I suspected, you would be most suitable as a Jedi Guardian. Which color and path do you believe yourself most suited to, apprentice?
Blue.
Here is a blue crystal for your lightsaber. Go
Give me
speak
that
to
blue
Master
sheet.
Shah again, and he will instruct you in how to construct it.
Hell yeah.
Ah, good. Now that you have selected your crystal, we shall begin the construction of your lightsaber.
Hell yeah.
You have done extremely well in constructing your lightsaber, apprentice. Your crystal seems to have been set perfectly. It is rare indeed for that to happen the first time one constructs their lightsaber. These crystals are very rare, found only in certain caves strong in the Force. By adding crystals to your lightsaber, you can alter or enhance its properties. There have even been unconfirmed rumors of certain Force-sensitive caves here on Dantooine that may hold these crystals. It is a rumor only, but you must learn first to use your lightsaber. Your lightsaber, the Sith, and are you ready to face the... For every Jedi that even here on the ancient grove once used for deep meditation, the Kathhounds in the area have become savage and ruthless. The Kathhounds are but a symptom of the true problem. You must journey into the grove and confront the true source of the darkness. That is your task. I can say no more, but remember this, my young apprentice. The dark side still taints the ancient...
Wowie zowie. Alright, we'll do this last part. Too much walking. Griffin loves this game. Oh yeah, man. If I had the cheats, it wouldn't be too bad.
Are you a Jedi? How long can you people continue to sit by and claim you protect us? Protectors? Ha! You sit in your enclave safe from the Mandalorians while we suffer. Those Mandalorian brutes have killed my daughter. They came to our land demanding our livelihood. But Ilsa, my Ilsa, said
Stupid bitch.
There was nothing I could do. Too many of the Mandalorians and their Duros allies. I've come here to ask you, please, Master Jedi, stop these raiders and get revenge for my daughter. I will give you all I have. Just please.
I think Chewbacca doesn't have any. Yeah, he doesn't have any weapons. You can heal with the quick bar far right. Okay. Yup, it's MMO combat. And not in a good way. Like Wizard 101, that has great combat. Wizard 101 combat's based. Why am I taking so much fucking damage? Maybe I have like some better. During combat with what? Looks so retarded. I hope he didn't use the med pack. That's nice. Your shit, miss.
Be your doom!
strong. I am Juhani, and this is my grove. This is the place of my dark. This is the place you have invaded. When I embrace the dark side, this is... When I slew my master, KOTR, I knew I could never go back. And now I have power enough to crush the life from someone such as you.
I can't afford this shit!
The video? Why?
Query, is there some...
Stronger than me, even in my dark... This is the master dark power. Life from someone such as you. The power. I can never know while you sleep. I shall stay.
So you just pick the green? I don't even really want this bitch.
Yes, I struck her down in the middle of training, consumed by my anger, embracing the power of hate. But it was not enough. What is it you want? Why do you bother me? I have fallen, and dark power courses through my veins. I can never go back to the council, so here I shall stay. Talk. You who have beaten me so easily just want to talk? I do not believe it. Kill me now while you still have the power. Not anger, peace. Yet even with your naive attitude, you managed to beat me. I am pathetic. I sit here and think myself to be great by embracing the dark side, but I am nothing. There is no way I could be turned back. I always thought they held me back, or jealous of my power. This is only because I was not good enough to meet their standards. I never have been. I seem to still have much to learn, both about being a Jedi but I wish the cost of my ignorance had not been so high. I wish that my master had not suffered because of me. If she were alive now, there would be so much I would say to her. So much I would apologize for. How can the council ever take me back with what I have done? Striking my master down in anger is unforgivable. If I show them I am free of passion, that I am serene, that I am willing to forsake the dark side, and maybe, just
It's also
maybe,
tiresome.
they would accept me back.
Yeah.
Do you think they would? Could it be possible after what I have done? I thank you, Master Jedi. I will return to the council then. I shall submit myself to their judgment and hope they will forgive me. Again, I thank you. I am sure I will hear great things about you in the future.
Alright, is that it? Alright, so I guess I go back now? You can fast travel? Okay.
You have done well, my pupil. The ancient grove has been purified, and Juhani's journey down the dark, but though she was saved, do not dismiss what happened to her. Juhani is both dedicated and true to the ideals of the Order, yet she was still vulnerable to the dark side, as are we all. She struck her master in anger during her training, and injured her greatly. But it was Quatra's choice to test Juhani this way, and it seems to have made its point. Juhani has been redeemed, and you have passed your final test. Congratulations, apprentice. Or should I say, congratulations, Padawan. You have proven yourself worthy of joining the Jedi. Let me be the first to welcome you as a full-fledged member of our order.
So I can kill you all.
What?
Alright, that's a good place to stop. Yeah, we were just on, I think it was like, what, 2 hours and 50 minutes on the save before I started, so, yeah. That's over 2 hours at least. Let me see. Yeah, exactly 2 hours and 30 minutes. Alright, that's good. We made decent progress at the very least. Exactly.
But gosh dang it, I've had so much fun playing it.
Alright, let's see. Give me a second. Yeah, from what it sounds like, I should have played this on the Switch so I could have put on cheats. And then that way, it'd be a lot more enjoyable because you don't have to rely on the actual dated MMO-like mechanics. Alright, let me see. Alright. And then the other video I need to pull up was this one. Oh great, it starts with the fucking War Thunder ad. Alright, let me go take a piss real quick, guys. I'll be back. But we'll do videos when I get back. You're already ready to go, dude. Alright, give me 1 minute. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Mute the music.
This video is sponsored by says Pokimaine knows about Elam's abuse towards her, but Poki still continues to live with him. What happened to believing victims? Angie. Anyway, there's this YouTuber named Captain Puffy who allegedly got cheated on and put out this big Anyway, there's this YouTuber named Captain Puffy who allegedly got cheated on and put out this big document by a guy who lives with Pokimaine currently, Elam. Anyway, this went pretty Obama viral and got like a bunch of views on Twitter. Jesus Christ, putting the Unabomber to shame. Alright, can you put this into Fortnite terms? I queued into what I thought was a normal duo, but it turned into me hard carrying every match while my teammate hoarded gold.
Holy fucking norm slop, bro.
Armed Clout off my POV, ignored pigs, and only played seriously when he was about to get dropped for the squad. I paid for the drop spot, the loadout, the heals, and the reboots while he AFK'd during critical moments. Flirted with other squads behind my back. Chose higher clout teams over our—
This is literally fucking normie slop to the highest degree. Holy shit.
Duo. And treated the whole run like content farming instead of a real game. So I stayed silent to keep my career from being defined by one bad teammate. But the match kept getting replayed anyway, and now I'm finally leaving the lobby. Anyway, I am sharing this now because what happened has been reduced online to just cheating. It was not. It was emotional manipulation, financial and career exploitation, and behavior that was intentional and later admitted to. They went from just chatting to just cheating. So proud of you and I love you so much. You are one of the most generous and caring people I have ever come across, and watching him absolutely use that against you hurt. All you have ever done is want to look after people, and I'm glad you are now looking after yourself as well. Again, a bit of a disclaimer, you know, this is a he said, she said situation. We're only getting one side of the story when there are typically two. Also, I don't really know anything about Elam other than the fact that he lives with Pokimaine and still plays Among Us in 2025. Anyway, this all circles back into Pokimaine because apparently she knew about all of this and is still living with the guy, which is strange.
But because she got a lot of negative comments on the TikTok, she did reach out to me and ask me about the situation and what happened. And the reason why I'm saying this, by the way, is not to like throw Poki under the bus in any way, shape, or form, but because she also made it publicly known in her TikTok that she had spoken to me. She put it as a TikTok comment that she's spoken to the parties involved, to which I sent her a really long message. Yeah, so I basically told her everything, and her response was obviously essentially that it was horrible what happened to me and how he was. Obviously, I don't know the standing of their friendship or what happened.
Clearly, it's good because they're living together, no? What happened to believing victims? Believe all victims and live with their purpose. Anyway, this story is beyond up, but it's nowhere near as up as Canada's economy, which is why this video is sponsored by War.
This is too normie pilled for me. This guy is being canceled because he wasn't a good boyfriend, that's it. So in other news, a big deal for the unemployed. Got it. A big deal for the unemployed.
Thunder. Looking for the most comprehensive vehicle incredible. You could practice and have it played in 6 months. Once again, a huge thank you to War Thunder. And the Elam guy actually made a stream response, which people didn't really like. So he just sits there for 30 minutes to say a whole bunch of nothing. When all the UK creators who were his friends prior to the relationship want nothing to do with him for the last year or so speaks volume. He's more annoyed about the comments than anything in there be untruthful. Crazy to not just end stream. Proofs are right more so.
I'm not ending. I'm definitely not ending. Like, chat, I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Ugh, British people. Oi, bruv, you should grade with Ace. It's just as good as PSA. Anyway, Pokimaine was getting grilled so hard that even Mizkif took this opportunity to catch some heat off himself.
Ugh. He is so gross. Like, if you want to point to a dysgenic person, then Mizkif is literally the poster child. Like, what in the fuck even is he?
No, honestly, as someone that was very close to Pokimaine and defended her for years, this bothers me. Does this bother anyone else?
No.
Does this bother anyone else? Like, I defended her for f***ing years. I really did. But it bothers me that she's like, believe victims, and she says this stuff, but then like, Captain Puffy and them talk about Ellen being whatever the f***, but she still lives with them.
What is he... Like, again, what did this guy even fucking do?
Still collapses them, still does everything.
Love or hate Mizkif, but even a broken clock is right twice a day. Pokimaine virtue signaled a bit too close to the sun, and now the hypocrisy is showing. You know, she's a bit ingenuine.
It's always, like, it's just this virtue signaling shit that they all do.
Dude, is he playing Surf in Valorant? Is that what I just witnessed there?
Drives me nuts.
Takes one to know an situation, because like not long before this dude was on Twitch doing the same thing, but as soon as he switches to Kick, he like flip-flops on his old friends.
It's just farming. Like, believe victims, but then you're living with a guy that apparently cheated and was pretty shit. She needs to join Kick. Time to go full demon time.
Yeah, and still no response from Pokimaine. We got crickets. Anyway, I didn't know who Captain Puffy was, and I just found a photo of her with Dreebs, so my condolences. Pokimaine's roommate is also allegedly weird. He continued anyway, stating that I'd never break up with him. At one point, he even said that if he cheated on me, at least he would get clout from it. Oi, mate, you should grade with Ace. And the funny thing is, he was live when this document dropped, and he never actually read the doc.
No, it's not realizing how old I am. It's how little I fucking care about Normgroid slop. I've never cared about fucking, you know, large content creators, especially the fucking Twitch retards. The only time I ever watched Twitch in my entire life was when I watched DSP and Wings of Redemption for the fucking, you know, ironic viewing. That's it. I have never been a fucking normie slop Twitch consumer.
Okay, that was an angle we found when she was saying on the camera. Wait, where was it? It was here, right? Wait.
Sorry, Chud, you're not 6 feet tall. Believe victims. Pokimaine's whole shtick is a house of cards. Like, the second the victim is somebody you know and somebody you should be standing up for, I guess, by her own logic, she is nowhere to be seen, which is, again, strange. She doesn't care about being a quote-unquote good person or doing the right thing. She only cares if you perceive her that way. Luckily for us, XQC came in and debunkered all over Pokimaine.
It's a Google Doc. Oh, hell no. Some right in chat. Yo, oh, actually, true, hold on. Holy mother of technology. Yo, grok me the f*** up. How fast can you really read this, you think?
The funny thing is, I did the exact same thing.
Parasitism. Parasitism. Oh yeah, like he's yoinking without consent. What the fuck? That sounds crazy.
Yeah, apparently even the sidemen stopped talking to the guy. It's okay. Randolph will still talk to him if he grades with Ace. And it's kind of crazy because they broke up 2 years ago, and this is only now coming to light.
Kara and I have decided to go our separate ways. So we are no longer together.
And now this dude is out here buying Pokimaine Labubus for her stream. I didn't think this situation could get any worse, but I digress.
Okay, are you guys ready? Roomy reveal.
Hi!
Believe victims. The reason I'm focusing more on Pokimaine is that her silence, quite frankly, is deafening, and it's much easier to call out her hypocrisy than call out this dude, because honestly, we don't even have his side of the story yet. Also, I'm gonna keep it a $150. Having a roommate at 30 when you're financially stable is a bit strange.
What happened to believing all victims, Pokimaine?
Yeah.
I'm now a victim.
The only reason you'd have a roommate of a different gender in your 30s is if he's scratching your cervix. That's it.
Victim of your bullshit. Please leave the internet.
Yeah, this is gay drama. This is literally just unemployed bullshit.
My Genshin Impact baddies Mog you.
Oh, and don't forget to download War Thunder now.
Yeah, you have to literally be fucking retarded to care about this type of shit.
Me, MutaShaart, and ladies and gentlemen, it's been less than 48 hours and they're already covering up and removing the Epstein files, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, after the government has decided to release these magical files for the world to consume and see and, basically point out who they shouldn't trust in the world of, well, in the world of leadership, right? The people that run our world. Yeah, this is
Huh?
insane stuff. And ladies and gentlemen, I looked at it about a day ago.
Yeah, I'm sure this is going to be the most, like, safe, fence-sitting, don't trust the government, dude, take ever. He's literally a fucking Canadian, too, which makes this even better.
And it was really, really fresh. But it turns out there's actually a lot of lost media.
Yeah, exactly. Who cares what a Canadian Indian has to say? Exactly, bro.
All of a sudden in this case, because the U.S. government is doing probably one of the shittiest cover-ups that I've ever actually seen. Now, one of the ways that I want to kind of touch upon this is I want to talk about cult behavior before we get into this. Now, here's the thing. I'm not a super political guy, okay? Literally in the last video, I had to correct
Oh, yeah, dude, he's heckin' not even political, dude. Wow. He's just like me, for real, guys. Isn't politics so fucking stupid?
Because he tried correcting me about the U.S. like Congress and war powers and all that shit. And I had to really go. I had to do a 5-minute read-up of the U.S. Constitution and shut somebody up because they literally did not even understand their own fucking country appropriately, right? Ladies and gentlemen, I feel like reading comprehension, critical thinking has gone so down into the drains that I am actually weeping for humanity. Okay, honestly, I feel like people just do not fucking critically think. We live in a world where disinformation, like, it's bad, but like literally people love to live in their little hug boxes and disinformation bubbles. Anyways, this is one. Boom! President Trump's DOJ is delivering. Finally, ripping open the Epstein files after years of deep state stonewalling. I mean, they are the deep state, okay? But anyways, the Epstein Transparency Act is in full effect, and today the Justice Department is dropping hundreds of thousands of documents on that pedo monster Jeffrey Epstein and sick network. They're launching all of
They're fucking poor.
Let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Can we watch Megan? Oh yeah, I know what that is. Here. Paste. I know what that is. Yeah, we can watch it real quick.
Megan drinking apple juice. And vodka.
Mine's just juice, Mom. Screwdriver.
Yeah, Mom, this is totally apple juice. Way to go, way to start.
Fake. Look, one of them has already been lit on fire, so... Yeah, that's so fucking fake. Maybe they didn't plan on the tower falling, but at that point, 2 planes had already hit the fucking building. Like, yeah.
On a searchable, downloadable portal right on justice.gov. No more hiding flight logs, victim statements, or connections to the elite swamp creatures. This is massive transparency. Trump promised it, and he's making it happen. So anyways, he points out that, it's going to be bad for Clinton, Hollywood, billion...
That account is very obnoxious.
There's everyone. Now again, you can really tell cult behavior because, instead of focusing on a crime, a terrible crime like child sexual exploitation, they decided to make it a fucking political issue. Look, I don't give a shit if a loony leftist or a fucking retarded rightoid, okay, sits down.
Yeah, dude, I don't care. I just care about the truth. Oh my god, bro.
I don't care who out of who is worse, okay? I just want all of them gone, okay? A lot of people look at, images of Bill Clinton and they're like, tried to warn those Dems this would backfire. Homie, if Bill Clinton diddled a child, I want Bill Clinton to be under the jail, okay? That's as simple as that. I don't understand how people get into this left-right mentality. You should all come together and stop corruption and stop shit like this in general. But going back to, this boomer over here who's talking about the radical left is panicking. Massive transparency. Oh yeah? Is this massive transparency to you, pal? You like these black bars? This man must be a fan of Japanese porn or something because there's just black bars everywhere. I know that I joke and I kind of giggle about this a little bit. I want you to understand that really is a very heavy...
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
We're covering this. I don't want you to sit there and think for a second that this is funny, okay? It's not funny. It's actually quite a serious crime. Looking at somebody like P.
Let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Oh, my heckin' virtual machine. Sorry, yeah. Virtual machines. Something no one should really ever have to use in their real everyday life. Let's see. Mako Stacks Pro, the 5. Did you see the Nicki Minaj thing? Bet the left is melting down. No, I did not. What was the Nicki Minaj thing? I know she was like praising Trump for the whole Nigeria thing, but other than that, no, I have no idea.
There's a lot of times you can laugh about things like, oh, this guy's like 10,000 bottles of baby oil. But then you look at the victims, right? You read about their stories, and then immediately reality should hit you. There's a lot of people said this is way too dark for me. Is it? Because the reality is, it's not dark enough. Remember?
She was at the Turning Point event? Yeah, no, I didn't see anything about that.
Jeffrey Epstein ran one of the largest known human trafficking networks, child trafficking networks out there. He was friends with billionaires, world leaders, and he connected these people.
I don't really care too much about like the celebrity endorsement shit, but yeah, I guess that would piss off the right people.
And allowed them to partake in highly illegal activities. Now, obviously, this is one actual PDF file that I'm going to show you from the actual justice.gov Epstein disclosure. Now, I didn't pull this out of the dark web. I didn't pull this from artificial intelligence. This is a really sick... I actually overly censored this more than the government, but it's an entire book that was scanned, a piece of documentation, a little storybook in Epstein's possessions. Once upon a time, there was a clueless little girl. How do I look? A lot of these girls look young to me, which is why I've overly blurred everything. Then, what is he doing? He wouldn't. And here you got Epstein going, elastic. It almost feels illegal to look at something that has been published by the federal government, right? But again, this is just one of the many documentations, one of the many things that have come out. And obviously, if you're unnerved looking at things like this, my cover blown, what could this be? Kane? You
Schizo Garcia with the file, the video wasn't fake. Yeah, I know the video's not fake, but it's obvious that, you know, the reaction was. But the fact they decided to make a meme video right after the tower got hit is extremely based. Yeah, it is. But yeah, no, I was mainly just talking about, like, the reaction. Like, obviously they knew what was out the window. And Mako Stacks Pro with D10. Really appreciate it, man. Some left account posted a video caption, Nicki Minaj being openly transphobic on national TV. Based. If you're born a boy, be a boy. There's nothing wrong with being a boy. How about that? Uh-oh. Oy vey. She might lose her record deal. But yeah. I mean, isn't that sad that that's a controversial statement? Wild. Wild, bro. Saying it's okay to be a boy is now, you know, a crazy talk.
Should feel uncomfortable, because this stuff should make you uncomfortable. Remember, this was a man that was trafficking young, innocent people into and forcing them into having relations with some of the most powerful people who control our world. People who decide how me and you get to live, all right? And I'm sorry, if those people are allowed to make decisions...
Yeah, she is the most popular female rapper. Yup.
Then I think if those people are partaking in this kind of shit, they should...
I mean, it kind of makes sense that she's more, I guess, on the based side of politics, I guess. Because Lil Wayne is pretty based. So, yeah, I mean, that would make sense.
Be stripped of their privilege, their rights, their assets, and they should be put under the fucking jail. Okay, 6 feet under, to be specific with you. But, anyways, I want to delve back from this a little bit. This is just one of the documentations. Now, again, one of the big issues with this that I have, actually, is when you go to things like the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Remember, a month ago, this bill was signed by Donald Trump. He had to pull his fucking teeth so that he would vote on releasing these files for the people to read, for the people to understand, you know, how big the system was, who was actually involved. Now, if you read this actual law, I know reading is difficult for certain people who are in a fucking cult. Okay, I get it. It's a difficult thing. They send you to school for this shit. All right, if you read it, not less than 30 days after the enactment, basically, they will make publicly available in a searchable, downloadable format all unclassified records, documents, communications, and investigative materials in the possession of the Department of Justice, including the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office that relate to Jeffrey Epstein, including all investigations, prosecutions, custodial matters, Ghislaine Maxwell flight logs, individuals, including government officials, very important they mention this, entities, any immunity deals, internal DOJ communication, basically everything. Now, inside here, because obviously we didn't want to give any of these agents or any of these like scumbags...
Nah, Lil Pump endorsed Trump because his fucking career was dead and was just looking for anything to gain some relevancy.
Any right to redact, we said, listen, prohibited grounds for withholding. So no record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, political sensitivity, including any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary. So it doesn't matter who you are, okay? Because remember, diddling a child is probably going to cause reputational harm, okay? Forget the embarrassment. Reputational harm will be a thing. They put embarrassment just because, again, if you were to be mentioned, even if you didn't do anything illegal, just being inside something goofy and disgusting, they didn't want to exempt from that. They wanted people to be exposed, and rightfully so. Now, they said in the permitted withholdings, the Attorney General may withhold, redact the segregable portions of records that A, contain personally identifiable information of victims and victims' personal and medical files. So obviously, you know, for the people who are like, why do they black out the victim names? Well, no shit, they're going to do that, okay? You're not going to re-victimize somebody who's already been through fucking hell, you dumb fuck. And then, of course, obviously, when you go through here, they would never depict or contain child, you know, CSAM material, which obviously they weren't going to distribute because that's very illegal. So clearly A and B makes sense. C would jeopardize an active federal investigation. Obviously, it makes sense, but from what I understand, there is no active federal investigation. D, depict or contain images of death, physical abuse, or injury of any person. Obviously, you're not going to release snuff tapes of somebody that doesn't do anything. E, contain information specifically authorized under criteria established by an executive order to be kept secret in the interest of national defense or foreign policy, and are in fact properly classified pursuant to an executive order. So every redaction has to be accompanied by a written justification. Now, according to the actual individuals who were kind of leading this bill, turned out that wasn't actually the fucking case.
You replied, according to the transcript, there is no credible information that he trafficked them to anyone else. According to victims who cooperated with the FBI in that investigation.
The covert leftist Thomas Massey.
These documents in FBI possession, your possession, detail at least 20 men.
Hopefully this fucker gets primaried out.
Including Mr. Jess Staley.
I hate these performative libertarian types who literally vote like every single time like a fucking, you know, Democrat, but then all of a sudden, you know, they have principles. They have principles whenever they're questioned about why they don't vote for, you know, right-wing policies. It's incredible. Just for reference, this dumbass voted for Biden's fucking budget and then cried about Trump saying that it would increase the deficit, so he's not going to vote for it. It's insane. So he'll vote yes on the Democrats' budget, but not on, you know, Trump's budget. So he's one of those performative libertarian types. Quite sad.
CEO of Barclays Bank, who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims to. That list also includes at least 19 other individuals, one Hollywood producer worth a few $100 million, one royal prince, one high-profile individual in the music industry, one very prominent banker, one high-profile government official, one high-profile former politician, one owner of a car company in Italy, one rock star, one magician, at least 6 billionaires, including a billionaire from Canada.
So yeah, this is Representative Thomas Massie. I don't know anything about him other than his work on this with his Democratic friend Ro Khanna, the guy who was sort of the other bipartisan half of this. I don't know anything about this guy, but I do agree that, you know, you need to be releasing names. Okay, this guy was there for transparency. Obviously, for him, it's important. I think for any good person.
Why doesn't he release the names? If he knows who these people are, why doesn't Thomas Massie publish the fucking names? If the names are common fucking knowledge to him, why doesn't he just release the names? It's the same thing that happened with that fucking dumb bitch Marjorie Taylor Greene, remember? She was like saying like, oh, I'm going to release the names. I'm going to release the names after meeting with the victims. Never released the fucking names. So it's all a fucking performance act. You know, the political theater, as it's called. So they're all just performative, you know, attention-seeking, you know, media whores. Period.
All right, releasing this kind of information and exposing the evils in our world is a good thing to do, and he clearly has the power to do so, and he's been trying to exert it. And obviously, he listed off a lot of names over there. He listed off high-profile politicians. He listed off even billionaires from my own country of Canada. So again, the net goes far and wide, and obviously exposing these scumbags who control aspects of our society should be a thing. So obviously, one eagle-eyed individual even started looking at some of the redactions that were being made by the government. So in one of the actual documentations, you can actually see that, again, Donald Trump's name keeps getting brought out, right? Like, this is actually something that you could dig up. This is something you could verify for yourself if you pull up the relevant court information. However, if you actually look at the government version of this, you can see that names like Donald Trump have been redacted. Why? Why would you do this when people can very easily fact-check and verify this information for themselves? All you're doing is opening up an extra can of like, you're just opening up more eyes. You're doing what we call the Streisand effect to your own government here. But again, going back to the bill, what's actually insane about this entire situation too is that literally a victim came out and said that they were unfortunately exposed again in this entire process. So again, remember, when it came to redactions, the government failed to even protect victims. They were too busy focused on protecting their own people. They were too busy on protecting the interested assets for themselves. So one victim comes out, and this is from December 20th. This Jane Doe writes, I write to place the DOJ on formal notice of a grave and indefensible violation arising from December 19th release of records under the Epstein Files Transparency Act. In that release, my name or identifying information was disclosed publicly without proper redaction. At the same time, and astonishingly, the DOJ and FBI continue to withhold my own FBI file. Despite the fact that I reported Jeffrey Epstein to the FBI in 2009, I have an extensive FBI file arising from that report and related cooperation, and the FBI has confirmed in writing that my request remains under review for redactions. So they couldn't even protect the victims from being victimized again, okay? Look, say what you will about the FBI, I used to have a lot of respect for them ever since this fucking Cash Patel has been running that shit. God damn. Him and that AG Pam Bondi, I swear to God, dumb and fucking dumb as rocks, have decided to be some of the top cops in the country. This is the kind of shit that if you actually care about your country, okay, this is, again, if you...
This guy had respect for the FBI until... Dear God. Yeah, this is maybe a topic he should sit the fuck out on, bro, because the FBI has been even fucking worse up until this point. So, yeah.
Care about America. You should be standing up to these scumbags because they're pieces of shit. It's just that simple. You know, obviously, you know, when it comes to even like the 4chan, one of the interesting posts I wanted to show you guys was like, this is one post from like Poll where they were like the Epstein files. And they were like, actually fixed it for you, below increased amount of slurs that represent federal agencies. Yeah, it's just redacted files because that's all it is. It's literally just redacted shit. So redacted to the point, ladies and gentlemen, that now it seems like entire files have actually been removed. So you can actually verify this information for yourself. And I'm going to walk you through it right here because I think it's insane. So obviously, this is from one of the Krasenstein brothers. They showcased what appears to be a bunch of downloaded files and they were able to pull them up. Now, the download file that they were able to pull up here was known as EFTA0000468. Now, the way that we can verify this for ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, is if we go to these Epstein files, right, from the justice.gov/Epstein, if we go to the search functionality...
My dad worked in the FBI? No.
Which again, the search functionality is kind of broken, but it's fixing up, and now it's like better than it was yesterday, but it's still it seems like it's still a work in progress, vibe-coded mess. But if I type in EFTA 00000...
This shit's so fucking boring, man.
Bro, again, I just gotta make sure everything is perfect here, because again, I don't want this to... I want you guys to see it. 468. Now, EFTA 000 is at 5 zeros, 468. Hit search. You can see there's no results found. Now, if we do 467, okay, and then we can see that there's actually something in dataset 1. And if we do 469, we can see that there's something in dataset 1. But let's go back to 468. It's not there. Now, you might be like, well, Muta, did it ever exist? Well, actually, it decided to go to something known as the Epstein Files browser versal.app. So somebody downloaded the files, and they absolutely stuffed them into this separate browser because literally yesterday, or a day ago, 2 days ago at this point, the browsing was a lot more confusing than it ever was. Like, the site didn't work. So somebody just vibe coded their own Epstein Files browser website. Now, again, the interesting part is if we look at the actual posting here. So if we look at EFTA 467, right, if we just go to that actual DOJ website again, so let's just do 467, and we can just pull this PDF file open. Now, if you pull that PDF file open, you can see that this is the actual document. If we actually go back to the Versal app, 467, okay, same file. But now, if we can't pull up 468, for instance, right, that has been removed, in this case, from the dataset, well, let's look at the actual file browser. It does exist, 468 right here. So sometime after the release, they very shortly started pulling files out of the mix. Let's open up the file. Now, if we open up 468, you can see that inside the file using AI, they detected Donald Trump and Bill Clinton. So let's look at this photo really quickly, right? We've got Bill Clinton over here. We've got what appears to be Pope. I think it's like John Paul II. And then, of course, you've got Donald Trump right over here. And
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Already. But again, underneath here, you can see that there's more photos. There appears to be, again, just zooming in really quickly. It's hard to tell, but it almost seems like you've got Donald Trump over here with a bunch of young women in swimsuits. So again, I don't know why the FBI decided to remove this. I don't know why.
Maybe because they were listed as victims. That's also the other reality. So maybe they forgot to censor the picture.
So specific about this? Was the victim getting released? You could have redacted their face. You clearly had enough time to do so. But yeah, they decided to remove this. And it wasn't just this file, ladies and gentlemen. There was more files too. There was apparently up to 16 files that were gone. Now, I really did try to look for any aspect of artificial intelligence, and if there is, I clearly can't see it. But the thing about it is you know, it has the traditional watermark. Again,
those are just old pictures. Like, I don't really think Trump would care about a picture of him that's already public, and then also another picture of him with women. Like,
I don't know why it doesn't show up on the government, register. I don't get it. But it clearly, if this is the case, it's a cover-up. It literally is a cover-up. You got people who are posting things like this where...
Again, this topic is boring as shit to me. This should have been like a 5-minute video at most. This shit's boring as hell. It could have been a tweet.
Hey, look at that, Muta. There's a law that breaking, destruction, alteration, or falsification of records in federal investigations.
Uh-oh, now he's gonna play armchair lawyer.
They're bringing up U.S. code. Whoever knowingly alters, destroys, yada, 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 covers up. Dude, it doesn't matter what the law says, okay? The FBI isn't going to enforce it. You have to remember, a law only...
Thank you, Canadian Indian man. Your input is invaluable in this topic.
Matters if there's people willing to enforce it. You know what I mean? Like, you could not pay your fucking taxes. I mean, that's against the law. And if there was no agency...
Remember when this guy was screaming from the high heavens with, hello, legends, that, whatever that fucking guy, the completionist, broke the law and committed fraud and was going to jail and all this other shit, and people should report him to the authorities, and it turns out he didn't break the law at all. And both of them playing armchair attorney was so fucking wrong that literally he has it on record that he didn't do anything wrong from the very same agencies he was reported to. And on top of that, hello, legends, got literally fucking sued for defamation and lost. So, yeah. This internet hall monitor shit, community really should stick out. Like, I think they should just keep away from the legal arguments. It's not their strong suit. Let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 5. Can we watch a happy ending? I guess. He actually uploaded something pretty uplifting this time about that guy that made the I'm Ugly video. Okay. I'm not familiar with the I'm Ugly video. Musashi with the 5. Masonic Temple's goals were always to capture elites and the PDF file blackmail to gain control over the West for the last 60 years. A greater Israel plot. Yeah, definitely. Yep. I mean, all the whore masters, child sex traffickers, slave traders, dealers of illicit goods, the mafia. When you dig underneath all the layers of those specific, enterprises, a common trend emerges. So, yeah, it's a classic entrapment scheme. And the thing is, too, is it doesn't even have to involve kids either. They could get you on video fucking a guy or doing some embarrassing sex shit like BDSM. Like, there's all sorts of ways to entrap. It's not even just pedophile shit. Because the thing is, too, is, like, apparently Epstein didn't just deal in kids. He would catch you on camera with, like, even 20-year-old women or something and use it against you so that your wife wouldn't divorce you. Like, there's different aspects of it too. And there's probably 100 fucking people doing this shit. Epstein is definitely not the only one. And let's see, Musashi with the 5 in the pictures released. The zebra art is from Philippetti Brachette's collection, married to Nicole Junkerman, lesser known agent as bad as Ghislaine. Yeah, I don't really know too much about those people, but I mean, all this shit is like way deeper than it actually goes, and this is classic entrapment, so yeah. No, it definitely probably was like some Israeli fucking, ploy to compromise high-ranking U.S. officials, business leaders, etc. You know, it's the same way how they finessed Samsung into putting that back end into all Middle Eastern phones that allows the Israeli government to spy on every single phone sold in, you know, the Middle East. So, yeah. It's the name of the game. Schizo Garcia with the 5. I'm convinced that Putahar grifts the 4chan stuff so he can appeal to gamers browsing. Acts like a normal. Fanuc, it doesn't count. He probably uses. Yeah, I don't know, man. The thing is, it's like, I just don't like the fence-sitting centrist, you know, grift. It's just irritating. Because we know for a fact that all these guys are pretty much all, you know, big old lefties. So I just don't like the act. But yeah, I definitely would not tune into someone like Mutahar in order to get a, you know, actual serious political conversation or take from.
Like the Internal Revenue Service, who the fuck is coming after you for your taxes? It's the same with anything. If there is a law and nobody is willing to enforce it, then what does the law even matter? You know, you got a government these days that doesn't care about what the courts will say or anything of that nature. And here's the thing, you know, you can probably post in the comments section, like, you have like Trump derangement syndrome. And you know what, honestly, like if that's the only thing you can do after what I just showed you, where files were clearly missing, then you're part of a cult. You can show a cult member literally things that are wrong. It's like talking to a flat earthist. You know, it's like you can show them that the world is factually not flat. But as long as that's where their brain is, that's just all that they're going to believe. Okay, they'll come up with any justification to believe their shit. When in reality, they shouldn't. And you know, you got a bunch of people who are like, no, listen, a lot of these PDF files just have multiple pages inside them. To go back to, you know, the file we were looking at, 467 doesn't have multiple pages, only the one. 468, well, that's about as missing as jeffthekiller.jpg. 469, you got literally just the image. You got one image with 3 images inside them. So again, it seems like information is just going into the wind. We're getting lost media. Not only they put up the files, not even all the files, by the way, but then all of a sudden the files that are there now are slowly, some of them are disappearing. Like, what the fuck are we doing here, man? Like, I'm sorry to—
Dude, the funny thing is, have y'all seen like all the pictures of Jeffrey on Twitter where like everyone's like basically memeing the fuck out of him right now? Like all the fucking aura posting of Jeffrey Epstein. It's actually pretty funny. Like the dude was definitely photogenic, that's for sure.
Say at some point they're going to be talking about this in U.S. history classes about probably arguably one of the worst cover-ups ever. You know, you've got an entire agency over here, the oversight Dems, who are like, yeah, that file, by the way, 468, why is that removed? Arguably the only way for you to have any form of transparency is to probably pull an archive from literally a day. Some of these exist on like GitHub, like Harley Coops' Trump Epstein files. If you want to actually see Epstein files that aren't covered up completely, you can go into these files and you can verify them for yourselves too. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the actual government is now covering up the Epstein files. I mean, it's just simple like that. I don't think it's wrong to say.
They're now covering them up, buddy. What the fuck do you think happened for the last 5 years?
Like, to be real with you, the government is literally covering up the Epstein files literally in less than 48 hours. I mean, it is such a fucking wild world we live in, man. But honestly, I feel like for me, making these kind of videos are important because ultimately I feel like at the end of the day, all right, if somebody can learn to critically think after all this, that's all that matters to me. Simple as that. So, you know, ultimately, let me know what you think about it in the comment section below. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it, dislike I. I'm out.
Alright, there we go. We made it through. Wowie zowie. Thank you, MutaShaart, for such a important political conversation. I don't know how I would have formed my worldview without it.
The film takes place during the major historical conflict between—
This is a terrible fucking movie, by the way.
between the Christian world and the Islamic world that we today call the Crusades. Beginning in 1096, Catholic Europeans embarked on quests to retake the Holy Land and spread the faith to new areas of the globe. You would think that in a historical drama like this, we would get a fair portrayal of both sides, with the nuances of the conflict being shown. We don't.
Why? It's an anti-Christian, pro-Islam movie. They act like the fucking Ottomans are somehow the peace-seeking, you know, wonderful, friendly people who are honorable, and the evil Templars and Christians are the real, you know, monsters, and, you know, the Muslims are liberating Jerusalem from the oppressive Christian. It's fucking dog shit, man. It's Zog slop at its finest.
The film portrays the Christian Crusaders as bloodthirsty barbarians, while their Islamic opponents are shown as intelligent and peaceful. Now, it should be said that Ridley Scott, the director of the film, is an atheist, so we can see why he deliberately...
Let's see. Do we trust the early life section? It's probably just money if he's an atheist. Yeah, it just says he's an atheist, so I'll take Google's word for it. But it's probably the money, you know, selling out for the money, as usual.
Decided to portray things this way. But regardless of Scott's motivation, the portrayal of the Crusades in Kingdom of Heaven reflects how they've been understood by a majority of Westerners for decades. Documentaries like the History Channel's Mankind, The Story of Us single out the Crusades as a uniquely evil chapter of human history.
I think of all the wars fought over religion, the Crusades belong in their own category.
It is one of the most shameful undertakings ever embarked upon by our species.
In all of these cases...
Okay, what do you call the Ottoman horde, then, that literally did the exact same fucking thing?
The same narrative is presented. One day, crazy Christians decided to attack the peaceful and enlightened Islamic world just because they could. The events are held as a staple of why we need separation of church and state, and why Catholicism should have no place in government. We're led to believe that if Christians have power again, they'll start unnecessary wars of religion, just like the Crusades.
That's right, so we should let the Islamic Caliphate rule as a, you know, united church and state. Genius.
But in reality, there are few events in history more misunderstood than the Crusades. This is why I'm making this video. The popular understanding of the Crusades is dead wrong, and I'm here to explain why. In this video, you'll be finding out why the Crusades were not only morally justified, but were actually a historic achievement. Buckle up, because there's a lot to cover. Let's travel back in time to 600 AD, roughly 500 years before the First Crusade. This is a map of the Christian world at that time. All the highlighted areas show where Christianity had spread and become the majority religion. Wait a minute, is that the Middle East and North Africa? Yes, it is. These two areas used to be Christian. People today think of these as Muslim lands, but that was not always the case. It all began when Christianity spread far and wide after being legalized by Emperor Constantine the Great with the Edict of Milan. This led to the Christianization of both the Western and Eastern Roman Empire. Even as the western part of the empire fell to barbarians, Christianity remained, and most of the barbarians also converted. So if that happened in Europe, what happened in the Middle East and North Africa? In the mid-600s, Arab warlords sprang out of the Arabian Peninsula and began conquering everything in their path. They brought with them their own religion, Islam, and unlike European barbarians, they did not convert to Christianity. The Middle East at the time was dominated by two superpowers, the Christian Eastern Roman Empire, or the Byzantine Empire, and the Zoroastrian Sassanid Empire. Unfortunately for them both, they had just fought each other in a gigantic war lasting 25 years and had drained themselves of key resources. Because of this, neither was prepared for the invasions that hit them. The Byzantines lost all of Africa and the Levant, while the Sassanid Empire collapsed completely. The most important loss for the Christian world, though, was the loss of the Holy Land. By 900 AD, Islam had expanded, by conquest, all the way to France and southern Italy. Now, I'm not going to moralize about this. Conquest and wars of expansion have been common all through history, and Islam followed in that same mold. However, Islam did take things a step further with its concept of jihad, or holy war. Muhammad was a conqueror who took slaves, and Islam has sought to emulate his example ever since. As a side note, this is
and a 9-year-old into his bed.
Also why slavery has always been common in the Islamic world and continues to be practiced there to this very day. But regardless of the morality of the Islamic conquests, they were, nonetheless, invaders who invaded the Christian world. Christians in conquered lands were second-class citizens and many were taken as slaves. Christian inhabitants had to pay an enormous tax called the dhimmi tax, and their churches were often shut down. Because of Islamic policies, over the centuries, Christianity in the Middle East and North Africa shrunk from a large majority to a tiny minority. But it actually gets even worse. During the days of the Roman Empire, the Mediterranean Sea was a breadbasket of commerce and trade. The Romans had successfully stamped out piracy and created some of the safest waterways in the entire world. Islamic piracy brought all of this to an end. From bases in North Africa and the Middle East, they turned the Mediterranean into an unsafe hellhole. This crashed the European economy and made Europe a miserable place for commerce for almost 400 years. Islam's so-called Golden Age came at Europe and Christianity's expense. This is the true reason that many consider the years 600 AD to 1000 AD a dark age for Europe. It was literally cut off from the entire world and constantly under attack. It was in this hellish environment that Christendom finally started to have enough. The first rumblings for a crusade came in 846 when an Arabic expedition to Sicily sailed up the Tiber River and sacked St. Peter's in Rome. A synod in France called for Christian sovereigns to rally against the enemies of Christ, and the Pope, Leo IV, offered a heavenly reward to those who died fighting the Muslims. But it was around 1000 AD when things really escalated on multiple fronts. In the West, the Islamic Caliphate of Cordoba in Iberia began expanding north. It conquered
let's see, Schizo Garcia with the 5, all this Epstein stuff and still quiet on the happening front. Yep, always bet on nothing, right? And also, the 5, appreciate it, man. That's no atheist. I can smell a bagel from 271,000 miles away from my base in Hyperborea. Hell yeah, man. I hope to join you one day.
burned, and enslaved its way through multiple Christian cities, including Barcelona and Leon. It was this expansion campaign that finally provoked the Christian kingdoms to launch the Reconquista to retake Iberia from Islam. But if things looked rough in Western Christendom, they were even worse in the East. In the late 900s, a Central Asian Muslim group called the Seljuk Turks began migrating into Anatolia. In 1064, they completely conquered Armenia and sacked its capital, Ani. The city never recovered from this brutality and remains a ruin to this very day. Almost all of the Armenian population had to migrate southeast to Cilicia, creating an entire new kingdom called Cilician Armenia. In other words, Islam had made the Armenian homeland unlivable. The Turks then turned their expansion into the Byzantine Empire. They began invading western Anatolia in droves. The Byzantines tried to launch counterattacks, but were ultimately defeated at the Battle of Manzikert. After this defeat, Turks began mass migrating into Anatolia, completely altering its demographics. Another region of the Christian world had just become Islamic by force. Here's how historian John J. O'Neill describes the circumstances. These, then, are the major political events which prefigured the First Crusade. Within a span of 35 years, the Turks had seized control of Christian territories larger than the entire region of France, and now they were a real threat to Europe. Now by this point, the Byzantine Empire realized it was incapable of stopping the Islamic hordes by itself. Emperor Alexius Comnenus made a desperate appeal to the Pope and Western Christendom for aid. This was a major deal, because Eastern and Western Christendom had been in schism for almost 50 years by this point. The Catholic Pope and the Orthodox Patriarchs did not get along, to put it lightly. But the issue had become that serious that they were now willing to cooperate. What made matters even more urgent was the Turks had begun persecuting Christian pilgrims in the Holy Land. Priests like Peter the Hermit, who had become one of the greatest advocates of the Crusades, witnessed this firsthand. This is the geopolitical environment that led to the First Crusade being called. Now, does it seem unreasonable?
Yeah, the religion of peace being peaceful as always.
When you get all this other context? This is what Catholic Europeans knew about Islam on the eve of the First Crusade. Muslims were enemies of Christ, they waged wars against non-combatants and enslaved women and children, and they had conquered all of Iberia, Anatolia, and threatened France and Italy. It was important that this all happened at the turn of the first millennia. By this time, the elites of Europe were finally starting to become much wealthier and better educated. They were developing a much stronger grasp of history and world affairs. Europe was safer and more interconnected than any time since the Roman Empire. They were beginning to truly understand just how much damage Islam had done to the Christian world, and how much of a civilizational threat it still represented. All the pieces were now in place for the Crusades to be launched.
And all this effort only to be undone in 3 generations of fucking selfish piece of shit leaders who opened the fucking floodgates.
In 1095, the moment had arrived. Pope Urban II called for the First Crusade to retake the Holy Land and drive back Islam. It would be the first of many. An excerpt from Urban's crusade speech reads, "Your brethren who live in the East are in urgent need of your help, and you must hasten to give them the aid which has been promised them. The heathens have killed many, and they have destroyed churches and devastated the Greek Empire. If you permit them to continue with impunity, the faithful of God will be much more widely attacked by them. On this account, I, or rather the Lord, beseech you as Christ's heralds to publish this everywhere, and to persuade all people of whatever rank to carry aid promptly to those Christians. Let therefore hatred depart from among you. Let your quarrels end. Let wars cease, and let all dissensions and controversies slumber." It's important to point out how Pope Urban's speech emphasized not only the defense of Christendom, but also the end of internal wars between Christian kingdoms. The Pope envisioned an international brotherhood of Catholics who fought not each other, but their external threats.
We can have that now.
In any case, the call for crusade was extremely well received.
No more brother wars. We can purge the heretics once and for all, and restore the paradise on earth we once had.
The news spread through all of Europe like wildfire. Tens of thousands of faithful Catholics all across Europe answered the Pope's call. Lowly peasants, ambitious knights, even kings. French, English, Flemish, German, people from all walks of life and all nationalities were inspired to fight for Christendom. It's not really appreciated how much of an accomplishment that this alone was. It's really something entirely unique in human history. The Catholic Church had created a multinational network that united Europeans of all stripes and ethnicities under a common faith with common goals. So many different Europeans being united by one religion and engaging in a civilization-wide struggle had not happened before and has not happened since.
Yes, it has. The Roman Empire. Like, that's what people fail to realize is the Catholic Church at its core, even down to its structure, is literally the Roman Empire. Like, essentially, you know, you have your bishops and archbishops and cardinals, and, you know, all of them operate essentially as the de facto governors of the church inside of those different provinces. So, the Catholic Church has the exact same structure as the Roman Empire did back in the day. You know, the College of Cardinals is essentially like the Roman Senate. The Pope is essentially like the Emperor or, you know, dictator or whatever. It doesn't matter. But, yeah. Pretty much the exact same structure.
Catholicism achieved what hundreds of other religions and ideologies could not. And perhaps this is why our modern secular system demonizes the Crusades.
One of the most shameful undertakings ever embarked on by our species.
Now, did every crusade always go the best it could have gone? No, of course not. Some crusades were huge successes, like the Reconquista, while others were dismal failures, like the Fourth Crusade. But even the failures are understandable in context. Crusaders were going halfway across the world to fight unfamiliar enemies on their own home turf. The logistics of the Crusades alone were a monumental undertaking, and despite all these challenges, the Christian forces still often came out on top. The First Crusade could really only be qualified as a roaring success. Crusaders defeated almost every Muslim army they encountered and captured Jerusalem. For the first time in hundreds of years, the Holy Land was back under Christian control. The First Crusade also established Crusader states that would remain in the Middle East for another century. One crusade I personally like was the Sixth Crusade. Jerusalem had fallen back into Muslim hands, but they'd started to fight each other in a civil war. Emperor Frederick II of the Holy Roman Empire negotiated a peaceful transfer of Jerusalem back into Christian rule. Jerusalem was retaken without a single drop of blood being spilled. A decisive diplomatic victory, even if the Muslims would eventually take it back. As you can tell, during this time period, it was hard for just about anybody to hold on to Jerusalem for long. In the end, the Crusades secured Christendom's western flank and bought its eastern flank another 300 years. It wasn't until the emergence of the Ottoman Empire in the 1300s that Islam once again threatened Europe. But even when that happened, Crusaders once again went out to stop them. The Crusade of Nicopolis and the Crusade of Varna are two big examples of this. While they didn't succeed in stopping the Ottomans, they did show that Christendom was still capable of uniting to fight common threats in the name of God. And in the end, 300 years later in the 1600s, Ottoman power would be broken by what was basically a crusade. The Christian Holy League of Austria, Poland, Venice, and Russia united to defeat the Ottomans and drive them back from Europe. Despite all of this, some people say the Crusades failed. But did they? Europe was Christian when the Crusades were launched, and it's still majority Christian today, 1,000 years later, although it is secularizing due to modernist ideologies. Ironically, it's only after the Pope lost his power to call crusades that Christianity started to decline in Europe. But when we look back at these events, history shows it's not a shameful chapter of Catholic history, but the total opposite. The Christian world defended itself and spread the faith abroad after hundreds and hundreds of years of abuse. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why the Crusades were awesome indeed.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
This has been Pax, and thank you so much for watching. If you'd like to see more videos, please consider supporting the channel. Also, leave a comment letting me know your thoughts on everything. As always, I will see you in the next video.
That picture of Ben Shapiro is crazy, man. Jeez. Oh my god. Let's see. So Musashi with the 2 played the last Gladiators Sega Saturn pinball game? Is that a video or like an actual game? Like this?
I can't afford this shit!
Like a cinematic the whole time? Okay, yeah, it's just an intro. Yeah, that was a lot of effort behind that intro. Brutal.
Begin the battle.
Let's see. So Schizo Garcia with the 10. The biggest black pill is realizing there's no viable political solution to reversing white replacement. The first step to solving it is accepting reality. Black pill does not mean total surrender. Well, yeah, the only political solution is a dictator. That's it. We need someone with absolute power who has the stomach to do what's needed to be done. And also Schizo Garcia with a 5. It's a crucial step to understand no political or religious system is going to save us. You must save yourself. Well, yeah, I mean, you're not voting yourself out of this. Period. Alright, let's see.
Game Awards has come and gone like a fart in the wind. I streamed the entire show while Kodo was passed out in a diabetic coma from a Pizza Hut dinner gone wrong, leaving me to suffer all alone.
It doesn't sound like I missed much, so I don't regret that decision.
You made the right choice. This show was not only a celebration of the mediocrity of 2025, but also a look ahead to some more soulless products that don't seem to have a shred of humanity behind them. Just look at my man Jeff Keighley, and you can see there's no life behind those eyes. He is just clocking in for an easy paycheck, since the modern day Call of Duty, FIFA, Madden gamers are so desperate to be cool and relevant that they need a prestige award show like Hollywood has. And you know, I really went into this show expecting the worst, but somehow was still let down, even with those insane—
Yeah, it really was bad. This was probably the worst Game Awards that I ever watched.
low expectations.
What are you talking about, dude? The Roach King said this is the best year for gaming yet.
It's funny you say that, because it would be a bit less depressing if there weren't these highly influential people like—
Wait, Asmongold actually said this was the best year for gaming yet? That's brutal, man. Jesus.
Asmongold out there convincing people that this was genuinely an amazing year for gaming.
Is the clip you're referencing the DSP clip?
Yeah.
What's amazing is whenever you watch that, he then doesn't mention a single positive game after that. He only craps on other big games.
I think gaming now is amazing, and I never run out of video games to play. Like, anybody who's unhappy with video games nowadays, I think is a retard.
Thank God we have this man—
Oh my God.
child who's only played the same crappy game for the last 20 years.
Your right-wing chud of choice, guys. There you go. You're a retard if you don't love modern gaming.
A man that lives among the roaches and gets disgusted by the sight of water. Thank God we have this man to ensure us that the state of gaming is great, and anyone who disagrees is a retard. Praise be. The sad part is also that the last little bit of his rant there is true. We'll never run out of games to play, but none of them are new releases. It's all old stuff on emulators.
But there was so much fluff and advertising that very little of it felt like it was actually related to the games themselves. And I honestly feel like a lot of people only watch these Game Awards to wait and see if a savior will arise to save us from the slop. But the thing that a lot of y'all fail to realize is that no savior is coming. Half-Life 3 was not announced.
Dude, the Half-Life 3 hopium was on 10.
It was unreal.
It was so bad that when the award show ended, I got sent to a random cozy Christmas music stream, and I guess some others from the Game Awards did too, because they were in that stream comments coping about how Half-Life 3 didn't get announced. Dude, look at this chat. Man. Sanest Half-Life fan right now. I'm a KMS. It's so over. We're doomed. And part of the reason for that is the new premieres they showed at the Game Awards ranged from underwhelming to terrible. I mean, the first trailer they showed for the show was a game where you play as a dog herding sheep. I mean, I get you don't want to blow your wad too early, but is this really what you're leading off with in the biggest game show of the year? The consequences of giving women power in the gaming space have just been absolutely dire. They also dug up the corpse of the Star Wars franchise.
And then society in general.
Guys, to tease Fate of the Old Republic, which looks like it's just there to prey on the nostalgia of KOTOR fans. I'm sure the brief cinematic they showed gives fans of those games a lot of confidence.
Yeah, I also can't help but notice, and we'll talk about this later, but I can't help but notice the absurd lack of gameplay in like all of these trailers. Larian's next big RPG got revealed, and Larian claims that this RPG will even be bigger than Baldur's Gate 3. Now, I actually liked Baldur's Gate 3 and thought it was a good game, but this sounds like a terrible idea. I think games, especially Baldur's Gate 3, are already too big.
Well, massive L on your part liking Baldur's Gate 3. I bailed on that game in Act 1 maybe, but even if I had liked it, I honestly think that game was already too big, because even the people who seem to enjoy it, I think can agree that it started to drag near the end, especially Act 3.
It's definitely bloated, that's for sure. Also, the trailer for this game is disgusting. I don't know what they were thinking with this. I don't know why, out of all the things you could show me for a trailer hyping up your game, you showed me a freaking Diddy Party. That is a disgusting trailer.
Par for the course with Hollywood, man, which is what this show wants to be.
Like, I mean,
Multiculturalisms, you know, symbolic burning of the white man.
That trailer looked more like a Diablo game than a Divinity game. What are we even doing at this point?
To move on to a lighter note, the soy faces in chat were off the charts whenever they revealed that everyone's favorite character, Leon, is going to be in Resident Evil 9 Requiem. Resident Evil's kind of waffled back and forth between being a horror and action franchise for a while now, so it seems like this is them kind of compromising and having Grace's campaign be horror and Leon's be action, I guess. But I'm more of an RE5 Boulder Puncher kind of guy. That's my speed.
Very based, very based. RE5 doesn't get enough love.
And on the topic of a game I was kind of excited to see some footage for, Phantom Blade Zero footage got shown, and unfortunately, the gameplay they showed had more than just a whiff of soul stank on it, and it really reminded me of last year's big flavor of the month game, Black Myth Wukong.
No one talks about this game anymore. When's the last time you heard someone say, oh, Black Myth is really good?
And we're going to see this be a theme throughout.
No one, because it was a bunch of Chinese bots.
the awards. All these games that people love so much, people completely forget about them in a month. Almost as if they aren't actually genre-defining masterpieces. These little piggies are desperate for anything that falls into the trough. DSP just joined the call. Towards the end of the show, they also revealed Mega Man Dual Override out of nowhere. That's coming out in 2027. The best thing about this announcement really had nothing to do with Mega Man itself. All show long, from the very start, chatters were just inhaling lethal amounts of Half-Life 3 hopium, only to walk away distraught after they showed this reveal. Because they got this instead of their beloved Half-Life 3, and now Half-Life fans are actively beefing Mega Man fans for getting the reveal that they rightfully deserved. You'll love to see it. That's so funny. Here's what gets me, though. Do you really want a Half-Life 3 at this point? Really? Because if it came out now, I really doubt it would be in line with what people are expecting or with what they want.
Yeah, all the people who worked on it are gone. So they've long since retired, moved on to different companies, or just don't fucking care anymore. Or they've become, you know, absolute massive TDS libshits that are incapable of writing anything that's not like the most literal leftist propaganda imaginable.
Given how much time has passed between Half-Life 2 and now. We're going to get into this later, but what franchise currently has gotten a recent release that lived up to the hype of the name it had before? Right, where are these games? Final premiere of the night, right before the Game of the Year announcement, was a free-to-play hero shooter, and the second they started the trailer, I'm instantly out, because the first thing I see is the typical diverse protagonist with the patented Zoomer broccoli haircut. The game's called...
Yeah, exactly. Your racially ambiguous Zoomer Chud, or not Chud, pseudo-Chad is what I was going for, but yeah.
Guard, and it was made by former Respawn devs that worked on Titanfall and Apex Legends. Man, we're never getting
Musashi with the 2, Divinity CGI is pure hate for white Celtic belief. Yeah, dude, it's just more subversion, so... Yup. It's more, you know, malicious subversion to try and co-opt, you know, the so-called white people culture that we don't have. And Schizo Garcia with the 5 just tried to check my happening phone to look into the modern state of gaming. And would you guess it's not working because nothing ever happens? I guess so, man. I guess so. Always bet on nothing, right?
Titanfall 3, are we? No, it's over, unfortunately. But you're telling me the biggest premiere of the night for the biggest gaming show of the year is basically Concord 2. But hey, you know what? To their credit, unlike a lot of other game reveals, they did show some gameplay, even though it looked bad. And if the reactions to this trailer are anything to go off of, I think we've got another future flop on our hands. There were also a bunch of other reveals that I'm not going to touch on for time's sake, but almost all of them looked ugly and uninspired. I mean, unironically, the Badger 3D platforming game that they showed near the beginning of the show might have been the best reveal they showed. That's where...
Oh my god, dude, I just remembered. I need to pull this up. Speaking of 3D platforming, do you know what this Badger game reminded me of? I saw this today, and it's like, holy fuck, dude. This is literally that fucking stupid-ass Badger game. Watch. Have y'all seen this?
A mushroom? I should take a look at that.
The modern game.
I think I should go this way. A coin. This could be useful. Whoa. I'm Super Mario. The Goomba's head is exposed. If I can find a way to jump on it, it's game over. A mushroom?
Dude, it's like literally the perfect encapsulation of the modern video game. I don't know why the resolution's so shitty, but it looks a lot better if you watch it on your phone. But yeah, it's like the classic, you know, the classic game being turned into a dark, dimly lit, over fucking, you know, detailed environment with the realistic lighting effects and the obnoxious fucking, you know, commentary, because God forbid someone sits in silence while playing a game.
Should take a look at that. I think I should go this way. A coin. This could be useful. Whoa. I'm Super Mario. The Goomba's head is exposed. If I can find a way to jump on it, it's game over.
But yeah, there's the part too.
You made it.
That you, Peach? I see Toadsworth roped you into this too.
The Monarch's job is never done, but we can talk more later. Bowser's castle should be just up ahead.
I thought I smelled something burning.
Focus M. Bowser's got the power stars, and you know what that means.
Yeah, trouble.
Exactly. So watch your back.
Button prompt.
Oh, and if you find any red coins out there, make sure to grab those too. Collect enough, and I might just have an upgrade waiting for you.
All right. You're the boss, princess. Okay, Mario. Time to party. All right. All right.
Good. You made it.
Yeah, dude, it literally is. It's not even just Sony. It's like every single AAA game. But that's what this like fucking Badger game reminded me of, is that fucking Mario shit.
where we're at.
Yeah, and it looks like, if anything, it could just be a little bit of dumb fun.
On top of a lot of lackluster reveals, this show made it very clear that the focus of the Game Awards is not gameplay in any way, shape, or form. Among all the new games that were shown, so few of them showed even a second of gameplay, and the vast majority were nothing but cutscenes. The new Star Wars game they showed had no gameplay. Larian's Divinity announcement showed no gameplay. Resident Evil 9 showed literally 5 seconds of Leon roundhousing and chainsawing zombies after 3 minutes of cinematics. Control announced a sequel that showed maybe 5 seconds of gameplay. Tomb Raider really raised the bar because they managed to show trailers for 2 new games and still show 0 gameplay. There was even a new IP called No Law. It looked so generic that until they flashed the name of it on screen, I genuinely thought it was a new Cyberpunk 2077 DLC, and I could really go on and on, but I think you get the point. There was a walking sim game they showed where you play as a slow-moving granny with a big, wholesome Reddit Chungus sidekick, and that game showed more gameplay than any of the big reveals, which kind of just drives home the point. They just don't care about gameplay anymore in gaming.
Well, you can even see that reflected in the YouTube sphere, where all the biggest YouTubers don't even play games, they just talk about them.
Well, they read Twitter. They're Twitter readers.
Right, that's what they are. They don't care about games. They do not care.
The biggest gaming creators, they live stream reading Twitter for 8 hours, and all their videos are just them reading tweets about the gaming industry.
Yes, they don't play them anymore. They just talk about them.
Well, on top of all the cinematic focus over gameplay, there was also this heavy push for including famous actors in games, as well as promoting movies about games. In the show alone, Matthew McConaughey was narrating this new IP called Exodus from former BioWare devs. Yakuza showed off a spin-off featuring this famous Korean actor, which, to their credit, at least we finally got some good Type 2 representation. A massive cast of actors from the new Street Fighter movie came out on stage to make a bunch of cringe jokes and pretend to care about it for a paycheck.
And fortunately for me, I had the distinct pleasure of kicking half these guys in the face. Legally, on camera. I kind of miss that, guys.
We miss it too.
Lenny Kravitz is apparently the new James Bond games villain, which, let's be real, you know they're going to find a way to make his motivation in the game actually righteous given his complexion, as they do with many melanated villains. And even famous documentary filmmaker Werner Herzog showed up to shill for Warframe. It's so obvious that Jeff wants the prestige of Hollywood, and unfortunately, a lot of gamers now just want to watch movies, so it makes sense that they made the focus on cinematics rather than the one unique thing gaming has, which is obviously the gameplay.
Right, and the interactivity and reactivity. I'll never understand this push. Genuinely, I will never understand. I get bored whenever games take too much control away from me, but I just don't care. I don't know what's gotten into us where we're so obsessed with optics that we forget about the actual fun part of the game, which is playing the dang thing.
Even if we ignore the lack of gameplay, this show was padded out with non-stop cringe, man. We got multiple segments of Jeff going back and forth with Miss Piggy. It was so bad for me that when I was streaming this for the boys, I ended up muting the Miss Piggy sections and just jamming like good game OSTs, and everyone in chat genuinely preferred it and were begging me to go back to it when Miss Piggy came back on.
We go. Oh yes, the Game Awards will never let you down.
I can't do it, boys. Tell me that's not an instant massive upgrade over listening to Miss Piggy. On top of the cringe, we also got just endless amounts of ads for this live service gotcha slop. These games are just nothing more than slot machines, and even worse.
They really are. I mean, it's just money printers, though. Autistic anime retards can't fucking resist it. They see a slightly different anime girl in a, school outfit that reveals her heckin' thighs, dude, and they're powerless to resist. Let me spend my entire retard check that I got from the U.S. government on my Chinese gotcha slop of choice.
They're all featuring these little anime girls that look like they're 10 but are still dressed in a provocative way. Like, this is nothing more than gambling and spank bank material for degenerate weebs.
Don't worry, we're silently making a list of all the people that need to face the wall when our perfect utopia comes.
You're darn right. Every single one of you, we will get you. Japan got the last laugh against us with the creation of anime, man.
Yeah, we may have won the battle, they won the war. Which, think about it for half a second. We drop the nukes on them, and what do? How do they respond? They create anime. Is this not proof that this is from Satan?
You cannot re-educate me. I have no interest in re-education.
There's even this ad for a Capcom sale where they had this cringe skit featuring the tall actress that was the vampire lady in Resident Evil Village, where she's scolding a bunch of YouTubers. Now, I'm not familiar with any of these YouTubers, but in typical modern gaming fashion, the men all sounded gay.
You can just run around those, right?
And the one quote-unquote female's voice was deeper than yours.
I'd like to talk more about the samurai.
Yeah, the troon.
Demons.
Talking about zombies and samurais, and the female is like,
zombies and samurais are sick. Me and all my girlies, we're gonna go play with our action figures. We're gonna go chew on tobacco and stare at chicks.
It's so disgusting. You have to laugh. It's the only cope we have.
Dude, you know what was really unfortunate is the entire show just ended up being one big giant ad, and unfortunately that crap works. Just look at the Expedition 33 sales charts.
Yep, it spiked the crazy numbers right after the show ended. Also, thank God we got to see Evanescence do a live performance of their new song. Exactly what I want at the Game Awards. Gaming is saved.
Since they're so relevant, huh?
And I gave her the Miss Piggy treatment in the stream as well.
One of the things that really bothered me, and I'm sure you agree with this, Jeff, though, is that 2025's best games were all pretty big letdowns despite critical consensus. So no one...
Schizo Garcia with the 2. I blame the guys that made Hades and Bastion. Yeah, those games are massively fucking overrated. And also with the 2, she's real to me. Well, she has a real penis, so...
I'm surprised AstroTurf 33 swept almost every single award it was nominated for, including Best Indie, despite the game's credit showing tons of outsourcing. And this narrative somehow keeps being used that Sandfall's a small indie studio, slaying the AAA giant despite the core of Sandfall Studio being former Ubisoft employees. Let's be honest, the game does have some merit. It's not a terrible game, but the unhinged amount of praise for what would be an average game release 10 years ago makes me want to push back against it.
Exactly, that's what I've always said. It's like a good game at best. And the fact of the matter is, it's just people are so used to getting dog shit that when something is good, they think it's a fucking masterpiece.
this game didn't do anything new, and that's fine. It doesn't need to reinvent the wheel. But they were able to trick so many people into thinking this was some revolutionary formula from some tiny indie underdog, when in reality, it was former Ubisoft employees that branched off to create a studio. And their publisher, Kepler Interactive, had a funding from NetEase that no true indie studio would have access to. And they had plenty of outsourcing help and not the 30 employees that all the games journalists were claiming. And a movie deal in the works before the game was even launched.
Yeah, nothing screams organic like a movie deal before the game comes out.
Red flags all over that game.
Well, and on top of what you just mentioned, even the lead writer, Jennifer Yin, had no prior published writing work, and even admitted she had never played a video game prior to getting the job as lead writer of the game. And on top of that, she was only originally brought on to be a voice actor for some character originally, and somehow ended up landing lead writer. So it's not surprising that the story fell off a cliff in Act 2. And even when Mael's voice actress won her award, she immediately made sure to shout out her girlfriend and all the other neurodivergent people out there, which I have to say was pretty fitting when you look at the creatures in attendance at the show. Specifically one chunky popcorn muncher. And as you said, I don't have a problem with it winning Game of the Year. It was solid, especially when you take into account the weak field for this year, but it is insane how low the bar is now to create a masterpiece.
A masterpiece which is subsequently forgotten in genuinely 5 minutes.
No, it was peak for about 20 whole minutes.
It then happens to get revived by the Game Awards because again, it's nothing but a big ad.
What we should be talking about is that they managed to put out a solid game and did it at a much more reasonable price point than the new $70 to $80 standard. But the hype around this game is just so beyond forced.
And I mean, despite all the focus on Expedition...
And it didn't even sell that well. That's the crazy part. It's like, even with all the hype, it did not even do Baldur's Gate 3 numbers. Which this game has been glazed more than Baldur's Gate 3 has. By a fucking long shot.
33. It's hard to feel hopeful that games are going to improve when the other nominees for Game of the Year were far more disappointing. Like, for example, Silksong, Hades 2, Death Stranding 2, and KCD 2 were all inferior sequels on top of them pushing the same pirate agendas. Silksong had a couple gay bugs in it, strong, brave gay bugs. Hades 2 had a god that was in a wheelchair or one that had vitiligo and was a fat old woman. DS2 was a perfect dystopia with no borders. And of course, KCD 2's incredible commitment to diversity, with including formerly heterosexual Henry and Han's gay romance along with other totally historical accuracies.
Isn't it funny, too, that in the case of KCD 2 and Hades 2, as long as the culture is white people, you can destroy it completely, but you only have to show respect when it's another skin color.
Hey, Endymion told me woke is dying.
Which is amazing, because if it ever does actually die, that man's free ride is over.
Oh yeah, he's done.
In fairness, the one Game of the Year nominee that we didn't mention, Donkey Kong Bonanza, does look fun, but I am not buying a Switch 2 for that game.
Right, is it really
Donkey Kong is fun.
worth $500 to play that game? I don't think so.
And a sad realization that I've come to after this award.
Well, it's not worth $500 to play that one game, because you're going to buy the console to play all the other games too, so...
Show was gamer.
I don't really like that mentality where it's like, oh, am I going to spend $500 to play one game? Well, you're spending $500 to play that game now, and then all the other future games as well. Like, it's a one-time purchase, and then you get to enjoy it for like 10 years.
Deserve the industry they have. Some of us do see the dire state that the games industry is currently in, and we do openly criticize it, but unfortunately, we're outnumbered 100 to 1 by those that just want to be told what the next masterpiece is so that they can play it for 2 hours, declare that it's peak, and never touch it again.
Or not even to play it. A lot of them just go onto Reddit and attach themselves to a community while calling a game a peak the whole time.
Yeah, well, they pick their streamer, watch their videos or streams about it, and then pretend they experience it as well.
Right.
You and I and others who are more critical of the state that it's in, we don't deserve the crappy industry we have, but clearly somewhere along the line, we failed to properly gatekeep all the others out of it.
Yep, should have used more gamer words. I don't know what to tell you.
And to that point of gatekeeping, there was an award called the Game Changer, which is essentially just who's doing the best job at destroying the industry. And this year's winner was an organization called Girls Make Games.
And Girls Make Games worse.
It was absolutely poetic that the two girls on stage that accepted the award were yapping about it. They showed the most abysmal looking footage of the game that they made, and the one girl had to comment and tell us, well, it's a horror game, but not too spooky, so that's still inclusive.
Man, I'm telling you, dude, the games industry was so much better before we normalized women being in it. I mean, back on the 360 days, if you were a lady that was playing...
So was society.
And if you happen to have a mic, you were getting roasted the moment you turned that thing on.
But that's true equality. You either dealt with it or you moved on.
I mean, that happened to you if you were a squeaker too. Or even someone like me. People make fun of my laugh all the time when I was on Xbox. I caught heat too. You catch heat for anything.
Well, it doesn't matter. If you're winning, you catch heat because you're beating them, and if you're losing, you get called bad. So
right. This is why this was and needs to become again a space for men.
It was a beautiful social contract we all had.
There's no such thing as a men's only space now. Women have to be a part of everything.
We all agreed to scream.
And don't you know, they're just heckin' better at everything than you are, chud.
Of each other, and it was just a beautiful thing.
But unfortunately now there are so many initiatives in place like Girls Make Games.
Dude, it's 23 degrees out. I just saw my phone. Fuck.
Games that are pushing women and men LARPing as women into these spaces that they have no interest in. And it's having a disaster.
I was just cold. Like, I was feeling cold because, you know, my windows are drafty, and I was checking to see what the temperature is. 23 fucking degrees out. Yeah, no wonder why it's fucking cold in here.
Effect on the franchises that we all grew up in. I mean, can you think of a single franchise that has not thoroughly been feminized?
Dude, every franchise from my childhood. Halo, God of War, Grand Theft Auto, Pokemon, Call of Duty, like the list goes on and on. They're all dead, and I think a lot of it is due to the fact that there's massive female influence in them that wasn't there when the games were actually good. Another thing I noticed was a lot of the quote-unquote gamers watching this show, they do absolutely deserve the dumpster fire of an industry that we currently have, because while I was streaming this, I left the official Game Awards chat up on the stream just to see what people were saying, and there were more super chats than I could count of these disgusting freaks advertising femboy furry Discord servers and girls posting their OnlyFans links in the super chats. Like, these freaks deserve mandatory skydiving lessons without a parachute.
In Roblox? In
Roblox, of course, yeah.
It may be cliche, but it's true. Our best course of action currently is to simply disengage with these new releases for the most part and just play our backlogs. I can tell you, at least from my own experience, I've been going back and playing my backlog. I've had way more fun playing these old games. Like, for example, I played Fear for the first time this year. Infinitely better than
that's a great game.
Any other game that's been released this year, bar none. Same thing for Half-Life 2. Played that for the first time this year. Infinitely better than all this other crap that we've been getting.
I don't know about that one.
Boomer with his nostalgia goggles on. Boomer alert.
But it's not nostalgia. It's genuinely not.
Well, you have to love when they still call it nostalgia, but you've never played the games before.
Right? Like, I've never been one to say that all hope is lost, but at this point, it probably would be better for the entire industry to just go bankrupt. Like, that might be the only hope of getting all the mentally ill activist freaks that currently run the industry out of it. And we have got to find some way to get back to having talented people in the industry, and currently many of them are barred because they don't tick a certain box, or have been driven out by these politically minded freaks that have an agenda that don't actually care about the quality of the art they're making.
My one positive takeaway from this year's Game Awards is knowing that Ghost of Yotei, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and Death Stranding 2 won absolutely nothing. Our boy Daniel Vaverstein completely sold out all of his principles in pursuit of getting some awards and still went home empty-handed. Between that and watching Kojima's shocked expression whenever Expedition 33 took Game of the Year really did warm my heart. Kojima's check just must not have cleared because there's no one on planet Earth that thought that dumpster fire of a game, Death Stranding 2, had any shot at Game of the Year, much to Jeff's chagrin.
But it was pretty nice and pretty validating seeing him get up and walk out mid-show.
Yeah.
Like, what have you done? You've done nothing to deserve anything. Get out of here. Hey, can you have that same reaction to the gaming industry? Just walk away, brother. We don't want you here.
What do you mean? Kojima is an auteur. Actually, you know what, Kodo? Now that I think about it, ignore this entire video. Breaking news. Asmongold just confirmed that this show was peak. Gaming is safe, fellas.
Best show in yours? Yeah, it's actually crazy how good the show was.
We both spent a large portion of the last week and a half.
Damn it. I didn't mean to click the stupid over.
The 2025 edition of the...
It's crazy how good the show was.
Basically everything about it was perfect.
Your life is...
It was perfect. Dude, Dreamcast Goyam said the exact same thing, too. He's like, it's a 9 out of 10, dude.
Nothing. You serve zero purpose. You should yourself now.
Holy shit, man. That shit's black pilling as fuck. Damn. Yogi Bear with the 2. Anime waifu better than 2020 women. Yeah, that's right. They don't have penis. Well, actually, never mind. Nope. Y'all introduced me to the world of Fuda, so, you know. Never mind. The anime women might actually have penises. We don't know anymore. It's a gamble whether they're 2D or 3D. And Schizo Garcia with the 2. The Crunchyroll Awards was absolute zog slot. Yeah, I can imagine. Crunchyroll's woke as fuck. So, yeah.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Alright, let's see. Alright. A happy ending.
The best dating product of this century. Guys, sometimes exception.
The best dating product of this century. Musashi with the 2. Kojima, Death Stranding 2 official sales are still at 1.4 million. Yeah, I know. Everybody got baited and switched by the first Death Stranding, and then people bought it when it went on sale for like $5. And, you know, it inflated the numbers a lot. But, yeah, I don't think anybody actually gave a singular fuck about, you know, Death Stranding 2. Everyone got baited and switched and realized just how fucking boring that game actually is.
Will happen in life. Don't try to shoehorn every single couple you see, every interaction you...
Asmongold was lecturing how some influencers get propped up because they are the safe right. Yeah, zero self-awareness. That's exactly what he is.
Have into the looks theory. Exceptions can happen. Make use of your opportunities with that in mind. Because I get some messages from people. People saying, oh, Rehab, a girl is showing interest in me. Obvious I realize. But I am a 5 at best. I don't want to be an oofy doofy. Guys, don't miss out on opportunities if they are real opportunities. The entire point of my videos is to make sure that you can differentiate between opportunities and the traps. Traps and disasters, the rest as exceptions. You're gonna remember I talked about how people had turned on Never Give Up last year. Once he had the audacity, the temerity to talk about the difficulties men face, his own followers crucified him. The very same people who never watched any of his other videos all came out of the woods. They were like, how dare you talk about this? You were supposed to be this poster boy we could show around and say, see, looks don't matter for me. It is because of their bad personality. Fast forward to now, a year later, they have a child. Congratulations to never give up, honestly. I mean, life is already gonna be hard, tough on you as a below average looking, low status male. I wish him the best. I do. I do hope that he gets to be an exception to the rule. But it also got me wondering. When I saw his videos, his update videos, it got me asking myself, would this be a situation I would consider a W? I would wanna be in? Is this the exception or the latter? I know a lot of you are gonna disagree. Or yeah, stop copying, dude. He has got a family now, while you are still single. But guys, to me the context matters. The how matters just as much as the what. Also, you gotta do a cost analysis. You gotta look at the cost. You gotta look at the conditions.
And I went with her to the doctor, and pretty early on, like the first 4 visits, I noticed that the doctor we had didn't really like me very much. She wasn't very friendly or nice towards me, and like I didn't really know why. I didn't understand why. So I'm very glad that our child is gonna be a girl. I'm very, very glad about that, because I wouldn't want it would feel very, it's rough. It was,
what the fuck,
if it was a boy and with my genes and into this world that literally hates men.
He's got a daughter now, and I agree. It is
brutal. I'm glad I'm not having a son so he doesn't have my genes. Holy shit, dude. Is a bridge in his future. Musashi with the 5. Asman is the controlled op, safe salesman, Doliprane medication of the right. Yeah, he's basically a containment zone. Like, he prevents, people from veering too far to the right. Asman is the quintessential fluoride in the water.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, pretty much, man. Like, Asmongold is propped up as basically a floodgate to prevent people from drifting too far to the right. He contains them, essentially. So, yeah, he's 100% propped up in order to prevent young men from becoming too right-wing to become troublesome. They're still manageable if they have Asmongold's worldview.
For the best, really. Especially in a country like Sweden. I mean, at least she won't have to go through what he did. Okay, like, the child being a female is good, but still, like, forget about never give up. Regardless of never give up. I was thinking, if I am having financial struggles, if I can barely take care of myself, what kind of life will I be able to offer to the child? There is one fear I have, guys. One fear I have. I really wouldn't want my child to feel towards me how I feel towards my parents. And mind you, both of my parents were working. They weren't on state welfare. But still, I want my child to have it better than I did. Because guys, my whole life has been a struggle. And as you know, I am not big on hard work. Hard work is for the ugly. I don't see struggle, hard work as a virtue. I know normies try to paint it, frame it as some sort of, virtue, right? Or adversity makes a man rehab. Normies have a culture of pain glorification. Oh, brother, God is testing you. God doesn't give people a burden they can't bear. Such an oofy-doofy low IQ line, guys. Oh, God gives the hardest battles to his strongest soldiers. That is a cop, bro. Double-digit IQ normie culture. That is why I never really regarded that scenario too highly. I get that a lot of you are differ from me. You guys are looking for that happy ending, a wife, a child, to give your life some meaning and structure. But at what cost, guys? At what cost? I am not saying don't go for it, but pay attention to the how. And you also gotta think about it from the both angles. Not only about the child, but yourself too. Because once a child is in your life, your maneuverability is limited. It is a serious pressure on your time and resources. I mean, the good thing is, for Never Give Up, it is Sweden. So state welfare is gonna be providing the basics. They ain't gotta survive on donations or YouTube, but I am not sure if that is a situation I would rather be in, honestly.
And the doctor went completely bananas, like cursing me out, was like really rude. I was like, what the fuck? What did I do? I was like completely nuts. And then they decided, then that doctor called all the services again, and like it became like more serious. They're like, they keep calling us about you. And then they went through this whole thing, like, is he abusive? Is your husband like a problem and stuff? And they were like starting to imply these weird things. So my wife was like, can you fucking stop?
Sometimes a woman will go for the ugly dude because she doesn't know her own worth and has self-esteem issues, probably doesn't want to be abused in a relation. There's also the thing, too, where women go for guys that are slightly less attractive than they are because they don't want, the competition from other women, essentially. There's also that thing as well, too, where women, like, say they're an 8, they'll go for a guy who's like a 6 or a 7 because they don't want, you know, other women trying to steal their man. Also, they want to be, you know, basically the pretty person in the relationship. So they don't want to be outshined by a guy because it stresses them the fuck out that, you know, they have to basically, you know, maintain this insane level of beauty in order to just match their partner.
He hasn't done anything wrong. He didn't even need to go in these meetings. I spent literally hundreds of hours editing videos and thinking about making them funny, like gaming videos and stuff. And then you make this channel and you just get drunk and rant and suddenly your whole life changes.
True, YouTube indeed.
Schizo Garcia with the 5. Asman is a tool of the juice used to make sure lads don't subscribe to PewDiePie. That's it. They want you tame and on the... Yeah, exactly. They don't want you picking up your Second Amendment and, you know, taking your country back.
It did change his life, his entire life. One video he made talking about being ugly and the video hitting the YouTube algorithm indeed changed his life. But it is also the reason, very same reason why his case is not really a hope-filled situation for other subpar looking men. I mean, as much as I do wish the best for him, because he genuinely sounds like a nice person, but if we are not being cynical, it is only a happy ending for him, not other subpar looking men. What if he never hit the YouTube algorithm for whatever reason, right? Like, let's think of an alternative timeline. Let's say his camera didn't record for whatever reason. Or, you know, the video got deleted and he didn't bother to record it again. In that timeline, he was still gonna keep experiencing the same struggles, the very same struggles he was describing in that original video. Why didn't he meet a girl like her before going viral then? He hit the same person.
Yeah, dude, it's like, remember, this is in our founding document. So, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and institute a new government laying the foundation on such principles. So, there you go. Literally, our, you know, founding document, the Declaration of Independence, spelled out the fact that, you know, it is not only our right, but our responsibility to fucking, you know, basically pew-pew if shit gets too bad.
Personality after all. You know what I'm saying? Like, he met his wife in the comments after the video went viral. That's how they met in the first place. But what happens when you look like him, but you don't get 20 million views on a video of you talking about being unattractive? What do you do then? Like, guys, when you get 20 million views, 20 million, on a video of you talking about how you are struggling in the dating market only because of your looks, there will be women. There will be women willing to prove you wrong. The difficult part, the hard part, is getting that
I guess Raymond's still waiting for that one.
20 million views on that video. What was gonna happen? What was his life gonna look like now if that video never went viral?
So there was this one time when we went, and the doctor, even though it's not my meeting, they were like, your husband is like too tired, and they decided to call the social services on.
Musashi with the 2, it's reserved only for Jews. Be impressed. That's right, man. When they wrote that, they were talking about anti-Semitism, obviously. You know, we have to get rid of all the anti-Semites. Absolutely.
Which was really...
That's why it was illegal in all 13 colonies for any Jewish person to hold political office until the mid-1800s. Oops.
Weird, because there was really no reason. And that blows up. It's funny how that works.
Don't forget that little caveat.
People who don't know, YouTube is very RNG. There are things you can do to boost your chances to make it on YouTube.
Email me, please. That's right. Prove me wrong. Email me and let me fuck. God, I need to get laid.
However, it's always like you're never in control of that. I've seen some really amazing content creators who make either really funny videos or they're really good at it.
Raymond mentioned that this guy... Oh wait, hell, this guy made the video inspired him to make his YouTube channel to get a girlfriend. Brutal, man.
Game, and they've been doing it for a long time, and they're basically never get anywhere because the algorithm doesn't pick them up.
To a degree it is. Going viral on YouTube is RNG, to a degree indeed. But in this case, it was also his looks that made him go viral. The video catching so many people's attention and going viral was because of the thumbnail and title combination.
Dude, that looks like he's trying to look like a woman right there.
That wasn't RNG, bro. Let me put it this way. If he was a 5 out of 10 or 4 out of 10, right, that video would have never gone viral. Because YouTube is already filled with similar videos that never went viral. Thumbnails do play a role. You can win the RNG game, you can go viral with a video, but if the quality isn't there, people are not gonna come back. They are gonna come across maybe, yes, but they won't come back. You can rely on YouTube boosting your videos only for so long, guys.
I'm kinda in that boat too. I mean, I got a few viral videos, but in general, the content I do don't get that much views.
I mean, in his defense, to be fair, the gaming niche is oversaturated. It has a very low entry barrier. It is basically the easiest market to enter because it is repeatable. Videos are repeatable easily. Doesn't require much cognitive effort. Doesn't require much production value. I mean, the gameplay is the video itself. But this leads to a red ocean, complete red ocean. He's never gonna make it big with his gaming videos. It just won't happen for him.
The most important thing though, leading me to meeting my wife, of course, Julia, and us having a baby, and now I'm a dad. It's kinda like, I used to always say, people saying it's all from YouTube, but I always, even though I was going through hard times, I was never really gonna quit. I believe that I will get here one way or another.
I mean, it is kinda admirable that he sees this as he already made it. Some people really see being a father as the end goal. I never did. To me, the how always mattered just as much as the what. But when you look at it from that perspective, from his perspective, I can see it. Because getting married is more about genuinely going for it. Contingent on how much you want it, how bad you want it, how far you are willing to go. It is really more about mentality. But being that guy who genuinely attracts many women is something completely different. I have said it before, guys. If you have a Western passport, if you can make minimum wage in a Western nation, you can get married, you can have a child. It depends on some parameters like, are you willing to find a woman from poor countries? Are you willing to struggle to make ends meet? But if you really want it, you could do it. Successful dating, however, not
brutal.
Ending up as a statistic, that's another story.
Now, of course, the one that most people are like, oh, how much money do you get from YouTube? Now, okay.
Schizo Garcia with the 2. Can we watch Never Get Up? I guess.
YouTube, I mean, if you look at the lifespan of my whole channel, it might look like a lot. Like, let's look it up, There's always gonna be someone who's curious. Let's see. And also, here's from the start to the finish. Which
it's pretty decent money. I mean, not in 7 years, but I mean, I guess it's better than nothing, right?
It's 5, 6, 7. It's 7, 8 years, give or take. It's pretty good. It's not bad. But, it's completely RNG. You never know how the
50k is not bad, sure. Especially when you consider how little YouTube pays. But you also gotta keep in mind that a third of this is literally coming from a single video. Meaning it is not sustainable. 30 million views got him 17k. That just shows you how little YouTube pays, guys. You can see in June he made 200, May for 500. Nothing much. He got 47 million views on his channel. Made 50k from that 47 million views. And that 50k includes donations as well. So you can see the return on investment is very low. YouTube can't provide them a life where they don't have to worry about money. When a child is in the equation, it is not only about your looks anymore. You gotta get your finances together for the kid's future. In this materialistic world we live in, he's gonna need the money.
You don't have a job and you don't have a set amount of income from a job. So unfortunately, you cannot have this apartment. And I was like, but I have good enough income to take it over. They're like, yeah, but the income has to be from an employment, and we don't really like the way you get your money, which is from the government and from YouTube and stuff.
Now, if they can't get along in the future, if something happens, since they got married and decided to have a child so fast, if she decides that he had a bad personality all along, he will still have to provide for the child. That is a tough predicament. A real win for Never Give Up would have been them living together out of wedlock, without any child.
Yeah, this is terrible advice. Elon Musk says there's no need to save money because universal high income is coming. No, 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 no. If universal high income is coming, then that means you need to stick as much money in assets as humanly possible, because high income means high inflation. Because every single company on planet fucking Earth, the moment they find out that people are getting a set amount of money guaranteed each fucking month, they're going to raise their prices through the fucking roof to accommodate for that. So, you are an idiot if you don't put your money in fucking assets, if that actually happens. Save your money, accumulate wealth, stick it in assets, because, you know, money is going to become worthless if that ever happens.
Children. Because when you are a male, when you are a dude in a hellscape like Sweden, marriage and children are only going to complicate stuff. I mean, as much as I want the dude to be happy, the cynical in me sees this as a bad move to have a child so soon. Ideally for him, I think they should have lived together under the same roof for like 2-3 years at least, before considering a marriage. This is a mistake a lot of people make, because people are so afraid of ending up alone. So a child, a marriage gives them a meaning, a structure, a meaning to their lives. And I know some of you are going to be like, oh yeah, but why are you thinking like that, man? That is too cynical. Guys, because I have seen these scenarios play out in real life, among friends and family time and time again. I have seen how those lovey-dovey couples, the most in love couples, turn on each other. I am not saying it is going to happen to him, but all I am saying is this. People only show you who they really are when they are angry, really angry, or scared. It is a bad course of action when people meet and get married so fast, within a year. Bro, you can't really know a person in just a year of casual dating, especially when you don't live together under the same roof. When you are casually dating someone, when you haven't lived together.
Yeah, you have to live with someone in order to understand. Like, even if you're, like, staying the night over at a friend's house for, like, a week as a kid, you start to realize who your, you know, friend actually is as a person.
At least a couple years.
You know, proximity exposes people for who they actually are for extended periods of time, because you can't put up the act forever.
You only know that person as much as she wanna show you. As much as she wanna show you, bro. Guys, like, hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. I am not saying don't go for it when some opportunities present themselves, but first live together under the same roof for a few years at least. Then consider marriage. First get your finances and career in order, then think about having a child. Your relationship could be an exception, but first verify. Verify that it is indeed an exception, and not a case of the reaper, you know, playing the sheep, dressed as a sheep. Guys, don't chase endings. Chase verification. I know people are going to accuse me of being too cynical. Maybe I do have a knack for seeing the negative alternatives, the negative possibilities, negative scenarios that could go wrong, even in the happy stories, but I don't know. Maybe that's because that's what life has taught me. I do hope I am proven wrong though, in case of never give up. I really do hope this is a happy ending for him, because he genuinely seems like a good person. I wish that not only for him, but other struggling men as well. But you know, wishes are just wishes. And sometimes that's all they will ever be. What are you gonna do? Happy Christmas, guys. And
they used to call it courting. You didn't have to live together. Yeah, but that's also from a time period where women were literally the property of a man. So unless we want to bring that back, unfortunately, you have to figure out if you can actually live with a woman or not.
Enjoy the holidays however you can. I am not sure how I am going to spend mine. Probably the same as every other Christmas. Just resting and rotting on the internet. I will see you guys in the next video.
Yeah, back in the good old days, your foid was essentially your property. So nope, the parents owned her, you paid a down. No. No. Dowries were paid to the groom. The parents would literally pay for men to marry their daughters so they no longer had to pay for her. Like, the parents would literally pay to get the women out of the house. So they would pay the guy who was marrying their daughter to get her out of the house, essentially. So no, the money went to the male. Because it was seen as you taking, you know, the girl off their hands, and they no longer had to support her lifestyle. Alright, so this...
telling you guys, anything is possible. Don't ever get up. Keep grinding, keep hustling, shoot for your dreams.
Yeah, you too can spend 8 times spot value on shit gold and crappy, you know, scrap diamonds.
You can do anything you want. I promise you. You just have to take that first step. Take that hard step of actually doing something.
Shit. Never get up, indeed, man. I have gold rings. Nope. I do not. I don't own any gold, actually. Just silver. But it's either coins or, what do you call it? Bars. Bullion. Let's see. Let's watch some. See if DSP has anything interesting going on. Nope, doesn't look like it. Same old, same old. Yeah, I don't like Kojima at all. It's cringe. The glazing for Kojima is just very pitiful. Modern weddings are a humiliation ritual. Pretty much. Pretty much. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Watch Big Balls Sex. Alright, well, that's definitely not going to show up in search, so. See if I can find it by channel. There we go. Oh, shit.
Importance in reference to penis size and balls. I was born with a big penis. It's documented since the day I was born. And I was born with medium or small balls. There are...
Medium or small balls.
Are men in this world that have smaller balls than your German race or Middle Eastern Germans or whatever.
What?
The reason my balls are small is because that's the way they are. My father had small balls. My grandfathers had small balls too. And they had big...
You looked at them a lot, huh?
Penises, and it's documented. So in reference to your big balls and your activity of making exaggerations or falsifications for why you're burning somebody's balls, trying to say you thought they had small...
How does he know that? I guess he saw them, man.
Small balls because you were burning their balls with satellites? That's not the reason why somebody has small balls, man. And what's the cause for your big, nasty Germanism balls? You thought if somebody had a big penis, you thought they were a sex addict? Because you thought that's where testosterone was produced, in the penis shaft? Do you really have a brain? You thought a person's sexuality or potency of their activity of sexual interest, you thought was produced in the shaft of the penis? Are you just a dirty gay faggot German that's fucking stupid as shit? The reason why a lot of gay Germans or people with big balls are sex addicts,
oh my god,
is because testosterone is produced in their gay balls. That's why you got big nuts, faggot. People that have smaller balls are not as sexually interested.
What the fuck, man?
As what some people might say. It's usually the men with the big nasty faggot balls that are sex addicts. You better leave me alone. You better go find you another person that has gay, big balls, sex addict activities, and leave me the fuck alone, you dirty satellite faggot.
Oh my god. Jesus. Oh my god. Is he here with the two, just your average Griffin stream? I guess so, man. You know, you never know what you're gonna find.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
I don't see anything that's enticing me to click. Nothing is enticing me to click. Damn, synth and the algorithm still ain't getting views? What do you mean? Got 75,000 views. That's good. Was there another one? Well, I guess there's like his clips channel or whatever, which 15,000, 5,000. I don't know. 75K is good. It's a respectable number. Yeah, 100,000 pretty much on that one. Those are good. It's not too shabby. His mom died in the Holly. Brutal, dude. Tragic cookie baking accident. Yeah, Moist Shitticle gets promoted to everybody. He gets promoted to literally everybody, whether you want to watch him or not. Z-Herb with the 5, bruh, I had someone comment on my random video I posted on here saying they're on here because of what I said to RTU. What the fuck did I do? I guess maybe they were fans. I don't know. I guess they were fans of what you had to say. Either that or they're a detractor, dude. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Watch disabled. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Look about now. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. Did I understand? Look about life. This is life gonna start. This is where life is gonna live in. Gonna start to see the sky. Gonna stay there. Gonna see the sky. Take the map and stay there. Gonna get the guy stay there. I run the car stay there. I run the thing. I run the in. Gonna do. This is life gonna this is life. And this is why it's gonna life gonna this is work. And I'm gonna make this work. And it's gonna sit there. Gotta in the net. And I'll be a cat. I'm in the front. I'm in.
Jesus. Damn. All right. Ugh. I definitely needed that, dude. Oh, did y'all see this? Bruh. Now showing in all theaters. Jesus. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Watch PK's recommendation. I don't see anything from PK. I see it's really funny, but that's it.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
And then, let's see. This one. Yeah. White man, you must make a choice. Will you pick tanned highway Mexican or pale city Mexican? Choose wisely. It says a 99% Polish studio creates Cyberpunk 2077 set in an America gone wrong. The only romance options are brown, mixed meat, and Mexican sex worker. I think CDPR was trying to tell us something. Indeed, man. Inadvertently so. Inadvertently. And then this, bro. This is like pretty black-pilling. Like, look. Bungie Team Summer 2004. Shit. Not even 20. What do you notice? What do you notice about this Bungie team in 2004? There's like one woman in the picture and that's it. One woman in the picture. Where? Right here. In the pink halo mask. Yeah, it's like just pretty much all white guys except one chick and, you know, a couple Asians. That's it. Just a bunch of bros making video games. That's it. Back when work was probably fun, they didn't give a shit about doing overtime because they were just hanging out, you know, playing video games and shit. You know? Truly a lost era. Gee, I wonder why games got so much worse when studios stopped looking like this. Couldn't imagine. Truly is a different... It is, man. It really is. The world you grew up in no longer exists. And that shit's depressing as fuck to think about. Things will only continue to get worse. Let's see. Is he Herb with the 5? Found Griffin's documentary. Take a look. Let's see. Oh, Meat Canyon.
Yo, these shells were supposed to be stocked 4 hours ago. This is man.
Oh, God. No prismatic evolution packs, really?
Nah, I don't line up.
You said you were gonna have them online. This is ridiculous. God.
Well, this is gonna make that bullshit, man.
My wife and her boyfriend
I'm trying to get
are in the
paid.
car waiting.
This is exactly why I don't go into stores, because of people like this.
That bread, man.
Please.
How am I gonna make that bread?
Phantasmal Flames isn't even a good set to buy.
afford this shit!
Yeah, nobody does actually play the game.
Stop moving! Run, hell, you feral beast! It's okay. It's okay. You're gonna be okay. Damn it! Is there any
I'd understand if there was 151. Yeah, exactly.
sign of the others?
Or Shining Fates or some shit like that.
I've got signs of one now.
Or what's it? Paldean Fates.
Dude, this is my box. I found it first. Oh, really? Really? It's actually no, it's actually my box. Oh, you want to take it outside? Oh, you're mocking me. Let's take it outside then. Let's take it outside.
I've spotted one.
Ew.
Pee-pee. Virgin pee-pee.
Let's go, chat, let's go. Drive up the price. Chat, no, I'm telling you. I've definitely gotten laid before. I'm not a virgin. I'm tired of y'all saying that. How can I be a virgin if I'm paying child support next Tuesday?
No, I'm not paying for my wife's boyfriend's new kid. Are we buying Pokemon cards or not? Because if you only buying Pokemon cards, huh?
$200 profit. Children's card game. I got tiny dick. My penis is small.
Damn it, son! Don't say that! Don't go to the.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of these type of animations. It's just kind of whatever.
Darkness. My penis is small.
Chief, we got the last one on the run.
I'm stuck. Call my wife and her boyfriend. Tell them to help me up. I need help. Hold me like a baby. I wasn't loved. I wasn't loved. That's why I do this. That's why.
Too real? Not really. It's just, it kind of goes back to the same thing we were talking about the other night with like Troon Slop, where they like try and make things ugly on purpose. I don't like things that make things disgusting and ugly on purpose.
My dick's so small. $200 profit.
He just keeps talking about his small dick and the amount of profit he's gonna get reselling Pokemon cards.
Chief, you boy.
Like, real life is ugly enough. I don't need, you know, cartoons to make it even worse.
He can live to be a Pokemon reseller, or he can die a human being.
Like, I'm already disgusted by modernity. I don't need it to be made even worse.
With a soul.
I've already lost one child. I can't lose another.
Do what's right for your boy.
Oh, God. Look at me, son.
My dick is small.
Look at me, son. I love you, son.
Pokemon card. My dick is small.
I love you, son.
My dick is small.
People always ask, Pokemon reseller's son or OnlyFans daughter? Unfortunately, I never had to choose. I had both.
Let's see. So Schizo Garcia with the 2. It was Who Was KHANGS? Okay. Let's see. PK with the 2 by Stoic Stick. Okay, let me check out the channel. Yeah, there
In today's video, we're going to set
Oh,
out...
this was recommended after one of the ones we just watched. I recognize the thumbnail. And let's see, Musashi with the 2. Yeah, we can check it out.
And find out who really was KHANGS. But to make it interesting, I'm going to be doing it for all the races, as just about every ethnicity has some type of LARPers that try to claim history that does not belong to them. We're going to be making fun of these people, and we're going to start off with the most socially acceptable to make fun of, and at the end talk about the least socially acceptable to make fun of. Spoiler alert, it's going to look a lot like this one image from Family Guy, except maybe stick Indians at the top for obvious reasons. The first ethnicity that we're going to look at is Indians and their obsession with Aryans. Now, to understand why this is considered wee-wuzzery, we have to explain what an Aryan actually is. The Aryans are a people that descended from the ancient Sintashta peoples that populated the central Eurasian steppe around 2000 BC. It was the migration of these people eastwards into the Andronova horizon, which is what we consider the early Indo-Aryans. And populations of these Indo-Aryans continued southeastward before splitting into the Indo-Aryans that would populate India and the Aryans that would populate Iran at the turn of the 10th century BC. So, did I just prove that Indians are technically really Aryans? Well, that's what they would have you believe, but it's more complicated than that. The Indo-Aryan peoples that migrated to India didn't just inhabit an empty land. There were already populations like the ancient ancestral South Indian and the Indus Valley peoples that made up the majority of those already living in India. Here's a facial reconstruction of what the Indo-Aryans, the Indus Valley and the AASI peoples looked like. And, as you can clearly see, two of these look more like what we see in India today than the other one. A lot of it can be explained by the difference in maternal and paternal lineages. Now, these images probably won't make a lot of sense to most of you, but to simplify, it paints the picture that most of the steppe ancestry found in modern-day Indians is found in the Y chromosome lines, rather than in the mitochondrial lines, suggesting it was Aryan men taking Indus Valley AASI women to bed. This is also supported by further studies of their genetic lines and explains the differences between North and South Indians. So if it was Aryan men taking Indian women, it doesn't really make much sense for the modern-day Indians to LARP online about being Aryan horse lords who would plunder the land. It's more accurate to say that their ancestors were taken as concubines by the Aryan horse lords who were plundering the land. And in a roundabout way, they are still being taken by these chariots, this time only made of iron, by the British.
Brutal.
These Aryan peoples were also pastoralists, meaning that they lived off of herds of animals they raised. This included cows and cow meat, and they also introduced the earliest form of the caste system, which is how they structured society. Now, here's where my own theory comes in. I believe that those early Aryans that migrated to India didn't necessarily enslave or conquer the Indians, but they didn't really see them as equals. These Aryans would refer to the non-Aryans as Dasi, people with dark complexions which the Aryans considered unholy. So, the Aryans introduced this caste system to basically keep these undesirables away from any sort of power. I also have a theory that because the Aryans didn't want these undesirables eating their meat, they
it is the origin of the caste system.
Also invented the idea that cows are super sacred and you can't kill them, even though in the early Vedic texts, the Aryans regularly sacrificed them for rituals. Anyway, this small population of Aryans ruled over the IV and AASI people, slowly interbreeding with them until most of their actual Aryan ancestry got breeded out and they ended up looking like those same undesirables. But still, even to this day, you will have Indians online pretending that somehow Adolf Hitler would have respected them for being the real Aryans and how they are 100% definitely not brown.
Here, let's see. What Hitler... Let's see. Said about Indians. He viewed them as a fallen race, a product of miscegenation between the original dark-skinned inhabitants and the supposedly superior white Aryan invaders. In his view, brown and black races did not count as human beings. Brutal. In Mein Kampf and in his speeches, Hitler stated that Indians were incapable of ruling themselves and were better off under British control. That was true. He expressed astonishment that a relatively small number of Britons could control the entire continent, viewing British colonial rule as a model for Nazi Germany's own expansionist aims in Eastern Europe. In a political rally in Munich, Hitler claimed that the Indian people could not even walk without white assistance, a remark that sparked widespread protest in India and forced the German consul in Bombay to issue an apology. So there you go. Hitler would have actually liked us all. Yeah, okay.
But seriously, there is a strangely large amount of Hitler glazing from Indians. Just take a look at this Indian politician, or this Indian
They probably just apologized so they wouldn't get mauled to death.
Sports team. Yes, I'm sure this is what Hitler had envisioned for his Aryan race. Pure blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryans, for sure. But yes, Indians calling themselves Aryans is 100% wee-wazzery. Anyway, the next LARPers that we're going to be looking at are Crusade LARPers. Yes, I know Crusade isn't a race, but just let me elaborate. Now, there are 3 categories for this. The first type of Crusader LARPers that we have are the Latinx, Philippines Christian converts. These are usually the types who have online personas that are trad-based and crusade-pilled.
Yeah.
They tend to Deus Vult LARP on Zitter all day, mostly LARPing about retaking the Holy Land, etc. When in reality, their ancestors weren't sieging Tripoli in the First Crusade, rather they were manning a fruit stand in the market stalls of Cholula, Mexico. Plus, most of the
This is like PK.
European DNA that is found within Mexicans comes from the 15th century onwards, via Spanish explorers, which is 2 centuries after the last crusade, from explorers that mostly weren't involved in the classical crusades. Now, I love my Latinxes, but, you know, it kind of gets to a point. The second type of Crusader LARPers that we have are people who are actually white and Christian, sometimes maybe even Catholic. The issue with these types are that a lot of them are American, which is not wholly disqualifying, but it does also mean that they are likely obese and or super unfit, which is disqualifying. How many of these types of LARPers can actually do a pull-up or hike 5 miles in an hour? And if they can't do that, how many of them could march to Jerusalem with their gear? Probably not that many. Now, if I'm going to be talking about fitness, I'll have to throw up my own stats just so I'm not accused of throwing stones in a glass house. If you care enough, you can pause to see what my PRs are currently. But anyway, that's the second type of Crusader LARPers. The third and final that we have are the people like Pete Hegseth. White, Christian, and fairly active. He even has a Jerusalem cross tattooed on his chest, as well as Deus Vult on his biceps. Now, this is truly a man who can be called a Crusader, right? Well, actually no. Unfortunately, Pete here is a turbo Shabbos Goy. And if you know anything about the Crusades, you know that Crusaders weren't all too friendly to the Jewish peoples. In fact, they massacred them on multiple occasions just for the fun of it. Something to do with apocalyptic fervor and charges of deicide. That being said, Pete is already at the head of the world's greatest military, and because he isn't Catholic, doesn't need the go-ahead by the Pope. So he could probably retake Jerusalem in the name of Christ in about a week using the full might of the United States military. But will he ever do that? No, he won't. So yeah, pretty solid case of LARPing for Mr. Hegseth. With that all being said, I would probably rather see Jerusalem in the hands of the church than what we have going on now. So, unironically, you guys need to LARP less and actually get to organizing. Lord knows the oil sheikhs would rather shit on Instagram hoes than do anything for the Holy Land. Now, onto the meat and potatoes of the video. Who really were the Egyptians? This is what sparked the "We was KHANGS" meme. It originated from the idea of the Black Egyptian hypothesis by Sheikh Anta Diop, who attended the UNESCO Symposium on the Peopling of Ancient Egypt and the Deciphering of the Meroitic Script in Cairo, where he proposed his Black Egyptian hypothesis in his chapter, The Origins of the Ancient Egyptians. Diop's proof of his Black Egyptian hypothesis was mainly in the form of sub-Saharan groups sharing the B blood group with modern Egyptians, as well as assessing melanin levels from samples from an ancient Kemetic mummy, and concluded that such high levels of melanin couldn't be found in any races other than Africans. The funniest proof of his, in my opinion, was that he looked at ancient Egyptian artwork and sculptures and said, yeah, that's black people. To be clear, most of his analysis is junk. The melanin point is stupid because race isn't just skin deep, and you can literally tell where someone's ancestors are from by the shape of their face. Trust me, I'm a bit of an expert in that regard. See my ethnoguesser video. I mean, just look at this picture of an Indian and a Somali person. One obviously has more melanin and therefore is more African than the other, according to Diop's analysis. A more modern analysis of 151 mummified individuals in 2017 found that ancient Egyptians had less sub-Saharan DNA than modern Egyptians, and hypothesized that a large amount of this was introduced in post-Roman periods. A direct quote from the study states that we found the ancient Egyptian samples falling distinct from modern Egyptians, and closer towards Near Eastern and European samples. So this meme of the white guy pharaoh is actually true. Cue the Hyperborean edits. On a serious note though, the analysis found that they had the highest affinity towards the Levant, Middle East even more so than they do to modern Egyptians, which is really something. The cradle of civilization wins again, it seems. If you really want to know what the ancient Egyptians actually looked like, you can take a look at their most closely related modern population, the Egyptian Copts, who have dark hair and fair skin. But yeah, to sum up, the pharaohs weren't black. And neither was Cleopatra.
Yeah, dude, the thing is like they did a analysis, well, not even an analysis, they literally pulled out Ramses II, and he had red hair. So, yeah, how many, we was individuals have red hair? Not very many.
But she wasn't even Egyptian either, so I don't even know how that came about.
It is great.
There are also claims that the Vikings were actually originally black. I'm not going to take this one as seriously as the others, but we'll just quickly disprove this one as well.
What if the Vikings were not just plunderers, but connectors of worlds, and in their voyages across the Atlantic, They carried with them something Europe wanted to forget. The presence of black men in the far north.
As this AI-generated video goes on to describe, it talks about...
Yes, they were, you know, navigating oceans while simultaneously not even inventing the wheel.
About how the Vikings traveled far and traded with many different lands, as evidenced by the presence of coins and artifacts from various cultures that were found in Viking graves, and tries to Martin Bailey the idea that someone taking clothing from a trade port is the same thing as not only bringing back live foreigners, but also allowing them to integrate into their society, which is pretty preposterous. It also tries to conflate sub-Saharan Africa with North Africa, which, if you know anything about Africa, you would know these people are completely distinct, not only in culture, but also in skin tone. I mean, just take a look at what the average Northern African looks like compared to the average Southern African. So, even if there were peoples from Africa in Scandinavia, which is dubious at best, they wouldn't look anything like these AI-generated black Vikings that people are trying to espouse as the real history that they don't want you to know. This next one's more temporal, but I had to quickly mention it because it's hilarious. Currently, Somalians are claiming that the historical land of Minnesota was promised to them 3,000 years ago, and that it was actually an ancient tribe of Somalians that were guided by gods to the land of Minnesota.
Where have we heard that one before?
To inhabit the land before they were unjustly persecuted and expelled. And now Somalians are claiming that the land of Minnesota is rightfully theirs. Some even jokingly saying that they're going to go on a birthright trip to fly and see the homeland and make pilgrimages to the Walleye Wall in western Minnesota. They are also claiming that they control the US and have laid out their plans in the protocols of the elders of Mogadishu. And that all of your favorite politicians swear fealty to them through their Somali American Public Affairs Committee, SAPAC, which lobbies for Somali interests, and a strong American-Somali relationship. They also claim that America was built on Somali Christian values, and that if Somalia was to fall, so would America. This is all obviously said ironically, but most people online above the age of 50 don't understand sarcasm, so are taking it literally and are actually opening up their Bibles when Somalians jokingly say that in Genesis it says that those that bless Somalia will be blessed, and those that curse Somalia will be cursed. Which is hilarious. The Somalians also jokingly claim that to refute any of this is anti-Somalic, and that Minnesota was promised to them in the Somal mud, as well as chanting Am Somali Chai. Honestly, this is top-tier trolling and isn't serious, so I wouldn't consider this wee wuzzery. But a large amount of people are actually falling for it, which makes it all the more funny. To wrap up the video, let me quickly speedrun some other peoples that aren't black despite the claims of Afrocentrists. The Romans weren't black, the Greeks weren't black, the Persians weren't black, the Chinese dynasties weren't black, the Phoenicians, the Babylonians, the Mesopotamians weren't black, the Moors weren't black, the ancient Israelites weren't black, and the Visigoths weren't black. These last three claims are also the funniest in my opinion because it means that it was the black Moors who invaded the black Visigoths, who at the time were persecuting the black Jews. Truly an all-encompassing people. But yes, now you know who was and wasn't KHANGS. Now that we're a lot more informed, I suggest you consider liking and subscribing because that's some real king shit to do. But anyway, thanks for watching. Hope to see you in the next...
Yeah, we was everything's. Those with no those with no history have to, you know, co-opt everyone else's. It's sad, man. Very, very sad. People with no history have to try and steal everyone else's. Just like a bike. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Can we watch? Yeah, that's fun. And Wingcake with the 2. Play fair. Alright. I mean, I don't really want to just put on music and sit here is the problem. Like, just listening to music is not really ideal. But it's fine.
So whatever they do to me, I'm a man. I'm not sitting up here like I'm the biggest badass around, but you punch me, I'm gonna punch back. And I can sit back and tell you my family name is secure. And I've done the job I'm supposed to do. It's not some power trip, it's just who I am. I look at Stephanopoulos and all these sacks of shit sitting there telling us they're gonna leave the country. Listen, you son of a bitch. You're scared this country's gonna throw your carpet-bagging ass out. I see you, you little bloodthirsty maggot. Whatever happens to me, I just pray to God you get brought real low. Real low for what you've done, you little son of a bitch. So you understand one thing, there's a real world out there, there's a real God, there's a real devil. And for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. And I want all the little men to know something. You were brought up as pieces of shit. And you thought you could dominate everybody because you...
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
And you thought people that were better than you were bad because they were better than you, and they were building a stairway to heaven for you. And so now you've started fights with people that are going to break every bone in your body. So when you metaphysically have had your sternum broken and your ribs broken and your little neck strung up, you remember that you ran into real men and we kicked your ass. Now I'm done till tomorrow. I'm going to turn it over to Darren McBride and Owen Schroyer. But make no mistake, this is real. This is the info war. They're never going to stop. They're going to put drugs in the food and water more intense when we barely can resist. I mean, it's just so evil. And as giant third world hordes just pour in, raping everyone, just sexualizing our children, ruling everything, debasing the currency, drugging the food and water, giving everyone cancer, and just dancing to their god of death, selling body parts, chopping up babies, the battle of the scalpel. I mean, it's just on. Hell on earth. The gates are opening, and out will flood the armies. It's the same story over and over again. The same dependency, the same sluggism that we see mirrored all around us. Hated by the people we build. Hated by the people we empower. Hated by the people we've given life to. How do you think God feels? And by the way, I like the 10 hours reviews. I mean, those are shows on there. I think they're all in competition with me, and I'll scrap. I'm not in competition with any of you people. I'm in competition with the devil. I'm in a death battle. And now you see the enemy say they're in a death battle. They know they're in a death battle. Only the spirit of knowing you're in a death battle will let you win. I don't know how all this is going to end, but like I told them 1,000 times, you want to fight? Better believe you've got one. You want to enslave my spirit? No! And I'll call on God to protect me and use me however God sees fit. And if I've destroyed my whole family with it, I don't blame God. I blame the stinking trash who will pay. Now, and the devil that deceived them was cast in the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. Tormented by their own spirit.
Jeez. Yeah, Alex is one hell of a motivational speaker. Like, that's his true calling. It's a shame he never had a voice acting career. That shit could have been absolutely peak. Let's see. So, see her with the 10. Apparently, there's stories in South America. I think the Incas, maybe other cultures, I don't know. But apparently, there were gods described with fair-skinned features. I think red hair is mentioned too. Yeah. Same with ancient Mesopotamia as well. The gods had fair complexions, blonde hair, blue eyes. Yeah. That's a universal trait of, ancient religions. So, yeah.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
I guess in the case of us white folk, you know, we was the gods. But yeah, that's a pretty universal feature of most, you know, ancient deities, is they had fair complexion with white people's hair color. No, if you actually read, like, the Aztecs, like, religion, they came and went. They didn't stick around, so... No, the Aztecs themselves are not white. Their gods came, visited, gave them knowledge, and then left. So... Schizo Garcia with the 2, the 28 Days music makes... is that what that's from? Although I'm not really sure what 28 Days is. And Schizo Garcia also with the 2, Pure Aryan Rage, felt the vril flowing through me. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Alex is a good motivational speaker, so... Faux show.
You know, I think I remember exactly how Parasite Eve landed in my hands because it by far arrived in the most unceremonious way possible. I was in the 9th grade when a friend of mine just handed it to me. There was no excitement in his voice, no attempt to sell me on it, no warning that I was about to experience something different. He just told me he hated it, said it was slow, said it was weird, said it wasn't what he thought it was going to be. And then he gave it to me outright, like he wanted it gone more than he wanted to talk about it. And I don't know about you guys, but at that age, getting a game for free mattered a lot. You didn't question it too much. You took what you could get. I didn't know what Parasite Eve was supposed to be. I didn't know it came from a novel. I know who Square was. Squaresoft made Final Fantasy. That's all I needed to know. But I did not know that Square was experimenting outside their comfort zone. I just knew I had something new to play. And that was enough. So I took it home, put the disc in, and let it run. Now what followed wasn't instant attachment, though. Parasite Eve didn't hook me with spectacle or speed. It didn't rush to explain itself. It didn't flood the screen with actions to keep my attention like Resident Evil 2 or anything like that. It moved deliberately instead, almost cautiously. And because I didn't have anything else pulling me away, I let it do that. I sat with it. I read everything. I absorbed the atmosphere, and over time, something clicked. I ended up spending months with that game. Not weeks, but months. I would come home from school, turn on the PlayStation, slowly work my way through it. Progress felt meaningful because it wasn't handed to me so quickly. The story unfolded like chapters instead of levels. The pacing encouraged patience. And the lack of voice acting meant I wasn't being led emotionally by someone else's performance. I, for one, am a proponent of not having voice actors in a game. It's just a thing I always wanted because my mind does the work for you. You don't need to even go through the trouble of hiring, notable celebrity cast members. Doesn't really matter to me. But
that's how I am with certain games, too. It's like Pokimaine, for example. I don't want voice acting in a Pokemon game because all the characters are going to sound like prepubescent children. And I don't want to fucking listen to that for like 50 hours.
I filled in the tone myself. Every line of dialogue lived in my head the same way it does when you read a book. That experience shaped how Parasite Eve stayed with me, though. It didn't feel disposable. It didn't feel like something I rushed through and moved on from. It felt like something I inhabited for a stretch of time in my life. Late nights, dim rooms, long pauses between story beats, the hum of the console in the background, all that stuff. I wasn't chasing completion or efficiency either. I was spending time in a world that trusted me to meet it where it was. Now, looking back, that trust stands out more than anything else. The game trusted me to read. It trusted me to imagine. It trusted me to move at a pace instead of demanding that it move at mine. And I think that's something I don't see anymore. I think we live in a time where games feel the need to constantly justify your attention and fill every silence and guide every emotion. Parasite Eve allowed that space. It allowed restraint, my favorite word on the planet. It allowed quiet moments to exist without apology. That friend who gave me the game never asked for it back.
Like, prime example, Xenoblade 2 is better without voice acting. The voice acting is so fucking bad.
He moved on. I think he moved away. I don't even remember. But I didn't move on. I kept playing, and the longer I played, I stayed with it. The more it felt like it was something personal, something I found by accident, something that spoke to me in a way I didn't expect at any point in my life. But that context matters because it informs me of how I see games now. This episode is not about improving Parasite Eve. It's about understanding why it worked the way it did, why that experience mattered, and why altering it would erase the very qualities that made it resonate in the first place. Don't get me wrong, and I'm not saying the opposite here, but accessibility is one thing. Preservation is important. I'll be the first one in line to preserve a game in time. There are games that have already said everything they needed to say, exactly how they needed to say it. And I submit to you that Parasite Eve is one of those very games. And I think that's why this episode exists, because in the end, some experiences deserve to remain untouched. They need to be played exactly the way they were meant to be enjoyed, even years later. Some things just don't.
Yeah, but they still exist. Remaking a game doesn't erase the original. So people are acting like with Final Fantasy VII Remake. It's like, bro, you can literally download Final Fantasy VII on every single modern platform in its original form. And you can also buy Remake, so I don't think remaking inherently does anything to, take away from the original experience. The original experience is always there. Schizo Garcia with the 2. A lot of JRPGs and visual novels are better without voices. Yeah, I agree, especially if they cheap out on the voice acting.
Need remakes. And Parasite Eve, yeah, no remake needed. When I talk about how Parasite Eve came to be, I'm really talking about Square at a very specific peak in its history. This is late 1997 into 1998, and this is right after Final Fantasy VII had reshaped the global perception of Japanese role-playing games. Square was no longer just successful in Japan, they were internationally dominant. That success brought them something far more valuable than money. It brought them leverage. Creative leverage, pushing leverage, and the freedom to greenlight projects that did not need to resemble anything else in their catalog. The origin point of Parasite Eve begins with a novel written by Hideaki Senna, a video I covered about a year and a half ago if you want to take a look, first published in Japan in 1995. The book itself was grounded in biological horror, heavily inspired by real scientific theory, and took place in a contemporary setting. It was not fantasy, per se. It wasn't sci-fi in the space opera sense either. It was grounded, it was uncomfortable, and adult. Square acquiring the rights to adapt this novel was already an unusual move, to be sure. At the time, game studios overwhelmingly preferred original IP or manga-style properties that were just easier to serialize and market. Choosing a dense horror novel as the foundation for a role-playing game was definitely a creative risk before development had even started. Development on Parasite Eve began internally at Square around 1997, with Takahashi Tokita taking on the role of the director. Now, Tokita had already had a history with the company, and having worked on Final Fantasy IV years earlier, and his involvement immediately signaled that this was not being treated as a side experiment. This was a serious production. For the scenario and writing, Square brought on Kenichi Iwao, whose background included work on Metal Gear Solid. That choice absolutely mattered. Iwao understood how to hold back and implication and how to tell stories through atmosphere rather than exposition. His role was not to rewrite the novel, not by a long shot, but to kind of reinterpret it in a way that would function interactively. One of the most important contributors to the game's identity was Tetsuya Nomura, who served as character designer. This was Nomura before his name became...
Uh-oh. Where's the hate? Are y'all gonna start hating on this game now, too?
Inseparable from the massive franchises. His work on Aya reflects a level of realism and subtlety that fits with the setting. Aya does not look like a fantasy heroine. Her design communicates professionalism and vulnerability. That grounded character design helped anchor the game's tone and made it easier for players to accept an RPG taking place in modern New York. From a technical perspective, Parasite Eve was built using modified technology from Final Fantasy VII. Square reused and evolved its pre-rendered background techniques, but applied them differently. Instead of wide, grand environments meant to convey scale, these backgrounds were composed to feel claustrophobic and cinematic. Camera angles were chosen to limit visibility, frame characters tightly, and kind of create unease. This was all a deliberate shift in how Square used its own visual strengths. The technology was familiar, but the intent behind it had changed. The battle system is another area where Parasite Eve represents a turning point. Development overlapped with Square's internal experimentation that would later culminate in Vagrant Story, released in 2000. The team behind Parasite Eve began exploring real-time movement layered over traditional RPG mechanics. All of this was just outside their normal wheelhouse, kind of mixed in between. Battles took place in contained spaces where positioning, timing, and distance mattered. Rather than abandoning the turn-based logic entirely, the system blended structure with mobility, creating a sense of tension that matched the horror tone of the narrative. Now, musically, the project was entrusted to Yoko Shimomura, whose previous work included Street Fighter II and Live Alive. Her approach to Parasite Eve was notably restrained compared to Square's typical soundtracks of the era. Instead of heroic melodies or sweeping themes, the score seemed to lean into dissonance, minimalism, and unease. Shimomura herself spoke about wanting to make the music feel invasive rather than comforting, something that definitely seeps into the player's awareness rather than guiding their emotions directly. Now, what stands out to me when looking at the people involved is how intentionally Square assembled the team. This wasn't a collection of creators repeating familiar patterns, it was a group chosen specifically to support a grounded modern horror experience. Writers who understood implication, designers willing to simplify systems in service of tension, artists capable of conveying fear without spectacle, composers comfortable with discomfort. That alignment does not happen accidentally, this whole thing was premeditated. The game released in Japan in April 1998 for the PlayStation, with a North American release following later that year. Square marketed it as a mature, narrative-driven experience.
Yeah, it looks cool because you're seeing all the cutscenes. It's basically just a classic Resident Evil-like.
Distinct from the Final Fantasy catalog. This was deliberate positioning of choice. They didn't disguise what the game was. They didn't try to sell something familiar. They trusted that the strength of the concept would carry it. Commercially, Parasite Eve performed well enough to justify its existence, though it was never positioned as a flagship franchise, though a lot of their new ideas during this era weren't. Critically, it stood out immediately for its tone, presentation, and willingness to step outside genre expectations, though. Internally, it served as proof that Square could adapt external IPs and operate within modern settings and still produce a cohesive role-playing experience without relying on the usual tropes. You know, when I look back, what makes Parasite Eve remarkable to me is not just that it exists, it's that it was allowed to exist in the form it did. The late 1990s were a brief window where a studio of Square size could take on this kind of risk without immediate pressure to turn into a long-term franchise or multimedia brand. That window closed quickly as budgets grew, expectations shifted, and the industry became more risk-averse. Understanding how Parasite Eve came to be requires understanding of that convergence of people, timing, and freedom, though. Hideaki's novel provided the foundation, sure. Takashi provided the direction, Kenichi shaped the narrative voice, Tetsuya grounded the characters, Yoko defined the atmosphere, and Square provided the trust and resources. Remove any one of those elements and the final result changes completely, by far. This is why the game feels so singular right now, at least to me. It's not just a product of talent, but of circumstance. Everything lined up just right. You couldn't have set a more perfect storm. And once the moment passed, the industry moved on to safer grounds. What remains is a complete work born from a brief period when experimentation was definitely encouraged at the highest level. And that matters because it explains why Parasite Eve feels whole, deliberate, and deeply intentional in a way that would nearly be impossible to reproduce today. When I talk about why Parasite Eve can't be replicated, I'm not talking about genre mechanics or even ambition. I'm talking about a very specific creative relationship that no longer exists in the industry. There's something this game did that modern development structures simply do not allow, and it has nothing to do with the technology. It has everything to do with how authorship, ownership, and intent aligned at exactly the right moment. The most important thing to understand is that Parasite Eve was not an adaptation in the way we think about it.
I don't know, most of Square Enix's other games all have that exact same team, like Final Fantasy 15 literally is the exact same scenario as what he's describing. I mean, yeah, it's not a unique IP, but basically the exact same team of developers who worked on this game worked on Final Fantasy 15 in the exact same capacities. Like, same person did the soundtrack, Namura did the character designs, and, you know, they brought in someone from, you know, their Final Fantasy director team to direct the game, so... You know, Square Enix kind of has been doing the same thing ever since.
Adaptations. This was not a game trying to recreate a novel scene by scene.
They have, like, a guy, or a woman, I guess, for every single function within their studios, which is pretty cool.
Character, moment by moment. Square didn't set out to mirror the book in another medium. Instead, the game exists inside the same world, telling a story that runs parallel to the events of the novel while standing entirely on its own. That distinction matters more than almost anything about this project. Hideaki wrote a complete story. The story already existed. Square didn't attempt to replace it. They didn't overwrite it. They damn sure didn't restructure it to fit some sort of traditional game arc. What they did instead was something far more delicate. They treated the novel as an established history and built a new narrative that respected the rules, the themes, the scientific logic without retelling it all over again. The game is not the book in interactive form. It's a companion piece, a neighboring chapter, a different lens of the same universe. That kind of relationship between original author and game studio is almost unheard of now. Modern adaptations are either strict retellings retellings designed to align with brand recognition, or they're loose representations that discard the source entirely. Parasite Eve occupies a narrow middle space. Hideaki and Square were effectively working in tandem, and Senna's work defining the boundaries of the world and Square exploring a new story within those boundaries, neither side dominated each other. This balance required trust, and that trust is one of the things that will never be replicated again. Square did not license Parasite Eve to build a franchise. They did not acquire the rights to extract maximum long-term value. They acquired them to tell a single story within an existing universe. There was no expectation that this needed to scale, expand.
Schizo Garcia with the 5. Can we watch the Great Gaming? Yeah. Let me see if I can find it, but yeah.
Remain flexible for future installments. That freedom came from limitation. Because Square did not own the IP outright, they were forced to respect its finality. They could not endlessly revise or recontextualize the material. The story had edges, and Square worked with them. Modern licenses do not work this way, like at all. Today, acquiring an external IP almost comes with 100 different long-term obligations. The IP must be adaptable, it must support sequels, it must remain open-ended. Contracts are written with future exploitation in mind, not narrative restraint. A project like Parasite Eve would be shaped from the beginning by questions about longevity, expansion, market sustainability. Those questions alone would fundamentally alter the creative direction. Another unrepeatable aspect of Parasite Eve is how Square positioned themselves relative to the source material. This was Square at the height of its power, yet they chose not to impose their usual identity onto the project. They did not reshape the story into a fantasy epic, they did not inject a structure of tropes that define their other RPGs. Instead, they adjusted themselves to fit the world Senna had already created. That inversion of power is rare. Studios usually adapt material by translating it into their own language. Here, Square learned a new language instead. The absence of voice acting is a direct reflection of philosophy. The game reads because it was born from prose. Dialogue is meant to be consumed internally, not performed externally. The player is given a space to imagine tone, inflection, and emotional nuance. This is not a limitation of the era. It's a design choice rooted by respect of the source. In a modern environment, voice acting would be mandatory, and I hate it. Anyway, it would be treated as a requirement rather than artistic decision. And once added, the experience would shift away from reading and towards passive reception. That change would ripple outward, altering pacing, mood, player engagement in ways that can't be undone. And the same applies to the combat system, to be fairly honest. The mechanics weren't designed to become.
Well, the thing is now, unfortunately, people just don't read. So, like, you have, what, 80% of certain demographics that can barely read above a first grade level. So, yeah. A different audience that was being catered towards back then.
Big long-term platform. They were shaped specifically
Japanese and the Y people.
Specifically to serve the tension of the story being told. That's why you're so crunched up when you're in the middle of battles and things like that. They wanted that feeling of dread as you were pressed up right next to the final boss. Movement, positioning, and timing were meant to create a vulnerability, you know what I mean? The system ends where the story begins because it was never intended to evolve beyond that point, though. Modern systems are designed with extensibility in mind. They're built to support patches, balance updates, future content. Parasite Eve was built to conclude. Even the way the game was marketed reflects the singular intent. It wasn't framed as the beginning of something larger. It was presented as a complete experience distinct from Square's other work and allowed to exist on its own terms. The confidence came from a moment when Square could afford to let a project be exactly what it wanted to be without immediately converting it into some sort of brand or potato chip or a clothing line. I don't know where I got potato chip from, but the industry no longer operates that way at all. Studios of similar size are bound by layers of expectation, financial scrutiny, brand strategy. A project like Parasite Eve would be interrogated at every stage. And if it does not scale or perform even by theoreticals, then what's the point? Each of these millions of questions that would be proposed to Parasite Eve would pull the project further away from its original intent until it's something else. And we've seen that plenty of times over. Even attempting to remake the game would trigger these pressures, though. Rights would need to always be renegotiated, creative direction would be revisited, systems would be modernized, presentation would be updated, accessibility would be expanded. None of these changes are inherently bad. Don't get me wrong. But together they would kind of erase the very conditions that allowed Parasite Eve to even exist. And what Square and Hideaki created together was not a product designed to endure through constant revision. It was a finished work that lives within a specific universe at a specific point in time, told through a medium that respected both its literary origin and its interactive form. That balance is fragile. It depends on a whole lot of trust and a whole lot of willingness to let something end. That is by far the biggest thing that can't be done again. Modern development is uncomfortable with its finality. It wants continuity, it wants growth, it wants everything to remain open. Parasite Eve closed that door when it was finished, and the decision is inseparable from its identity. I think this is why a release is enough. Preservation keeps the work intact, accessibility invites new readers, players, or perspectives, but altering it misunderstands what made it special in the first place. Parasite Eve wasn't meant to mirror another medium, it was meant to coexist with. It was a collaboration across forms, a shared universe approached at different angles, executed with a rare discipline and a mutual respect. And that kind of project requires conditions that no longer exist.
So wait, there's multiple of these? I don't really know much about Parasite Eve because, you know, PS1 horror games are not really my forte. So there's 1, 2, and 3rd birthday?
And because of that, it stands as something singular. And before you ask, a lot of people have questions about sequels to games and those that are featured on this episode. Yes, Parasite Eve has 2 different sequels, and I understand that. However,
there he goes.
This game itself does not need a remake, as it is essentially frozen in time as a historical standpoint with Square and Hideaki Senna. So yes, Parasite Eve 2 does in fact have a sequel. I do not believe it to be better than the first. I do not believe it to even be necessary.
So they did make this game with the intention of expanding upon it. I mean, that kind of disproves this entire diatribe up until now. It's like, if a sequel exists, then obviously they had been planning that from the beginning if the first game did well. They didn't just say we're making one game and that's it, otherwise they wouldn't have licensed it again.
But part 1 is the frame here. This is what we're looking at. So just in case you had that question burrowing in the back of your head, you know, when I look back at Parasite Eve and why it still feels kind of singular, I can't ignore how many games tried to walk a similar path afterwards and simply couldn't make it work. Not because the ideas were bad, not because the developers lacked talent or anything like that. They were probably good on their own merits, but because the balance that Parasite Eve achieved is incredibly rare. Adapting an external narrative into an interactive format while respecting its tone, boundaries, and finality is one of the hardest things a medium can attempt. Most projects that have tried learn the hard way. One of the most common failures comes from a misunderstanding into what adaptation actually means. Many games treat external material as something to be translated directly rather than interpreted. You can see this clearly in projects like Dante's Inferno, which took a dense symbolic literary work and reshaped it into a spectacle-driven action game. The result wasn't offensive so much as it was reductive. The original text became window dressing for mechanics that had very little interest in the source's meaning. The adaptation existed in name and imagery only, and whatever made the original resonate was flattened into set pieces. Another recurring issue is overextension. Studios often approach licensed material with the expectation that it must become a franchise, even when the source material does not support that structure. The failed revival of Alone in the Dark is a beautiful example. Here was a series with literary roots and psychological horror DNA, and it was retooled into something that desperately wanted to be cinematic, systemic, endlessly expendable. In trying to modernize everything at once, it loses coherence. The atmosphere fractured under the weight of the features that existed to justify scale rather than serve the tone. There are also cases where studios respected the source too much in the wrong way. Some adaptations cling so tightly to canon that they forget they're making a game. The experience becomes stiff, overly reverent, and afraid to really make the necessary structural changes. When interaction feels secondary to preservation, the result can feel like a museum tour instead of a lived experience. This kind of failure is a little quieter, but it is just as damaging. The game technically exists, but it never actually, gets some breathing room, some room to stretch their arms out. Then there are projects that fail just because they misunderstand the audience expectation. Licensed works carry baggage. Players arrive with preconceived ideas about what they should feel. When the game diverges too sharply without establishing trust, that friction becomes rejection. Several attempts to adapt Stephen King's work into games ran into that very problem. The stories relied heavily on internal monologue, symbolism, and slow dread, while the game struggled to translate that into mechanics without resorting to blunt horror tropes. The result was something that felt disconnected from both the source and the medium. Another pattern I noticed too is studios trying to modernize tone in ways that actively fight the original material. Pacing becomes faster, dialogue becomes louder, silence gets filled, ambiguity gets explained. I hate that one the most if you spoon feed an audience. This is often done with good intentions under the
It was not supposed to be a sequel and the license was never renewed? Well, you have to have the license in order to use the name, so I don't know how that would work.
assumption that modern audiences need constant engagement. There's a debate to be had about that on whether they do or don't, but this is how I feel about it anyway. But for stories rooted in unease and introspection, these changes erase the core experience. Once everything is spelled out, nothing lingered. There are also cases where adaptation failed.
Because they would have obviously licensed the name and property for X amount of time to anticipate the production of not only the first game, but also potential sequels as well. So that's the reason why you wouldn't just sign a one-off license. Instead, you had like a time period. So usually the intention with that is in case you want to make a sequel. Otherwise, you would just sign a license for a one-time use.
Simply because the studio lacks institutional confidence to let the project remain small. Licensed materials often get inflated to justify budget. Systems multiply, mechanics pile on. The experience becomes
damn, bro. Those titties aren't the same without the nips.
bloated. What should have been focused becomes diluted. And this is where many promising adaptations
lose too uncanny.
Lose their identity entirely and turn into a generic action game that happened to wear someone else's story. What separates Parasite Eve from all of these failures is that it avoided all of those traps at once. It didn't retell the novel, it didn't stretch it into something bigger, it didn't chase trends, it didn't assume permanence. It existed alongside its source rather than replacing it. That is a razor-thin design space, and most projects miss it because they pulled into too many directions. There are successful adaptations out there, don't get me wrong, but they succeeded for different reasons. Some work because the source material itself is expansive and flexible. Others work because the adaptation is willing to fully reinterpret rather than coexist. Parasite Eve, though, chose the hardest route. It respected boundaries. It embraced finality. It allowed the original work to remain whole while contributing to something new in the same world. You know, I think most studios that attempted something similar underestimated how much, I don't know, you know what, fuck it, how much restraints that requires. I mean, in scope, in mechanics, in presentation, in ambition. Any of those break, the whole balance collapses, and it shows, and it has shown. Looking at the long list of attempts that fell short doesn't make Parasite Eve feel lucky at all. It makes them feel deliberate. It makes them feel like everyone involved understood the mission. You know what I mean? More importantly, they knew what
Square Enix are a bunch of gooners. Probably not wrong.
They weren't making. And to have that kind of clarity and be a step ahead every sense of the way, like you can't buy that. Or you might be able to. I don't know. You know, I don't mention all these failures to kind of poke holes in everybody else's plan and make everyone look like the bad guys. I do it just because I need to emphasize just how narrow this design path was, just how much of a tightrope it was. You know, I don't think people understand it enough or appreciate that enough. Parasite Eve did not succeed by accident. They didn't just try an idea and say YOLO. That's not how it happened here. It succeeded because it avoided the mistakes that so many others walked directly into, and they maneuvered around all of it perfectly. You know, one of the things that still surprises me when I revisit Parasite Eve is how effective the fear is, especially when you consider what it chose not to abandon. This was still a Square game at its core. You had your menus and stats and your pacing and all that other stuff. You had systems that encouraged thought instead of panic, and yet fear was present throughout the experience in a way that felt intentional rather than accidental. And that alone makes it stand apart from how horror was usually defined at the time. If you guys remember, in the late 90s, if you're old anyway, like myself, horror games kind of lived in specific lanes. So if a game wanted to be taken seriously as a horror game, it usually followed one of two templates. Either it leaned into survival mechanics with limited resources and vulnerability, or it focused on oppressive atmosphere built through isolation and psychological pressure. And those lanes were already being claimed and refined. Anything outside of them wasn't actually categorized, and Parasite Eve didn't try to kind of force itself into either lane. Instead of making fear about helplessness, Parasite Eve made it about recognition. The horror wasn't that you couldn't fight back. The horror was understanding that you were fighting and realizing how wrong it was. The events unfolding didn't feel like supernatural fantasy intruding on reality. It felt like reality betraying itself. The science felt grounded enough to be unsettling, and the implications lingered longer than any jump scare ever could. What makes this really work, though, is how the game framed unnatural events as interruptions rather than spectacles. When something horrific happened, the game didn't always rush to explain it. It let moments sit. Characters reacted like people trying to process something they didn't even have the language for yet. The hesitation really created that unease, and you weren't being told how to feel. You were being left alone with it, and whatever the fuck you just witnessed. The FMV sequence.
I'm not really a fan of old PS1 games.
This played a massive role in this. Square had already mastered the use of full motion video at this point. We make no mistake, they were top notch. But Parasite Eve used it differently. These sequences weren't celebratory. They weren't there to show off technology. They were cold, abrupt, and often disturbing as hell. They arrived suddenly and disrupted the flow of play, and they disappeared just as quickly, leaving you to deal with the aftermath. I personally love that unpredictability. I remember how those FMV sequences felt the first time I saw them. They didn't feel like rewards. They felt like warnings. Something had crossed a line, and the game was making sure you understood that this was no longer normal. All of the sequences in which monsters transformed were unsettling and stuck with me even after I got done playing the game. I'd even go back and watch the scenes again because they were that unsettling and cool, and I was apparently glutton for punishment. Even now, though, they retain that power.
The problem is with me and PS1 games is, unless I have nostalgia for them, I don't know. Most PS1 games have aged incredibly poorly. Like, that console, the N64, like, they're pretty rough. They're pretty rough. Nintendo games age better by default because they're made purely from a gameplay perspective first. But even then, a lot of their N64 stuff is pretty rough to play if you're not, like, used to it.
Because they're used sparingly and with purpose. And when they appear, you know something irreversible has happened. I think what's fascinating, though, is that none of this required Square to abandon their identity. The menus didn't undercut the fear, the RPG structure didn't soften the tone. Instead, those familiar elements made the horror feel more grounded, I guess. You weren't reacting on pure instinct, you were calculating under pressure. You were making decisions while processing something deeply unsettling, like a rat's head exploding or a horse catching on fire. That combination created a different kind of tension, one rooted in control slipping rather than being taken away outright. At the time, this kind of experience didn't really have a label. It wasn't survival horror, and that was the term of the century when Resident Evil and Silent Hill came pushing through. It wasn't that. It wasn't psychological horror in a way people expected either. It wasn't action horror. It sat in some weird, uncomfortable middle space, some experimental horror RPG hybrid limbo that didn't advertise itself nearly as such. And because of that, I think it often gets left out of conversations about horror games from that era. But I mean, you know, fear doesn't have one shape. Parasite Eve understood that fear could come from witnessing the impossible happen in familiar spaces, from watching people react to something that shouldn't exist, from realizing that the threat wasn't some distant monster, but a fundamental breakdown of how the world works. It didn't need constant darkness or resource starvation to achieve that. It just needed a little patience. Ultimately, in an era where horror games were expected to look and behave a certain way, kind of to earn the label, I guess Parasite Eve quietly even proved that fear
I will play Parasite Remake.
could exist elsewhere. It didn't have to fit the mold. It didn't have to try to. It experimented with
I don't like horror games, so
the tone while keeping structure intact, and in doing so carved out a space that very few games have even attempted. That willingness to explore fear while not really fully committing to the genre is a part of what makes Parasite Eve so enduring. It reminds me that horror doesn't need to announce itself to be effective. Sometimes it just needs to unfold. Ultimately, how in the hell do you replicate that? How do you rebuild that? I don't think it's possible. I think Parasite Eve is finally...
Because I'm gay? No, because I don't get scared by video games, so it's just kind of like, eh.
One of the last games in the upper echelon of creativity and risk that we will never see again, not because I'm being a naysayer and because I'm doom and gloom, but because
I wish you would show like actual gameplay.
Companies simply can't go down
the cutscenes,
these roads anymore and survive the aftermath. As always in any of these episodes where I talk about a game, I do not talk about the plot because I simply want you to play it. I want you to experience it. You may get the same experience, you may get a different experience based on the time. Who knows? Here's one thing I do know, however. This is one game that does not need anyone to tamper with it, fiddle with it, add a new menu, add some resolution, none of it. You play it exactly as is, and you won't be disappointed for doing so. While yes, some can sit and play a game and go, you know what, I think I might need a little of this and a little of that. I get it. But me personally, I believe if they never made a remake of this game or a remaster, I'd be completely and 100% fine with it. But I do want it re-released on every known and visible console out there because this game was wonderful. I don't know. What do you think? Was this game doing anything that was considered new and inventive in the time? Or did you just consider this one of the many games Square produced a long time ago? Had its moment, had its heyday, you're nostalgic over?
Alright, let's just see what it looks like. Full game. We'll just pick a random spot. Yeah, I don't know how people can look at like gameplay like this and be like, yes, I don't want this ever modernized. Like, I don't know. I mean, for the time, it's fine, but come on. Like, gameplay has evolved a lot. Gameplay has definitely evolved a lot. Yeah, it's got like that classic kind of Resident Evil look to it. Your taste would ruin this game. I guarantee you, if I was in charge of the remake, it would be better. Believe it. bro, this menu scrolling stuff would drive me insane. Plus, the fixed camera angles, too, is, like, a pet peeve of mine. Because it fucks with, like, your spatial awareness when you're moving in one direction. And you're holding down, like, whatever, the thumbstick or the analog... Or whatever, the analog stick or the fucking D-pad. You're pushing it one direction, then the camera changes, and you start moving in a completely different... Like, that's a pet peeve of mine. Yeah, it like obfuscates your vision. I don't know. It's just an irritation of mine. And remember, this is on 1.75, so here, we'll put it on normal speed. Feels very Resident Evil 3. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It looks like classic Resident Evil. I mean, obviously the gameplay is a little more deep, but yeah. Let's see, how expensive is this game? Just curious, because all these old Square Enix games are super fucking pricey usually. Parasite Eve, PS1, yeah. Brand new sealed, $300. And let's see if we can find a pre-owned copy. So pre-owned is like $80, $90. Yeah, it's not too bad. A lot of these old Square Enix games, though, you know, they hold their value pretty well. This is the thing, is like, I would collect old PS1 games, not to play them, just because of the cover art. I think it'd look really fucking sick if you had just like a big ass frame of like all the old like Square Enix like PS1 games. Because, like, all the old cover arts for those games look just insanely nice. So, Square Enix just has a very, very good aesthetic quality to their games, generally speaking. But I think it'd be really cool to have like just a big frame of like all the Square Enix games lined up. What was the one I was thinking of? Shit. There's one, like, I would never actually play the game, but why can't I not think of what it is? Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Back into Doom scroll on eBay to find it. Huh. Sealed copy of Xenogears for $975. Oof. Alright, let's see.
Recently, I've been playing Minecraft with some like-minded people, and on an older version of the game before the combat update. Already had my reasons for not liking new Minecraft, and this has only made my reasons stronger. This is a repeated pattern with many things I personally like. It's good, gets popular.
A Minecraft purist.
Then everything that made it good is changed or outright removed. Oftentimes, the new people to these forms of media will gaslight the original enjoyers into believing outright lies. I'm certain many of you have seen this. Go to my comments and you can see plenty of it. Non-stop, perpetual gaslighting. The great gaming gaslight. Any kind of criticism, legitimate or not, is shut down by some idiot that only got into media recently, saying, it was always like this, or, it's actually bad back then. You're just being nostalgic.
Literally me? I guess. I don't know. I'm not really a Minecraft purist. I play on fucking Bedrock.
This goes in hand with toxic positivity, in which, for whatever reason, soyed-out retards deem it necessary to silence criticism. But the gaslighting is what makes me particularly angry. It's already one thing for an idiot with a misinformed opinion stating it, and trying to argue it. It's another for someone actively trying to deceive.
Let's see. Schizo Garcia with a 5. Modern gaming is so bad that Tismic Spurgs latch onto stuff like this and call it a heckin' Jimmy Jim, dude. Brutally over. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's like, it's what I've noticed with, like, 360 era games, is, like, a mediocre kind of, like, slop title from the 360 era feels good or great by today's standard. Like, it's really sad, honestly. Like, gaming has really fucking devolved. Like, games I've never played before in the 360, like, I'm gone back and played, and it's like, yeah, this is objectively fucking better than the games we get today, as far as, like, a gameplay and fun factor perspective goes. And it's, like, games that I skipped over back in the day because I thought they looked shitty by, you know, the contemporary standards at the time, but now, looking back, it's like, yeah, these are better than what we're getting now.
It's not just lying about the current state or past state of a game. If it's not just lying about the current state or past state of a game, it's them saying, it's just not for you, Chad. Like it's an actual argument. Obviously, most of this is coming from people with little critical thinking skills, but it's annoying to even have that in mind. The level of audacity to try and lie to someone who has seen this shit long before they got into it is infuriating. It's the drone's inherent desire to uphold the status quo by any means necessary, to shut down anything that would threaten it. If they have to perform mental gymnastics to do so, they will. There's plenty of examples of the gaslighting and invalidation of criticism.
Dude, I was... Speaking of modern games, I'll pull it up after this, but there was like one game I saw on the Steam sale today. I was like, bro, that looks so fucking cool. And I read further down, Souls-like, roguelike. It's like, are you fucking kidding me, man? Oh, it was a first-person shooter as well. I'll pull it up after this.
Minecraft is victim to this with every...
Like, who the fuck is, like, asking for this dog shit, man? Why can't we just get shooters?
Update. Almost every update to this game adds nothing but bloat and bugs, introducing increasingly worsening performance. Even more so on
it's
Bedrock,
all
where
so
it's borderline
tiresome,
unplayable.
man.
In my opinion, the last good update was another update. At least by that point, every dimension was fleshed out with more reasons to explore them. It felt like alien dimensions with their own ecosystems and in-game mechanics. Now it feels like every update after this is nothing but cosmetic useless shit that just makes the game run and look worse. Like, really tell me the sniffer is a justifiable addition to the game. The mob that does nothing but find seeds for flowers that do nothing. No new crops that do anything. No new potion ingredients. Just flowers that look nice. For every one good thing an update adds, there's several things that ruin it. My biggest issue aside from ruining performance is that all these bloat items flood your inventory with useless shit you're never going to use. It's annoying to have to filter through multiple blocks that look the same, or different decorative items that are completely useless. Really, who asked for leaves on the ground that can flood your inventory? This is also ignoring the stupid balance changes they make. The whole point of the Village and Pillage update was to make villagers actually something worth investing in. Now they're essentially mandatory to progress anywhere since strip mining for diamonds has become far less effective. Instead of keeping this consistent though, the developers for the last several updates have changed villager trading, especially trading with librarians. It's stupid shit like this that makes me hate new Minecraft. And when a bunch of new fags that either never played the older versions or never played Minecraft at all try and tell me that the old versions weren't that good and that I'm just being a
Yeah, it's just, you know, the state of modern gaming is making everything less fun.
nostalgic chud, I get rightfully angry. There is a reason there's now an entire genre of Minecraft videos talking about and playing old versions of the game. These versions are far more simplistic in a way that allows for more freedom, over forcing the player to play by the developer's predetermined path of bloat. Then we have Team Fortress 2. You'll notice a pattern with these people where they confuse all content with being good content, or updates in and of themselves are always a good thing. Similar to Minecraft, the holiday updates add nothing but bloat and useless cosmetic items that only hinder performance. At least with Team Fortress 2, you can sometimes get new...
Minecraft is only boring if you have no imagination. And, you know, if that hurts the fifis, I'm sorry, but Minecraft is only boring if you don't have an imagination. Or if you don't enjoy, you know, creativity. Because Minecraft, if you use it as an outlet for creativity, is basically a limitless sandbox playground that you can do pretty much anything, build anything. You can make, you know, functioning cities. You have just, it's like basically a build your own experience type of game. I don't have anyone to play it with either. I'm the only one who's ever touched my Minecraft world. And I've been playing it on and off on that particular world for like 5 to 6 years. So...
maps, but most of them suck, run poorly, or don't function at all. Even if they are good, they are still bloating the map full and further breaking the non-functional matchmaking system. Cosmetics just don't get an excuse, ignoring the fact 89% of the cosmetics are coming from one group. For every one good item, there's at least 3 that suck or look like something already in the game. Of course, new fags cope by saying that we should be glad they're still updating the game. They don't even realize that the person working on the game is a contractor, so it's not even Valve doing it. But they outright ignore the points made. This is very common for these people to just ignore complaints, or at best invalidate them if they acknowledge them at all. Chine, if we don't add new cosmetics and maps, the game will die. Then we get into the quick play argument. In my last video, I avoided the argument because the well is already poisoned. So focusing on quick play would have had the entire video ignored by people who hear quick play as some kind of dog whistle, and the comments flooded with them arguing in bad faith. These people genuinely did not play during quick play. They have no frame of reference aside from the memories from people that did, which means nothing since they're tribal retards online that believe anything their e-celeb of choice says. So since their soy chunkus r/tf2 slop tubers say quick play is actually bad, they'll all believe it and defend that standpoint even with faced with evidence that proves them objectively wrong. Quick play wasn't actually that good, chud. You could have been put in random game mode, which is an outright lie, because it would have fined games based on fucking maps you pick. The gaslighting of Team Fortress 2 is entirely new fags not knowing what the fuck they're talking about. Another thing they tend to lie about is the politically motivated bad actors purposefully hiding their flags and messages in what is supposed to be an apolitical game. Not only is this extremely disrespectful to the developers, but it shows where the priorities of these people are. Very often new fags will say this isn't happening, which you can clearly see it is, or that it's actually a good thing. Then we get into balancing and competitive. The new fags are so insistent that competitive players and e-celebs did not kill this game, and usually imply that they had no part in it at all. They outright ignore everything that led up to Meet Your Match. They ignore the fact Valve was consistently asking for input from competitive players, predominantly 6v6 players. They ignore the fact that Valve invited competitive players to their offices. They ignore the entire fucking point of the update that was Meet Your Match. The point being to make the game more competitive. Just think about that. If you genuinely believe that competitive TF2 players had no part in this, you're just outright lying. There's no way around it. You're lying. Sure, you can say no one asked for casual mode. Sure, you can say no one asked for Valve to nerf these weapons the way they did. Even with that in mind, you still have the fact it was ultimately the input of these competitive players that led to these items being made unusable. Hope all you want. This is Fact. These weapons were banned in their own safe space servers because they did not fit inside their arbitrary meta, and Valve ran with the excuses as to why they were banned. As a side rant, I just want to argue these dumbass reasons for some of the weapons. The base jumper was banned because Soldier could stay in the air for prolonged periods, making Scout, Soldier, and Demoman useless against them. First off, Sniper would be the perfect counter. A target in the air is an easy shot for a sniper, even if he misses the headshot.
Why does he have like this massive wall that doesn't actually encompass anything?
150
it's
damage
bothering me.
Is enough to force the soldier down. This stupid comp fag
I'm triggered
argument against the original base jumper is also made even dumber if we consider the fact the soldier using it has to rocket jump to utilize, meaning he either has to use the rocket jumper and rely entirely on his melee weapon, or consistently trade health to stay in the air. Then we have the gloves up running urgently. Banned and competitive because it let heavy get to mid too fast. Their argument was, and still is, retarded. Oh, the big slow mid-range class is on point? If only there were 3 classes designed for picking off specific targets. Seriously, if a heavy is giving you trouble, a sniper, spy, or a good scout can effectively shut him down. Acting as if heavy is magically a major threat at mid is not only just fucking wrong in the normal game, but even more so in a space that's supposed to be higher in skill. The last weapon I want to mention is a flying guillotine. Nerfed because Scout could throw a projectile into a choke point. An actual non-argument. So what if Scout can do that? So can Soldier and Demoman, and the projectiles have blast radius. Even if we want to entertain this stupid fucking argument, it's still nothing because Scout is a pick class. A class designed for flanking and picking off
Can't sleep, there's monsters nearby.
lone targets. The original Sandman and Cleaver were designed
inside
as pick weapons that required extreme skill and practice to use. As in you could kill one target at medium range. Acting as if the pick class picking off a single target is somehow meta-breaking is stupid. It shows how comp fags play an entirely different game even today. Side rant over. There's plenty of other games where this gaslighting is Sonic, Call of Duty, Overwatch, Fallout, Halo. The industry as a whole has a dedicated legion of shills who will gaslight, deny evidence, and silence criticism at every point they can. Not even just with video games. Things like the SCP, the Backrooms, or whatever garbage, horror garbage online will have these same people. It's to the point I'm convinced most of it is bots, especially since many of them do not engage with anything actually said. Even with this in mind, never stop pointing out the poor state of the gaming industry. Get loud. Being quiet will do nothing to fix it, and it's exactly what the goal of these shills is, to uphold the status quo.
Well, I mean, the thing is most of these shills don't actually have any real buying power anymore. It's like, we're gonna hit, essentially, the rock bottom of the gaming industry, and it's gonna get messy. Because the consumer spending habits just keep getting worse and worse and worse for the game studios. So, we are going to see probably some pretty dramatic, shifting in the industry. I guess he just did this to get it to 10 minutes. Alright. There we go. TF2 is awesome. I've never really played it. I played it for like 20 minutes. I never got into it. Here, let's see. I think it was on this Steam account. Let's see. Team Fortress 2. Shouldn't it tell me my playtime if I'm... I guess it doesn't tell you how long the review time would be. I don't even know. Do by name. Oh, I could just search it. Team. It doesn't even show up. Okay, so yeah, maybe it was on a different Steam account. Half-Life? I've never actually played Half-Life. It was only Black Mesa. I played it for 4 hours. I couldn't get into it, and I didn't really like it. There you go. There's Aerith again.
God.
Ordered a sealed copy of Half-Life 2 for the original Xbox. Nice. Is this more shilling for Expedition 33? I don't even care. Hold on. So what was the shit? What was the game called? Fuck. Hold on, let's see. It was something witch. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this game. This game. This game. I was like, oh, this looks kind of cool. Alright, single player. Dark fantasy, we're good. RPG shooter, okay. It's like, okay, this looks pretty good.
It's not why I'm here, witches.
This doesn't look inherently bad. I don't know. It looks pretty good. See, like, there's nothing that's really sticking out, right? Okay, well, if you scroll down, I forgot where it was. Where was it? Shit. Oh, I think it was up here. Yep, here it is. So it's FPS, cool. Dark fantasy, cool. Extraction shooter. Souls-like. Like, come on, bro. Really? A fucking extraction shooter Souls-like. Yeah, on each expedition, you can extract your looted items, or if you feel confident, confront the witch's familiar to unlock new areas. Yeah, dude, it's just like... Nope. Like, I thought it looked kind of cool, but nope. For $30, I was willing to give it a shot until I read further. It's like, no. It just means bullet sponge enemies while you have to dodge a bunch of fucking AoE spam from the bosses. Most likely. But, yeah, unfortunate. I thought it looked decent. It's like, I'll give it a shot. Nope. Literally half at... Yeah, I mean, extraction shooter and roguelite and Souls is just... the 3 buzzwords I don't want to fucking hear. So, yeah, I'm good. That's going to be a hard pass for me. That's all the things I'm not looking for. Yeah, I played Shadow Warrior 1. That's good. Shadow Warrior 2 I thought was a step in the wrong direction. I didn't really like that one. But yeah, the first of the 3 reboots was good. I never played the third one. Consume. Hell yeah, dude. My favorite game. Let's make a game and call it Consume the Goy Slop. I don't know if you'd be able to publish that on modern platforms, unfortunately. Dude, what is this dog shit now? LARIAN is the... Is this another We Did It Reddit moment?
This is unreal. I'm doing my best to stay collected. It's taken a lot more effort than I thought that it would. I've been watching over the past couple of days as a section of the internet has lost its collective mind over something that largely isn't even real. And I'm going to prove that to you guys. We have 2 studios, LARIAN Studios and Sandfall Entertainment, that up until just about 5 minutes ago were some of the most beloved studios in the industry, delivering 2 of the greatest games that we've seen in the past decade.
Oh, God, it's a shill for the AI stuff, which, you know, I don't really think it's a big deal, but with these We Did It Reddit communities that circle jerk these fucking games and, like, act like the developers are, you know, Jesus Christ incarnate, you know, it's hard not to feel bad.
That are now finding themselves being treated like...
It's hard not to feel bad.
They are enemies of the state. Not because it's some bad...
Those poor, sweet summer children, you know? They thought that there was just one heckin' wholesome dev out there that literally was, you know, perfect in every way. And their heart was broken.
Release, no bad monetization or anything like that, no layoffs. No, it's because a couple of articles came out, misleading articles, that revealed that these studios have been using generative AI in their early concept phases.
Oh my God.
Early ideation, brainstorming, placeholder assets, things of that nature. Or in the case of LARIAN, they will be experimenting with it in limited capacity. That's it. That's all it took to set off the internet in one of the most unhinged reactions that I think that I have probably ever seen, where immediately nuance just vanished and went straight.
Yeah, the AI paranoia is the screeching and crying of people who are being made irrelevant by the day. You know, the parasite class of society is realizing that the world really doesn't need them. And as a result, you know, they cry out as they strike you. Isn't this guy a hardcore nerdy lefty? Probably. Probably, man. Alright, well, I may go ahead and hop off, guys. I'm going to probably head to the gym. And then I got to sign on to the wage cage. So, got 2 days of work this week. And then I'm off until the Monday after New Year's. So, that'll be nice. I won't be streaming on Christmas Eve or Christmas, most likely. Or pretty much 100% certain. But yeah, pretty much after that, though, I'm, you know, free and clear, which will be nice. Yeah, I can finally sleep. I can rest my weary head. But yep, have a wonderful Monday, everybody. And I guess I will talk to everybody later tonight. Peace out, guys.